안녕하세요. Good morning. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Blight Snake. Good morning. Thank you, Yam. I'm awake. I swear I'm. Ow! Did I bump? Ow. Okay. Hey, Friday. Good morning.
Oh man, chat, if you weren't here last time you missed out on Kana Karaoke.
Oh,
Sag. But worry not, because, hi, I want to people save. You can always listen to Canis cover Envy Baby on YouTube. Hey, it's amazing. This dogger went crazy.
I forgot there's a TTS thing. I don't even remember. So good morning, Zane. Chat, we're out of the bed. Yeah. I thought that being here would make me more awake. Is it working? No. Posture check. My feet are not. Check my thing. What did I do? Yes. I'm awake, I swear. Did I do something? Oh.
Oh damn. Kana turned into a cicada for a second there.
I had TTS. I don't remember. When did that happen? Did I do that? Good morning. I turned into a Is it... Why was I gonna say Canada? How do you say it? Canada. I turned into Canada for a second there, I see. Good morning. Hi. Oh, Canada. That's all I know. Oh. Wake up harder. You're so right. See you. Thank you for this. What? Did you see the sub goal change into one line instead of two lines? Hello, can you go back? I'm not awake enough for this. Chat. Did you know? I'm not gonna... What the heck? Cicada? 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 That doesn't sound right. Good morning. Hello. I don't know why we're not in the bedroom. Maybe I'll be more awake today. I had a meeting since 6 a.m. I want to go back to sleep. Blah, 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 blah. Good morning. No, you know what?
Oh, Canada. Our old and ancient hag.
I don't know why am I hearing double? Because I have Stream Elements open. I want you to know every time someone TTS's, I hear it twice and I don't know why. Now it's just ringing in my ears. Oh, Canada. Our old and ancient. Is that how the song? Hey, did you call me a hag? Good morning. Did I say good morning yet? Did I say good morning yet? Good morning. I'm so awake right now. Don't let my eye tracking fool you. I'm so... I'm gonna say good morning 10,000 times today. What day is it today? Did you say good morning yet? I think you should... Okay. Good... What was I supposed to say? Good morning. Good morning. Chat. Good almost noon. And oh Lord. Oh man. What the heck? Did we get a hype chat? What is that? Frog. Wow. Yippee! Thank you for the morning hype train chest. Wow, frog thing. Dude, you're making me yawn. Follow after me, chat. Me, my. Thank you, dear. I'm not a laggy doggy. My brain processes fast. At the speed of sound. No, I've realized it. I don't know if you guys watched the collab on Ollie's channel last Saturday. Wow, I'm so awake. I forgot that you can see me when I'm not opening my eyes. My eyes are so open right now. What was I saying? Every time Ollie asks me something, my brain is still loading and I'm like, huh? And Ollie would be like, I didn't know that was a thing where you have to say a word at the same time. And then Ollie was like, banana. And I'm just looking at her beautiful face and I'm like, say what now? Aw, man. Is it my fault if I get distracted by beauty? It's not my fault. I was about to say good morning again. Wow, I love how I'm like, my chat is like left behind and I'm like, meeting, Kana discussing her return to singing cover songs, and I'm like, chat pause due to scroll. Oh, it's down here. Did you bring home any cards? I did. I just have to wait if I remember where I put them. There are so many cards, chat. There's so many cards. It was on the floor. It was on the table. It was everywhere. Man, Kana, don't leave us behind. I'm so awake. My eyes are this open. Right now. That's too much opening. Maybe here. Maybe my eyes want to be this open today. Me. What was I gonna say? I had something to say, but I forgot. Good morning? Good. Oh no, this is why I shouldn't have meetings at 6 a.m. Who has meetings at 6 a.m.? I did. Meep moop. 6 a.m. though. What if the whole time I'm just talking like this in the meeting? I don't even remember what the meeting was about. And I haven't had coffee. Why do you have a meeting at 6 a.m.? Well, that's a very good question. The only person to meet at 6 a.m. is your pill. You're so right. You're so right. Can't believe I left my house at 6 a.m. Beep, 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 boop, boop, boop. I just finished my 10 a.m. meeting. Man. Me. What if I'm sleepy not because I'm sleepy, but because meeting zap awakeness away from me? Thoughts? Thoughts? Where is my pillow? I wish I had a pillow here, but also if I have a pillow here, what if I'm just asleep? And then, hi chat, welcome to stream. Me. Me. Morning meetings are the worst. I don't understand how people can function at that early in the morning. Why do I have meetings at 6 a.m. when I work overnight? You're so right. Coffee. Okay, I have water next to me. I have tea. And I have a cookie. I have a, what is this called? Biscuit sticks. Do you know biscuit sticks, chat? Here. You can't hear I'm eating biscuits. Wait. What if I break it next to the mic? Can you hear it? Wait for it. Wait. ASMR. Did you hear that, chat? No, you can't. It's like such a tiny sound. Wait for it. Wait. Ow. ASMR. It's the tiniest sound in existence. You hear nothing. You can hear everything? Really? No, you can't. Wait, can you? Actually, can you? You can? But I'm eating so silently. And secretly too. Wait, all this time if I'm like eating, you guys can hear me? All the time? I should change mics. This whole time? What if I secretly try to snack? That's not quite... Okay. Wait, let me... But then... Okay. I want to test it. But then you're looking out for it, so you're more sensitive towards it. So what if it would usually be incognito? But for today, it's not incognito. We can hear you munching, really? Wait. Okay. This is an appropriate distance. Let me... Okay, what about now? It's so silent. I swear to God, it's so silent. There's no sound. Not anymore. A bit, really? Maybe you guys just have really good ears. Or if I'm not the problem. It's not as loud. Okay. Then it went back to full blast. Number is your mic. All this time, I thought I was silently eating. Or probably my room setup. What do you mean my room setup? How can it be... What? It's a mic filter thing, isn't it? I already have noise gates though. How loud am I chewing? This cookie is so good. No, okay. Question. Chat, you know Pocky, right? Are you eating like that during your 6 a.m. meeting? Maybe. Do you think they know? Okay. Chat, you know Pocky, right? You know that Pocky has a cousin? That Pocky has a cousin, chat. I say as I'm eating food. Pocky has a cousin, right? You know how Pocky's like a steak? A biscuit steak? Is that what it's called? Pocky's like a biscuit stick. And then it's covered with an outer coating of chocolate. Right. This is the cousin. The cousin has biscuit coating, but chocolate on the inside. I've discovered this and I love it. It's so good and I don't understand. Like, Pocky biscuit has that particular snappiness that I really like. So this is like the cookie on the outside and there's chocolate inside. Is it a what? It's called... I actually don't know how to say the name. Bejoy? Bejoy? What? Wait! I must acquire image. But it's still like roughly the size of a Pocky. You know what I mean? It's still really thin. It's not like super thick. That's why I'm like amazed because like the cookie layer is like so thin. Like wait. No, someone tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced. This one, wait. This thing? Oh, that's humongous. That's a humongous picture. Okay, chat. This is... I haven't resized it, but like, look. Ta-da! Wait for it. Fit to screen. It's not an ad, I swear. It's just this side. See, I don't know how to say the name. Someone sponsor me. Hello. Pocky people. Just sponsor me. I want more of these cookies. Thank you. Look. So it's like really... The biscuit layer thing is like so thin and I don't know how to make it. You know what I mean? Like in the... Okay, now the picture looks big. But like... It's like tiny. Wow. My brain. Trying to explain these in words. See, look at how thin the layer of biscuit is, chat. It's like the diameter. Wait. I need to get a ruler. Where's my ruler? Do I own one? Wait for it. Do I even own a ruler? Thoughts? Wait a minute. I'm gonna get you. I will be scientific. I do have a ruler. It's a miracle. It shows on the side. It does? It does? You're right, it does. Because it's a Japanese box and they have the thing on the thing. You understand what I'm trying to say, right, chat? Okay. Measurements, chat. Measurements. Measurements. The diameter of the thing. Hi, good morning. It's only 0.6 centimeters. No, it's not like Aster. Like Aster is like... It's like huge. The diameter of the thing is 6 millimeters, chat. It's so tiny. Right? And that's the whole thing. The diameter of the chocolate center is 4 milliliters. So the cookie is like... And it's round, right? So like the cookie is like 1 millimeter on each side. You know what I mean? Do you comprehend, Sleepy Kana? Do you comprehend my words? Is 6 millimeter average. Okay, wait. I will put this one on tissue. Let me measure another, chat. Ever had pirouette cookies? Kind of the same. Pirouette. Pirouette cookies. Pirouette. I've seen these before. I've seen these before in the supermarket. I've never had it. Is it good? Is it good? Is it delicious? Okay. Is it chocolate hazelnut? Oh! These are the ones I had. They're so good. I'm missing out. What's the good flavor? Chocolate hazelnut? Or the vanilla? What's another flavor? They have a cinnamon one? Seriously? They have a cinnamon one? 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 Wait. I want one. Ooh, I wonder if I've seen it before, but man, I wonder if there's any around here. I can't remember when I last saw it. Okay. I'm measuring the second stick. Let's see if it... I mean, it should be the same size, right? Isn't that what factory is for? The diameter is 6 millimeters. So it's the same. And the chocolate is 4 millimeters. So far, I've measured 2 and they're the same. They're smaller than Aster. I think they might be smaller than these pirouette thingamajigs. I did bust out my cookie calipers. I haven't had to. They're a bit outside of my price range. Oh, is it more expensive than the usual ones? Oh, these are so good, I swear to God. I can't believe they have a cinnamon flavored one. Did you know that I like cinnamon? Did you know that I like most things? I like most things. I should totally buy. You should try it. It's so good. I like the chocolate one. I love cinnamon. Ow. When I was a kid, my favorite bread thing was a cinnamon roll, chat. Cause it's like so soft. And it smells so sweet. It's so fluffy. And then with the cream cheese frosting on top, it's... Oh my god, it's so good. Cinnamon rolls are pretty rare here though. Huh? I know for you out there to learn how to make food kijinga. That would be amazing. Cinnamon fried... Excuse me? Cinnamon fried rice with fruit? Cinnamon... Wait. I'm processing. Cinnamon fried rice with fruit. That's okay. Question: Is this like a dessert, like rice pudding thing, or is it savory? What the heck? Wait, what? What? Now I want cinnamon rolls. If you find any, ship them over. We had buttered toast with cinnamon sugar. Buttered toast with cinnamon sugar on top. I want one. Ow. There's... I don't think there's any snacks here that have cinnamon. Cinnamon in them. Yeah, we have I feel like we have basic flavors like chocolate and cheese. But I don't think we have cinnamon flavored things. Is it just not a big thing here? I wonder. I forgot what it's called, but I found a recipe. You found a recipe for it? This is an actual thing. Like, something con leche. Does the first part mean rice? I just learned that the current... I don't even know what that is, actually. They're made in Indonesia, but I don't even know what that is. That's amazing. Not even cinnamon. There's cinnamon cookies? Wait, what's a cinnamon cookie? Wait, let me Google that. What the heck is a cinnamon cookie? There are cinnamon cookies? Oh my god! Cinnamon cookies? Can I just call Muna real fast and I'll be like... Can you make me a cinnamon cookie? Whoa, they look good. No, I've never seen it before. I didn't even know they had cinnamon cookies. We've seen your martabak. Yeah, martabak is literally... It's cheese and chocolate. And inside out, I guess. Speculoos. Oh, they have cinnamon in them? I thought it was like ginger and stuff. Is speculoos the same as Biscoff, chat? Yes. Snickerdoodle? Rice pudding? Snickerdoodle rice pudding. Wait, my brain put those together. Roll the R. How do you roll R's again? You know, stage fright? My R's are afraid of the light, so you know. They're kind of hiding right now. Wow, yeah. It's easy for you to type it. Don't you roll the R by default? Yes, but when you're speaking English, my tongue goes white. You know what I mean? When you're you know, like when you're speaking another language, my tongue went white. I don't know. Wait, R, A B C D E F G H I J K L L M N O P Q R. R? R. 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 Wait. I got this. I got this. Wait for it. I went back to English. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. R, 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 R. Arroz con leche. I've achieved success. Good morning, Ray. Wow, how do people say your name in Indonesian? Rae. Ray, that's terrible. Rae, jelek banget. Jelek banget. Rae, lave, ire. Jelek banget, jelek banget, jelek banget. That's terrible. That's actually terrible. Why do you think I hate being? So many reasons. I can make a list. I can actually probably make a list. Rae. A, B, C. Okay. I don't know why speaking the alphabet helps me. She got 99 problems, but... Good morning, Ray. Is it morning? Never call me that again. Which one? Rae? Lafeire. That? But it actually, doesn't it just sound like a fancy foreign language, Ray? Rae. Lafe. Makasih ya, Beb. I thought that went away. The spray wasn't working last stream, right, chat? Was it not? I remember. Did it just come back for no reason? Oh, it's awake. Good morning, Sen. Have you met my friend Rae Lafeire? Please meet each other. Thank you. The Indo one because you're supposed to be bule. Asik. Makasih ya, Beb. You would think by now. I thought I was numb to the... I'm not. Makasih ya, Beb. Shout out to my friend Rae Lafeire. Like banget. I'm so sorry. Makasih ya, Beb. It's good treasure train. Me. Join us in following Rae Lafeire. I'm sorry, now it's stuck in my head. I'm sorry. I need to stop saying it. I'm sorry. I'm not saying it in my mind. I swear. No, I'm sorry. You can tell by my face. I'm so sorry. No, it's not my fault. My model just doesn't have a sorry face. But I'm deep down inside, I'm sorry. Like, okay, wait. I'm gonna pull out. Makasih ya, Beb. No, I swear I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You can tell. Wait. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. See, I can be sorry. Chat, look, I'm so earnestly sorry. Look. You're trying so hard not to. I'm not laughing. Wait. I'm getting headbats too. Today is a wonderful day. Today I lost my mouse. Wait, no, I found it. Wait. Rae Lafeire. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, my dear compadre. I plead you. Uno momento. Makasih ya, Beb. No, I didn't. No, wait, like, look. Please don't shake me. Look how sorry I am. Rae? Rae, did you remember to buy parts? My PC needs parts? My PC needs parts? Denied. My friend. Yes. It's a. Wait, my PC needs parts? Makasih ya, Beb. Okay, wait. I'm going to earnestly reflect on my behavior. Have you upgraded your PC? No. I'm starting to think I may need things. You know what? No, chat. No, you're right. I need to be smart about this. if have you accepted my earnest apology yet, though? After you accepted it, now I can make a list. Right? Chat? Is that a yes? Did we do it, chat? Did Rae Did my friend forgive me? Search your DMs. Oh gosh. No, I mean, okay, list. I lost my book. Chad, I've lost my notebook. I will remember nothing. Ama! Say thank you for the gifted subbies. Beep, 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 beep. Yippee! Yippee! What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. My hype train of thought. Haha, ha. I forgot of the last thing. Okay. Ray, there's something I haven't told you. There's something I haven't told you. First of all, I lost my notebook. Second of all, have I told you that my phone won't charge? My phone isn't charging. The back part, you know how phones have that magnetic charging thing? Yeah, so that stopped working. That's one. Did it suddenly? Let me check. Yeah, now I'm using cable, chat. Now I'm using cable. All I'm saying is, I feel like my phone is slowly perishing. Thoughts? Okay, here. I am checking thickness. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think it puffed up. It's good. My problem... Okay, it's fine. And the tempered glass is cracked, but like the screen underneath is probably fine. There are tiny glass shards. But that's the tempered glass protector thing. So it should be fine underneath, probably. How old is the phone? It's not that old. What iPhone is the latest one again? What iPhone? Not that old. Yeah, what iPhone is... What's the latest iPhone? 17. So like 4 years ago. Mine is 13. Mine is 13. Magnetic charging for the... It is? I didn't know that. Ring ring. Are you calling me? You are calling me. My god, chat. I think she's concerned. Wait a minute.
Girl.
Yeah, yes.
Why? You know that time we went to Bangkok together, and I'm like,
Yes.
oh my god, there's an official Apple store right here.
Yeah, I should have fixed it.
Yeah, why do you think I kept hounding your ass every time? I'm like, why the fuck didn't you take the upgrade? And I'm like, chat, we
Is
have
that
a lot of
Lavir?
things.
Yes. Oh,
Oh my fucking god.
I'm so... Wait, you can be on my shoulder. Wait. Kasi babes. Did I say something?
That
Wait.
means we have a lot of homework for you in terms of
Huh?
upgrading.
Oh, wait, I can move. Wait, which other? Wait.
Okay, you don't really need an iPhone 17, right?
No, it's not like I want the new... No, my only concern is...
No, we're
What
getting
if
you a
one
new
day-
phone.
Oh.
We're getting you a new phone. 13 is really going to die, especially your 13. Especially your 13 does not survive not having a power bank.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, let me check my battery. It's on power saving mode from this morning, and it's on 75%.
Yes, we should get you a better phone.
iPhone 13,
you know?
yeah.
You know,
Oh,
you
but-
can use this phone. If you get a new phone, you can use this phone as like a... Eternally, it will stay plugged in with a cable. Just in case your iPad dies, you can use your phone to track, you know?
Yeah, cause like with my iPad, like now I'm using my iPad for tracking, chat. Cause I tried using my phone for tracking, but like it jitters. You know what I mean? Even when I connect it with the LAN cable, it wouldn't like if I shake my head, it'll be like stop motion type shit. So it won't work for tracking anymore. So now I just use my iPad, and you know my iPad is bent, right, Ray? You have this knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
my iPad is bent.
Her iPad is actually bent. It is literally driving me crazy. So if her iPad dies and her phone dies,
My iPad is a curve. Like, you know when you... What's that thing you use when you... Tanda kurung to apa sih? Concave? Other way other than the convex? Yeah, I don't know how... What, I don't know what... Bracket. No, that's the square one. No? Aren't brackets the square? Concave is the correct word. Thank you. So, yes, that's the shape of my iPad. Exactly, chat. You understand?
oh my god.
No, wait, see, no, look, Ken understands. My iPad is also bad. See, it's not just me. I'm not the problem. Oh,
Okay,
you're
no, you
not
have a
the
lot of
problem.
problems. So, whatever happened to the stuff that got funded on Throne? Did you buy it out eventually?
They're not funded. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. They're not funded. But, like, did it come to you like that? No, it just bent one day.
Chat, I need to tell you this. Kara has a worse build.
Are you that
than-
concerned? I have a what now?
You have a lower build than Pharaoh, and Pharaoh literally just started streaming recently. So, you know, all those
No.
streamers just like,
No.
"Chat, I don't think I can use my model. My PC is like jittery." So that's
No,
what's
it's like,
happening.
you know, what the funny thing is, Ray was like, oh my god, I need to upgrade my PC. All my stuff, all the parts are funded. And I'm like, the thing you're trying to upgrade from is already better than my current PC. Thoughts?
You know, worst case
She's
scenario.
like, wow, I
could
finally
just-
upgrade. But,
I
you
could
know.
just give you my current GPU. At least it'll be better.
Are you concerned?
Well,
yeah.
There was a lot of games you wanted to play, but you couldn't use with your model at the same time, right? Like you wanted to play what, Monster Hunter back then, and you're like, I can't do anything.
No, yeah, you know, like on YouTube, one of my past streams, I was like, wow, Kana just plays like Plants vs Zombies, yes, because I can play that while streaming.
Yeah. there's that.
Clappy.
Wait, see, girl, you
I don't
throw
think
this all
mine is
water
that
on my
bad.
elven pants. Then, what? I'm pretty sure I remember it getting funded.
It was like it got contributions. Yippee! I got choco sticks. Sorry, priorities. Thank you, Iron Claw, for my snackies. Wait, did you know? Chat. Out of topic, but Ray, you know how my throne has like a gallon of water? Is my friend alive? Is she disappointed in me? Ray?
The moment you said yippee, my net literally fucking died.
Okay, like I have 10 gallons of like water. because people keep buying me hydration. I have like 10 gallons of water on the back. They had to like wheel it in. I was like, excuse me, sir.
But yes, guys, we've been trying to upgrade her PC so she doesn't.
Why would you do this? Which one?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Okay, wait. I was gonna say something, but it went away. Thoughts? Yeah, so no, this is why I need to make a list, but I lost my notebook. Ray, honestly, without my notebook, my brain is basically not here.
Okay.
Wait, paper, pen. I'm on a computer. Wait, notepad. Wait, I can't function without taking notes. What if I forget? Oh my god, is that a hype chest? Yippee, thank you so much, chat. Are you concerned? Epic clip. Epic what now? Tada, choo choo. What is that? Oh, that's a Your brain with the notebook is already not ideal. Okay. Ray. Ow, you're bonking me. Actually, Ray is getting bonked, not me. Look. Beautiful. Keep bonking her. Thank you. Okay, I need to upgrade PC. This is me listing out my to-do list.
You
One.
just need GPU, motherboard, and CPU. The hardest hurdle is just the GPU.
That's a lot. Okay. What was it again?
Motherboard,
Mama board, yeah.
CPU, the AMD Ryzen thingy,
CPU.
and GPU is basically the final boss. GPU is the final
GPU
boss
is
for
final
us,
boss.
I managed to get one recently. It took me like two months after it got funded because price so funny.
Yeah.
It
That's
depends.
true.
The one
Okay.
the one you put on throne.
Maybe that was the one I consulted with people who know better. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for the
Asus, yeah.
contribution.
The
Was my
Asus
PC
one, hold
spec
on.
that bad? No, genuinely.
You're still at the you're still using the 20 series, right?
Yeah.
Your GPU.
Is it really that bad, chat?
Girl, you can't even play Monster Hunter and use your model, and your model is lighter than my model. You know how heavy the model I'm using right now, the customizable one?
It's too
And it's
old.
It's old, yeah.
I'm old.
Yes, guys, she's still using the 20 series. She has not upgraded from her debut. This is why we need the upgrade. Yes, guys. This is a
old,
6-year-old.
Kana, you're in the stone. I'm in the stone age.
It's 6 years old. And also, by the way, you should probably add that you need new headphones because her headphones, you know, on the leather part on your ear, it's already starting to like flake off and stuff, and girl is still using it. I'm like, girl, can you hello?
They don't need to know.
No. They need to know. This dog sometimes lives in I have a house full of food. Looks at her streamer room. Might as well be a card book sometimes.
You know
not
what's
gonna
so
lie.
funny? Like, for example, because I sit here and all the, what is it called? The leather is flaking off right from the ear cuff thing, majig. Right? So every time I finish streaming, my ears would be black.
Alright, anyway, so we need headphones. Chat, do you have any headphone
It shouldn't be, it's not that
recommendations?
bad. See, just
No,
replace
shut-
earmuff.
Yeah, that's if we have that kind of services in Indonesia. Oh gee, I wonder where we go replace earmuff things in Indonesia when everything is actually imported. Oh my god. Oh.
Thank you for
Budget.
the
I don't care about the
contribution.
budget. I don't care about the budget. What's good that will
Oh,
last for a long run? At this point, if she's gonna upgrade things every 6 years when I start yapping at her, then the budget is the least amount of issue at this point. It needs to last for another 6 years, guys.
You know what I felt so bad for? Remember when Ollie had to borrow my PC because she needed to work? And I'm like, I'm so sorry about the headphones. And she stared at it for a good while. I'm like, I'm so sorry that you have to use them. I felt so terrible. I'm like, I'm so sorry that you have to put that on your head. It's not that bad. Mine is
Here's a
80. Thing.
Yeah, I know yours is 80, but it's
Something.
dead. You know what? I have an 80. I'm just gonna give you mine. I don't use it. Okay, guys. Headphone situation done. I have 80, 20, 20. I have not 80, 20, 20. I have an 80 headphone that I don't use because I'm using a Sony one right now. So maybe I should go to your place and be like, here's your new headphone.
Why do you say it's not that
Thoughts
bad
on
when you
that?
have to apologize? Because if it's just me using it, okay la. But I feel bad when other people have to use it.
Girl, hold on. Let me check. Mine's just yeah, literally mine's unused. I think you should just use it.
Okay,
I just
my
have to
notes
find-
was
Wait, do you still have
Mama-
the jack?
Mm.
The jack for 80? Like
Yeah.
you know how like the 80 thing needs like the cable. It's like a different part
the
on its
tip.
own.
Huh?
Wait, no, hold on. I will open my
The
camera.
kind of foundation needs
Hold
donations.
on.
Really? You need proof? You actually want to see it? What if you see it? It's not that bad. What if chat thinks it's not that bad? Right? But
I'm trying to open my camera. Do you see my camera?
Ray's beautiful hands in HD. Yes,
have
I see your
this,
thing.
But I
Yes.
forgot where the cable is. Do you have?
Oh,
the
I have
cable?
it.
Yeah, I can
it's
just give you this
being
one.
used right.
Do you see?
Are
Do you
you
see this?
sure?
Wait.
Wait, that's what mine looked like 6 years ago.
Yeah, and this is mine that I haven't really used because it hurts my ears. So I'm just gonna give this to you. Okay. Period, guys. We have new
here.
headphones. So
Wait,
now
okay.
the
Chat,
journey-
I'll
What?
show you. Maybe you'll think it's not that bad. Wait. On my
No.
mouth.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn on my lights. Wait.
Wait, I'll take out my headphones and I'll take a picture. Just for clarity, this is what Ray is
I
talking.
have an idea.
It's not that bad. No, okay, no. All the parts are almost off anyway.
Here's the thing.
It's
You can-
gonna
you can
stop
show- you
flaking
can show
eventually,
chat
but
the video. You can show
thank
chat,
you,
like,
vendors, for the contribution.
you can show
Wait.
chat the video screen on Discord, and then you can compare which one looks horrible.
Yeah, right. No,
you know?
no. Okay, first of all, my headphones are off because I'm trying to take a picture. But also, yeah, yours look like what mine looked like so long ago.
But the thing is, like, even mine, even if I don't use it, even the leather part is also starting to like fall apart. So it's just an 8 issue.
Okay, wait, let me.
It's just an 8
I'm gonna
issue,
send it to
I think.
Ray. I'll send it to Ray.
How bad did it go after?
Oh, okay, no, here.
At-
Wait, I'll send the picture. Because I need to send it to my PC anyway. It's probably not that terrible. I mean,
Wait, I'll
like,
show you
again,
mine
if
'cause it
they're all
hasn't died
off.
Why are you like this? Hold on here. I'll show you the
Because
one
I'm
that-
poor.
Guys,
Thoughts?
you hear that? You hear
Because
that?
I'm poor. And that's my responsibility as a poor person, Sobs.
Here.
Look, see?
Girl,
The bottom
it's-
part.
No, I think for now, until we find you a nicer headphone, you're gonna use
Wait,
mine.
wait.
Do you see the fucking difference?
Wait, okay, I'm saving it so chat can see. Wait. Oh
Guys.
no.
Guys, it's-
What?
What? That's Benjoy! You don't know what you on the screen.
Wait a minute,
Not a
do you know how
headphone.
fast my brain works? That's not that fast. There. And you see, it's not, see, it's...
No, that's her current one right now, guys. That's her current
See,
one
like,
right now.
if it's all almost gone,
Hannah's
it's not
poor
gonna flick.
claws Mitchie has her chair.
The leather is gone, and the fact that she's using that and getting her ears like blackened is not a really nice feeling, you know? Then you can show the one
No,
I
there-
haven't used in ages. I think it's good if I just hand it over to you so that you don't have blackened ears.
No, wait,
The thing is,
no, wait, there. Wait, I can zoom. Look, there's a part of it over there that still has some. See, that's why I said almost. Wait, here, let me borrow Ray. You see this part? Wait, no, that's not the... Where's the image? It needs to be below you. It's beneath you. Wait, thoughts? Okay, here. This part, right here, right? That part still has a bit of black on it.
Okay, y'all, everyone say it like you can just replace the parts. I'm gonna tell you real quick. Replacing things, that's not really a PC.
See,
in
there's
Indonesia,
there's
is not
still
the
some parts
easiest
on
thing
top.
to do, guys.
Can you replace the top part too?
Most of the places that ask for replacement and stuff here are bootlegs, and you don't know if they work or not. That includes phones and everything else.
I just realized the top is fucked. But there's still leather on it. Some parts of it. Question marks?
I think I just want her to get a better headphone because I do
Sorry.
realize that the Audio Technica headsets with
From
the
afar,
leather
it's
and
not that
stuff,
bad.
it's not doesn't really work well in Indo. And here's the thing,
Like from afar, it's not that bad. It just looks great. It's fine.
girl.
Yeah.
Girl.
I mean, yeah. So when Ollie had to borrow it, I felt so terrible. I'm like, I'm so sorry that you have to put your head on.
No, but I genuinely feel like the Audio Technica ones, the one we have, it's not exactly the best, because I think I only used mine's like 2 months. I only used mine's for 2 months.
For
and it
2
already-
months?
Yeah,
I've used
and
it for
already
6 years.
started to, like, and it already started to like flake. The leather starts to flake, so I stopped using it because it was heavy as well.
When
So
every time I'm
honestly-
done streaming, my ears are all black and I have to go like wash my face and my ears and everything. And sometimes they get everywhere. Like the other day, I wore my hoodie and then I got too hot, so I took off my hoodie. I put it on the desk and it came off black because parts of my desk just have flakes of leather on it.
Like, for the meantime, when I drop by to your place, just use mine since it hasn't flaked off entirely just yet. So you just use that. When I go to Japan, if you want to get the exact headphones that most people in studios use, I could grab them. The one that...
Is Sen okay?
The one I have is a Sony one, which does not...
Thank you for the tip. I'll save up for it. Thank you, Alicia. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's preparing. He's gonna speak Indo to me, isn't it? The reason they flake is because
Yeah,
leather.
that's what I think so too. I think
Oh.
the Audio Technica one is just fucked. I really think the Audio Technica one is just fucked.
Maybe if we don't look
So
at the
that's
top
why I
part.
do want to get you the Sony ones, the one that I asked Tomo Sensei and like my
Hi.
other that they said that the best one to use is the Sony one. It's universal to use. So
Oh.
I might go to Japan this year. I could get you that, but please don't use that shitty ass thing. Like,
That's the, okay. No, to be fair, I'm using it because it's the only one I have.
then I'll just give you the one I have. That, as long as you have the thing,
I'll
at least it's
borrow
not
it.
flaking.
Thank you.
Wait, you should show the
Arigato.
picture. You should show the
Which-
picture of mine
which
where
picture?
it's still. I sent you one.
No, yours are brand new. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
No,
Wait.
it has a little bit of like flakiness, and that's me only using it for like
Ayala.
3, like a month or 2, and it's only when I record vocals, and I would never use that usually. I
Here,
would never
this
use
is
this, guys. I really
This is
think
Ray's.
this headphones is
like what
actually
it's supposed to
shitty.
look like.
No, the thing is, I really think this headphone is shitty because the only time I use this is when I record for singing and not for streaming. I don't use this for streaming at all, and I use it for recording back then, but it flakes on its own, so I think it's shit. I think the leather is shit.
Yours is still black. No, when I saw it, I'm like, oh my god, I forgot what that's what it's supposed to look like.
You know, I will go outside today. I'm just gonna drop it to your house before I go on my day. Stop getting black ears.
I'm so...
No.
I have microplastics
No.
in my ear, you think?
With ears that big, I'm pretty sure. Girl.
Aduh, sakit perut. Yeah, okay. It's okay lah. My thingy solve. Where's my notepad? Ray will let me borrow her thingy.
Just take it. I
Ray.
don't use it anymore. You don't need to borrow it. Just take
You
it.
sure?
I'm using a
Ray's
different headphone.
kindly.
You know my ears are sensitive to headphones, right? So
Yeah.
I actually have pain using headphones, so that's why I had the bonier one thingy. So I have
The
no
one.
use of headphones.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There are ones with fabric ear cups that exist. Her headphones. Pet the Ray. Someone redeem a head pad so that Ray will low key also get head padded thoughts.
I'm gonna get squished, man.
No, surely. Tada! See, you won't get squished. Oh, dude.
That's a lot of pressure. I think I'm gonna
Aya!
get squished.
There was a bonk and there's a word.
Oh, I'm definitely getting swatted, man. I'm just swatting what's fucking swatted.
It's like
oh my god,
it's
I'm
like back
about to
and
die.
forth, like swatting and padding.
Oh my god, I'm getting swatted. This is horrible. This is
The
horrible.
velour. What the heck is velour? It sounds so fancy. It makes me think of velvet. What's a velour? Is that the name of a fabric? I got my ear cushion replacement from Wicked Cushions. I didn't even know you can get just their...
No,
People
that's
are
the
confused
thing.
whether
I
to
don't think
bonk
it's
you
a
or not.
thing. I don't think it's a thing in Indo.
In
you
Indo?
know?
I can try to find it. Okay,
I'm
let
trying
me...
to find it, but I don't think the head part could be fixed.
We don't talk about the head part. Fine. Ear cover. Oh, right. Ano kung kaya lagi ni personal ketiga masih bayar child support.
Okay, wait, hold on, guys. I'm gonna show you the headphones I do want to get for her, but I have to go to Japan.
Yeah, it's crazy. Cause like when I also have to wash my hands. Cause like I said, my desk is just full of like the flakes, and my hands are also like low key blackened when I finish streaming. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is.
Do not make it an it is what it is. You deserve better.
Cause like okay, see, like for example, like first, like upgrading PC and then headphones, and then my phone might die in the I don't know, foreseeable future. Phone, I don't even need like a latest one. I just want one that's not dying. Phone, right? A curving iPad will last me a while. Probably. I just mainly use it for tracking.
I think you just need a main phone so that you can use your dying ones as your current like VTube studio stuff. But you need a phone that people can still contact you with eventually. So that's something you don't need to get 17. You could actually just go up to 15 or 16. It's okay. They'll still last.
Okay,
No need to
what
go
else?
17.
And that's,
So
like hardware crap. And then there's like things that are not hardware that I want to save up for. Like,
Okay, like a 3D model.
oh yeah, that too. 3D model. Wait. These are all, I'm just listing out my dreams, chat. Like, don't worry about it. I'm just listing down my dreams.
No. It's a community effort. We worried about it because if you stream, we need to support that, you know? That's why the more you stream, the more we can support, okay? Even if it takes a while, it's fine. Do not say don't worry about it, girl.
Nga mga report. But okay. I mean,
Udah repotin aja sih, what the fuck? Don't be such a safe man. Just repotin people, man.
I can't.
You are going against the things you say to me. She's like, oh, I don't want to bother like trouble people. And then another time she'll be saying, I live to annoy people, just like
Oh,
my
not two different things
grandma
lah.
does.
I have a
What do you mean
personal.
two different things?
I have a
It's the
personal
same
code of
thing.
conduct. I have a personal code of conduct.
What's that
It's a very gray area. 3D model. And then new model. I don't want to have a new. Well, basically it's like re-debut. And that what did I do to deserve this bonk? Nothing.
I mean, it depends. If you do want it to be like quote unquote like more budget friendly, your 3D model should be the redesign, and you only use your 3D model, or vice versa.
Yeah. So like, I'm choking. I'm gonna die. Okay, but basically, chat. I'm wanna do like a re-debut type shit, which means I was thinking about it this morning while I was eating my egg. Re-debut would need like new model, which means we need art. Well, I need art. I need the art for the live 2D, and then the live 2D rigging. Sorry, I'm sorry, chat. I'm making my personal to do notes right now before I forget.
Okay. It means chat knows what to like look forward to, and basically, chat, we need to spread the agenda. We need to grab more people to watch. To convince that this dog does deserve all
And then
this stuff.
covers. Oh, I have one in progress right now, but like more in the future, right? Thoughts?
Yeah. So when are you finishing recording that?
Don't worry about it. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Do you need a deadline? Do you need me to hound your ass?
I think what you should do is go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT how to work with ADHD people. Giving me a deadline may or may not work. Thoughts?
The thing is like how you function. Wait, maybe she should take the test.
Kanasan.
I took a test about ADHD and autism thingy because of Sen, and I got 111 points. So I'm like borderline about to head there. It depends on you. Do you know when? Okay, to be honest, I don't think you can use ChatGPT, but do you remember moments where you feel like you're so focused and you got things done? Like what?
No, my
what
problem
was-
is if I have to do A,
Mhm.
I'll complete B, C, and D and not A.
That's what
Thoughts?
I do too. But do you remember when you did A and then you focused to finish it? Do you remember the feeling of it?
We have different brains, right?
Yeah, we have different.
We totally have different brains. Like, instead of doing A that I'm supposed to do, I'll finish 10 different tasks that's not for A. Because I'm
Yeah, I do that
procrastinating
too.
and it gives me anxiety. Probably
I do
something like
too,
that.
But eventually, you have to do A, right?
That's debatable.
When? Oh, okay.
It's okay.
Alright.
We'll talk about my issues later. What? Thoughts? I want to ask, what if you list our dreams? Can this be like a subathon? Like a kind of like, you give us whimsy, we give you money.
Yeah,
Would you
it's
guys
true.
really... Ako... I'm afraid I'll be
Can
a
you-
bother. Okay. I know I have issues. Okay, no. Inner
If
peace.
it's
I'll...
bother means you
Yeah.
are forcing them to do.
Mm,
But just because you want to do a sabaton, it means that if they want to willingly support you, they can. But you're not forcing them to. You're just giving them a place to support, and they know where the support goes. Because honestly, as a person as well, and most people in chat, I'm pretty sure they can agree, when they know where their support is going to go to, they would be more inclined to help you because they know it will make you feel happier, two, increase the quality of the entertainment.
Is that true, chat? I heard you should replace your headphones. You just come in here. My headphones are fine. We don't need to see me.
Oh,
They're
just give me
fine. They're not
one
that bad.
for now.
No, look. See, it's fine. Wait, thoughts. Wait.
No. We're
No,
giving
they're
you
fine.
mines.
Look,
No,
they're
we're
perfectly
giving you
fine.
mines for now. We're giving you.
Look, they look fine.
That's mine. That's mine, you don't know head. I will literally give you that. See, look at that. I like dog. Wanna see her happy, but time zone sucks. See, people just want you happy.
Oh,
I know you, and I
that's
know
so
you will say,
strange.
but Chad, I'm already happy. But you could be happier. You know, that's the conquest. You know, that's the quest for most people.
Being
I want
happier?
my dog to be happy. Yeah. Haven't you ever thought about?
Isn't that
being
asking for
happier?
too much though?
No.
Hmm.
You do know that when you are just happy, it'll eventually
Yeah.
become normal that you're happy. That's why you need to seek more happiness. So
Seek
that you
more
always feel
happiness?
happy. Yeah, because happy can become mundane and normal eventually. When it becomes the normality. Your headphones are like Michi's chair. That is a very, very...
One of her chairs looked like something gnawed off it. I don't even like.
Well, I
Ray,
really
you know the
think
one I talked about, right?
The one that looks like it got chewed.
Yeah, that one really had
Yeah.
issues.
Apparently, she gripped it real
it
hard,
Thunder?
but it really looked
Bruh.
like an animal like chewed on it. So I'm like, I don't know what your grip is, girl. Like, why is your grip like an animal, man?
I don't even know what that
I was
one.
like, because I know Greg would not be able to do that. Greg wouldn't be able to do that. Like, Greg would probably make like scratches, but that really
No,
looked
a
like
rat. That looks like a rat got to it.
No. Rats don't do that. As someone who had a house infested in rats back
I
then.
thought you were
that is
gonna
not-
say you had rats.
I mean, I had rats back then in my old house. Why do you think I moved out?
Okay. We did it. Did we? Yep. Pete, thank you for the sub. I got my
Yeah, see,
sub
people want to see you
goal.
happy. Come
They're
on,
so-
girl. It's
people are
2026.
so
Stop thinking that you
nice.
wanna, that you are going to get. How do you say it? Like you're going to bother people. The point of you streaming is to bother people on their day. Because most of the times when you stream, it's either nighttime for people, I'm assuming, and they're like, damn, I need a little bit of excitement before I go to bed kind of thing. Or it's daytime in the office and they're seeing PowerPoint presentation or Microsoft Word and they're like, damn, this is boring as hell. I wonder who's streaming. Oh my god, it's Kana Tamachi the double. I wonder what she's gonna say today.
You're so
Did
silly.
you know? And then it's like, I have
Then it's...
I need to work on this so I can focus on the stream, you know? It's the vibe. It's the vibe.
It's the vibe of me having a mental breakdown. What goes into a cover again? Instrumental, art,
Instrumental
mixing,
art, tune time mix.
tune, time. Ugh. Why so complex la? Animation. If
Again,
any.
I can just give you one person or like two. I can animation. Oh, okay, all right, girl. You wanna go?
What?
You wanna go that
No,
way?
wait, sorry, I meant
awesome.
MV. Chat, I meant MV. Do you think I have
Oh my
budget for
God,
that?
she's going
Thoughts?
animated.
you're so silly. 3D model and then actually like 3D model tracking thoughts. Trackers? Is that what they're called?
That depends. It depends if you want full body or not. But for now, you can still just use like VTube Studio if you just want upper body and
that's
leap
interesting.
motion if needed. Yeah.
What if Kana did the animation herself?
If you
Sorry,
wanna be
I'm laughing.
specific,
Just like
the-
imagine.
No, there's for 3D model tracking, there's also the one that you can use on the computer.
Movie Maker. What? I just typed Windows Movie Maker. Sorry. Thoughts?
I mean, it's fine if that works for you.
I'm kidding. No, it's more like... What else was in my brain? I feel like I forgot.
Did you want it to like have someone redo your assets? Do you want anything that goes with your
Assets.
branding and stuff like that? Like stream assets, custom
Do you know-
music and stuff.
Why is streaming so complexity? Thoughts? No, it's okay. I'll just do my own overlays because hemat this.
Honestly, she's actually pretty good at her overlays, but she's also saying like, no, it's not. Everyone could do this. It's not that hard. I'm like, you.
Hey,
shut
Kana,
up.
first time watching the stream. Hi, welcome. Thank you for dropping by.
Oh.
You drop in on me making a list. Michi stream with the meowing. Well, I don't even know what a meowing
first
video is.
impression. It's the one you went nya nya.
No, I don't remember. No, I don't.
I will remember.
None of us have any recollection of that, right,
I
chat?
will remember.
We have nothing. Pharaoh texted me early morning, cursing me like, "That song is stuck in my head now. Take responsibility." Is she Pharaoh? I thought you were
That's a skill
asleep.
issue, Pharaoh. Pharaoh, you know what? That's a skill issue. You just have to delete your brain, just like I did. I don't remember the song anymore. I remember the title. I don't remember it.
No, it's been keeping me up at night. I swear, I'm trying to sleep and I
What
close
the-
my eyes and
what
it's ringing in my head. I know.
You just want to feel that way. I don't know, girl. I
No,
can't help
it's
you
more
there.
like, you know when something is just stuck in your head?
out of everything, unholy.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I got this. What was the earlier? Someone said Kanathon. Is that the solution? Question mark.
Yeah, Kanathon helps if you want to do like subathon. 'Cause I've seen people actually do subathons for like if they wanted to move out or like or they wanted to like celebrate something, or it's kind of like, oh, I want to do this because I do need to like
Show Pharaoh my current headphones. Pharaoh, are you sure you don't want to know? So, in chat, do we really? Should we show Pharaoh? Nola. And the people who just dropped by, they don't know. They don't know what
You
it
know,
looks
it's funny you
like,
say
and
that,
that's
but
okay.
You sent it to me, so I have already forwarded it to Pharaoh. But it's okay, Pharaoh. I'm giving her mines, which is the exact same brand that I
Look,
haven't used.
see,
because it's bad.
look. See, I have given picture. I've done my responsibilities. Makasih ya, Beb.
You deserve that, honestly.
Look there, Ray and Annabelle. Wow, you're all conversing in the background. I see there.
We're
See,
just
that's not
concerned.
terrible. Thank you, sugar.
No, sugar. You shouldn't do that because if you say, "Oh, that's not terrible," just live like a hobo for a while. It's the kind of energy you're doing, and this girl is supposed to be what you
See,
you
there-
say.
There's
calm
still a
and
part of the
composed.
leather there.
Do not
The-
encourage bad behavior. She literally says, "You know, I always when I take off my headphones, my ears turn black. You know how that's bad. You know, that's
It's
bad."
okay. Well, see, it's supposed to be black like the top part, but it turned gray.
Please do not support our bad behavior.
I'm turning
Bad
on my
behavior will
PC.
last forever.
Wait, no,
Dogs
you
need
have
to
a
know what's bad.
Pharaoh. Aren't you sick? Pharaoh is sick, chat. Pharaoh should rest and should
You're
not be
sick,
subjected
Pharaoh?
to.
The fuck? Oh, probably because he's been
Right.
staying up for.
Yeah, because because Unholy kept playing in his head and he can't sleep apparently.
Okay, so
I'm
that's your
kidding.
fault then.
I don't even know the song. I don't know what we're talking about. I can't scold her on this. My headphones has more tape than plastic. You understand me, too. You.
No.
Technically be an
Listen,
improvement.
listen, guys. Listen, guys. I know we all try to struggle through what we have,
Yeah.
but I don't think this girl should because she's barely surviving. You know. So
You know,
honestly,
hey, I make do. I make do. That's why I still wear the shirts that I have from like middle school. I make
That's
do, chat.
girl,
I
that's no longer make do. That's a struggle. That's a struggle. That's not make do.
It's
Make do
making
is
do.
like- No, that's not make do. That's a
What's
struggle.
no making do is using what you have as long as it still works, right?
That shirt is dead.
Uncle, so many.
You're
Yeah.
gonna tell me if you have a shirt with only like one piece of fabric left in the middle of your tatas, but everything else is gone. You're gonna say, I'm making it work. It still works because one little itty bitty piece of fabric is right there. You're gonna tell me
They
that's
didn't
how a
know
shirt
which part
works?
was ripped.
That's what you said with your pants too.
No,
It's like,
but
oh, no, the entirety of the pant is right there, and you know the hole is right where you don't want the hole to be. And you're like, oh yeah, it really does work. Having so much air in your systems, you know, like over there, passing through breeze here, breeze there. You know, that's a struggle. Stop that. Do not drastically homeless.
That shirt is dead. Your chest killed it.
That's
It's-
true. Wait, real question.
What?
Do you even have a bikini? You don't. Do you
Bikini?
wear bikinis?
Indonesians wear bikini. I'm kidding. Thoughts? I have swimwear.
Okay, your swimwear is not like bikini, right? So it's what?
It's
wait,
like this.
Is it like a surfer wear?
It's like this. I just refer to all of me. It looks like this. I have like a top part and your face is covering me, but who cares? I have a top part and I have shorts. It looks exactly like this.
I see.
What if I've just been wearing swimwear this whole time? Thoughts?
So that's why you get sprayed.
That is not the thing.
You know,
Hello,
it
hello,
all makes
good
sense, guys.
morning.
Send the spray one more time. She's going to take a swim.
Wait, I had thoughts. Just don't swim. Just don't swim in your sleeper.
Anyways, you have a ring
Kasi, babe.
from Pharaoh. You probably should have.
Oh, is Pharaoh ringing? Wow, chat. The amount of concern. You guys are so concerned for me. Thank you. Kasi, babe. Are you? Are you? Ring, ring. Oh, man.
There she is.
Hello.
You know, Pharaoh, it's bad enough that I ended up coming into call before you. You know how fucked up that
Don't
is,
you
right?
have a headache?
No,
Shouldn't you be
funny. As I went to
sleeping?
sleep, went to sleep kind of early or whatever, right? And I was sleeping,
Oh,
and then I just
no.
woke up. I don't know why.
Like your eyes
And,
opened like mid-sleep. Like
You
My-
had
my-
like
my
something
eyes-
happening in my sleep.
My eyes opened, and I couldn't figure out why. And then a voice which should have been in my ear, the
Wanna
fucking
dance?
dog, and I'm like, oh.
Kan
see,
kita
it's
berdua
okay.
libur
Yeah,
jangan
you
marah.
can't
I turned on my screen.
Ampun, kita berdua
It's
libur.
okay. You know what we have here? We have
Mau ngedate
1,000 milligrams of ibuprofen blended
I'm
with
getting
fucking, what
damaged.
is it? Acetaminophen. So I've got acetaminophen and
Oh, I
ibuprofen.
forgot that's the full. Okay, sorry. I've been listening to both you and my freaking sound alert of like makasih ya babe, blah blah blah, the full thing. Sorry. Oh man, didn't we take that out already?
No, it stays.
No.
It stays.
Iron Girl,
Until we
thank you
find
so
something
much
better.
for the bits.
Until we find something better. Until we chop up Unholy.
I can actually
And
get
then-
new shirt.
You need
Mhm.
new shirt.
Thank you.
You
Go
need
on.
you need a lot of new things.
You need new headphones. I don't even have.
You know,
I don't even
I-
have.
it's okay. I'll give her mine for now.
Okay,
And I'll grab her
okay.
a better one later on because
That's fine.
I've been telling her to get a new one. She does not.
Funds. No more
Well,
like I'm saving up
once she
for
gets-
things.
Once she gets
Right.
paid out from the Unholy Night, like, she should be able to afford a new shirt or two, some new headphones. I'm gonna
It's no.
Chat.
It's, thoughts?
chat. What do I do with the dog? Chat. What do I do with
Wait.
the dog? Because I'm at a
I
loss.
have been discussing with chat that she does need a PC
What
update
the-
because there's a lot of stuff that she can't really
Color
do aside like
source?
playing very light games and
Oil.
her current model, which is not supposed to be
What?
the heavy.
Oh.
Why did
Oh.
What did you do?
My brain is not working. Where are you? Wait, no.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Is it a
What
good
is
time
What
to
did you-
tell you that?
What
Oh.
did you do? What did you do to your screen?
Nothing.
that?
Why is the mwah working when nothing?
Thank you,
Ah.
everyone. I will be making this girl get stuff. I'm
What?
so tired.
Zero Raven,
Why do you-
thank you for the. Don't
What
talk
is
about
that?
it. Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask. You know how my brain works. I wish I knew
What?
too.
Why is there just a big gray block? What is the block for, Kana? What is the
Um,
No, I was trying to do a thing. I was gonna do this. Look,
Mm.
right, and then
oh.
it
Uh,
went away, and then I didn't know how to make it small.
Mhm.
Do go on, please ignore me. I don't
This
even
is- this
exist,
is-
chat.
But yeah, right now her throne does have 3 of the important things for her PC. Motherboard and CPU should be like doable at the same time as she saves up for that as well. GPU is the final boss because this girl, she has been thinking about like, I should save up for a model and blah blah, but what if the model gets, because right now you're using an old model. You're using an old model and basically the size of the models are, you know, it's back then. It's not that heavy. So the fact that your PC is already struggling with playing like a bit like harder games with your old model,
Yeah.
which is not supposed to be that heavy,
Honestly.
means you're fucked. Therefore, your priority
Yeah.
should be upgrading your PC
Yeah.
first, then the models. It
Agreed.
doesn't
Not
matter if you have
upgrading
like a better
PC.
model, but you basically run at like 2 FPS or something.
Is it really that bad? Question: Is
you
my
told
PC
me
really?
you couldn't even play Monster Hunter, and then there was
Isn't
games
Monster
that, like,
Hunter heavy? Question mark.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. Is if your
That's
your
the
computer is struggling to play a basic game,
That's a
Monster
basic
Hunter is a
game.
basic game. That's a
That's a
basic game.
Most
That's a
streamers
basic
play-
But,
game.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Girl, right now most people have
What does
have
she have right
30,
now?
20.
What does she have
Yeah,
right
Monster
now?
Hunter Wilds is a bad. See,
She still has a
Thoughts?
20 series GPU.
Girl, she has not
it's not
upgraded
that bad.
from her debut. Think about it.
Oh,
Think about it.
wait. This is the same computer from when she
Yes.
debuted?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the same one. That's why it's outdated. I upgraded from like the 10 series to 30s. That's why I could last for a bit. But she's still at 20. So she never upgraded to 40 because she wasn't streaming at that time. But now that she's streaming more often and Twitch is technically a little bit more heavier, she should be at her 50.
Cause like you
She
know
should
what
be
my
able to.
train of
Well,
thought
I mean, if she
usually
had a
is.
40, she'd be okay. I still run a 4070, and it's fine.
She doesn't
I
have.
mean,
She doesn't have a 40.
but a
She's on
20?
A 20.
I'm on 20 series
She's
as well,
on-
but I don't
was it
stream.
Oh
2016?
God, she's still on DDR4.
Yeah, she's still on DDR4.
Oh.
She's still on DDR4. Oh no.
Wait, Kana.
Huh?
The PC parts that perhaps got funded. Did you get like?
Makasih ya, Beb.
Wait. Did
Thank
you
you
also
for
add
it.
like RAM sticks as well? Because that's the little bit iffy one.
Donating to can be written off as charity.
Yeah, she
Am I
does
a
need
charity
new
case?
RAM.
Thoughts.
Wait, I need to check. Hold on, guys. Can we check her throne activity orders? Wait. Can we check that for her? Can you
1-200.
check that?
Aha.
Gifters. Okay, wait. Let me check if did she put RAM. She did not put RAM at all.
There's
My
no
RAM is
RAM.
32, right?
No.
Oh,
If you get a
oh,
new,
it's
if you have a
Huh?
new GPU, new motherboard, new CPU,
Uh-huh.
you
Uh-huh.
need RAM. You need a different RAM to
Huh?
support those three. You can't use your current RAM right now.
I can't?
I don't think
No.
so.
I mean,
No.
you can, but it's gonna be bad.
It's not gonna be good.
Oh, how do I send her the 64 gigs of RAM that I have? Like, there's no way to do that, right? Because Indonesia dumb, like they take it and destroy
Wait, what?
it, right?
How much? Wait, what?
RAM?
I have 64 gigs of DDR5 sitting in a box behind me.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need a higher DDR, and if you're getting a 5070 Ti, I don't. She's trying to get a 5070 Ti. I don't think
Yeah,
her current
DD
DDR4 is
Someone-
gonna work.
No,
No, it's more like
DDR4
someone
ain't,
made that list for me and I just
DDR4 ain't gonna
followed.
do it. Yeah, DDR4
we
ain't
could
gonna
make
do
a
it.
list. Hold on. Let me grab from.
I
Wait,
made
you're technically
list.
just building the same thing I am. Then just use my build.
Huh? But isn't your case different? You got a new case, didn't you?
You have to get a new case in a sense.
Okay. Let me try to list this, chat, in the
Honestly, wait, no, you're
in the list of
your
priorities.
PC case is bigger than mine. I'm using a
Yeah.
mini ITX. So I
Holy
have to get
shit, the
I'm
motherboard
ATX.
the
hold
motherboard
on.
is almost fully funded. That's crazy.
chat!
Yay!
Hold
on.
Seriously, you guys. What the heck? Anonymous user. Aw, guys, thank you so much. You don't feel pressured to.
No, this is not pressure too. It's more of like this girl is unbelievable. Kind of, I'm helping out kind of thing. If it's pressure, it'd be like, guys, please donate right now. I need it so badly. But it's literally me, guys. As her friend, I'm literally on my knees right now. I am doing a Nogeza as we speak.
More like, girl, you stream like this. Yeah.
Exactly.
Usually what goes in my mind, like for example, if I thank you. Usually I would be like, things that is like painful for me is kind of like fine, but like if it's things that can directly make people happy, then I would probably like make that
hold on.
more of my priority.
I'm
You
gonna
know?
crush this. I'm
Guys,
gonna
please
crush
donate
this
right
whole
now. She
like,
really
argument right
needs
now.
it.
Okay, so
Wait,
here's the way it
send
works,
it.
Kona.
Mm.
Okay, as your manager. Anyway, listen. The improvements that the community are helping fund to your computer will enable you to be able to do more things on stream, ergo allowing you to provide more to the community.
Wait.
Because you'll have a computer that's powerful enough to do more things. So this isn't necessarily them contributing to make. It's not just about you, it's about everybody. They're contributing to their own future happiness because you'll have a computer that is more capable of doing stuff so you can stream more activities.
Wait, Pharaoh, can you double check? Because her the motherboard she put is DDR5, but the
Yes, that is a
GPU she put
DDR5.
is DDR7.
Okay, okay, with
So
the
Okay.
so the RAM that is on the graphics card is not relative to the RAM that you use for the motherboard.
All
It's
right.
the,
Okay, good.
they're different
That's
things,
fine
yeah.
then.
Yeah, the 50
Investing
series
in
graphics cards
content.
have DDR7 on them, but that doesn't matter. It's that's perfectly fine. That motherboard,
All
a
right.
B850F. Wait.
No,
What?
that
Oh,
that's why
that is like
double
the-
check for me, because the one that I built up
It's-
right now is
So like, okay, so that isn't the worst motherboard in the world, but it's not like the best. It'll work with that. It'll work with that GPU,
Yeah,
and it'll work with that graphics card, so it'll be okay. It's fine. It's fine.
It was most like I asked someone
Yes,
to
and
like
it's a
help me
B
make a
series.
list. I asked someone to help me make
Kana?
a list. Yes, and
Kana?
yes. Hi.
Kana, moving
Yeah.
forward, you ask me
Oh.
because I would have gotten you on a completely different fucking motherboard. That's a B series. That is.
'Cause
I'm
they
on an
were
X
like,
series. So
here's mine right now, Pharaoh. The one I managed to like
yes,
bring up,
and yours is
except
old,
for
and
the
yours
except for the
isn't bad,
'cause- yeah, you
but
know,
it's still a B series.
I asked the person, and the person was like, well, you know, with your budget, this is probably all you can afford type shit.
Yeah,
you know.
see, but if you'd asked me, I'd have been like, yeah, but with your community's willingness to support you, you can do this or you can do that. See, there's a difference.
But I
you know,
didn't
mine
want to
is-
trouble people.
Oh God. Mm.
help me.
Sorry.
It's okay. A B series will work. A B series will be fine. And moving forward, Kana, please, I beg you. I am sitting here on my fucking knees. I'm begging you. Ask me questions. I'm here specifically to try to help you with streaming relating things. This is the chat. This is that same thing of I was lonely, so I listened to your cringe ass voice recording, and I'm like, my sister in Christ, it's called Discord. You press a button and it notifies me that you want to talk, and that's fine. You can just press the button and say, "Hey Pharaoh, I want to talk," and I'm like, "Okay, that's cool. We can talk." I don't want to bother you. It's not bothering me. You know what is bothering me is when you don't reach out. That's what bothers me.
See? He gets it.
That's the part that
Also,
bothers me.
This is your fault, Kana. You literally drag two people to basically nag you about the same exact thing. Don't make us drag another person. Don't make us drag another person.
There's this thing, Kana. It's called "We Care About You." You're on my very short list of people that I genuinely have fucks to give, and you've got like a bucket of fucks over here that are with your name on them, but you don't use them. There's like a whole thing. Oh.
I don't want people to feel like I'm using them, you know?
If
You're-
it's not using, if okay, if we didn't offer, right? If we weren't friends, if we didn't like reach out to you repeatedly, regularly on a constant basis, like, "Hey Kana, are you good? Hey Kana, what's going on?" Then yes, you would be. Then okay, sure, you're using people at that point, like, right? But we're literally here, begging, crying, crawling on our knees to be here for you. It's not using people at that point, Kana.
Okay, a better example of using people is, say, for example, you say you do this, you open a throne, and then you basically, one, you don't say thank you, two, and then you just disappear off the internet. That's using people.
Yeah.
But I know you're not
Yeah.
the type to do that. You'll be like, guys, thanks to you guys, I get to do A, B, C, D, E, we get to do more stuff together and stuff. You repay their kindness with your time. And your time is
Yes.
not something cheap, you know?
Yes.
You
Yes.
decided to stream for the. You had a choice, and you
Yes.
like your community. You talk about the community. You like your friends too, but you're like, but what if they're busy? So I'll just hide in my own solitude type shit, which is like, girl, what the fuck? You're not the type to use people that way, man.
Kana,
Okay.
you're on the list of people that I will make time for. Like,
Yeah.
like I could be doing something, and if it's not hypercritical, I'll be like, cool, I've been doing this for a while. But Kana's like, hey Pharaoh, I'm gonna be like, hey guys, this is covered. I can handle, you all got this covered. I'm gonna go over here now. because the doggo is requesting attention, and that's okay. I can do that. It's like I'm like an entire grown ass adult, and I can do that.
Yeah, and
People
funnily
under-
enough, even if Pharaoh got like distress call, I feel like the doggo needs me. If he didn't care, and if he didn't want to, he could have just tried to go back to bed. But he's curious enough to be like, all right, what this dog doing?
Literally, the powers that be said, "Boy, psst, boy, wake the fuck up, wake up, wake. Why am I awake? Go look at the dog's stream. Go look at the dog's stream. Oh, okay. Why am I looking at the dog? God fucking damn it." What's the dog doing? The dog wearing headphones that should have been retired 10 fucking years ago. That's what the dog doing.
Exactly.
I'm not crying in a corner. I'm fine. I'm okay, and I'm alive.
I
mean, it's
literally
okay
just
to
cut. I literally
cry.
sent Kana a message today, like, listen, I don't want to be annoying, like bothering you all the time, but I feel like if I don't pester you, you're just going to sit.
No,
You're just
oh
gonna
my God.
sit over there and be like, I don't want to bother.
No,
I
Sean.
was
Actually, Pharaoh like, was
busy.
talking about it too. He's like, do you?
Yeah.
Like, I'm so
Like,
worried
Ray,
about
where-
annoying kind of like, no, she needs that because she was gonna be the type like, oh, I'll wait till they talk to me so I don't bother them. And I even told Farah about the time you're like, you wouldn't want to text me in the morning because you know I'm not a morning person, so you wait for me to wake up. And I'm like, girl, sometimes I don't say good morning just right away after I wake up. So then she just like, oh, I guess I won't talk to Ray today because she hasn't said good morning, and me literally going on my day. And I'm like, girl, if you just wanted to talk, just leave a message. She's like, but what if the notifications bother your sleep? I'm
Wait,
like,
did Moo just? Holy shit! Well, there's
What
the GPU and the fucking.
What the heck?
Well,
No, why would
okay, so there's. So we'll just have to figure out. We'll just have to figure out. Well,
you
worst case
guys-
scenario, Ray,
Mhm.
when she gets paid out for her Twitch stuff,
Mhm.
you could take her to a local place to look for RAM potentially.
The
'Cause
RAM
there's-
is gonna
there-
be probably the trickiest part right now, right?
Yeah, the RAM is definitely going to be the trickiest part right now. But
Mhm.
we'll if we can't figure it out there locally, Cow, you absolute fucking madman! You are one of my favorite
Thank
people.
you,
I want you to know
Cow.
that.
Thank you so
Um,
much. You guys, you really didn't have to.
Of course, you don't like. This is the other thing that you don't take into account, Kana, is that this makes people feel good. The whole chat streamer relationship, right? Like you go on stream, you bring the serotonin levels up dramatically. It makes people feel good. So then when they can do nice things for you because you're bringing the serotonin levels up, that makes the serotonin levels go up even higher. See, like it's, I'm telling you, this is how this works. This is exactly how this works. You are making people happy because they can support you. Get fucking loved and supported by your community, nerd.
You guys suck.
Well, you know, I think
I'm alive.
she's gonna be fine. She's gonna be fine. The fact that she's like, you guys suck. Oh, she's getting there. You know, she's learning.
There's
Good
just-
job, good job.
I don't. Because I'm embarrassed. You guys keep making me happy, and you guys keep making me cry, and it's weird.
But it's not weird. It's normal.
Okay.
You make them happy.
Mm.
They make you happy. Then it's a good mutual.
It's a
you know,
symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, it's a good thing, and not a lot of communities have that. you know. So
Yeah,
you're-
babe.
you made again. The streamer attracts the people, so honestly, it's also. a
Okay,
thing to
how are
your
you
credit
guys?
as
Let me.
well.
Mhm.
Were you guys so nice to me?
Cause
Yeah.
you're nice to people, girl.
Me? I think I'm just
It's
normal.
almost like
You're not
you're
normal. I'm
real,
sorry to
you're
say
worth
that.
being nice to. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's almost like you're worth being nice to. Holy shit, what a concept.
Yeah, you're very nice to people. You are very considerate to people, and you sometimes take it a little bit too far at the cost of yourself. That's why we get worried. You dingus.
But see, this is not that kind of situation. See, this is you're being nice to chat. You come and everybody has a good time. Think about the other night. Think about the unholy night. That's what I refer to it as now. I want you to know. Think about how much fun everybody had that night because of you and your shenanigans, right?
Mhm.
Like you got to look at it like this. Right? The world is kind of a fucked up place right now. No matter where you are, everything is kind of shit. And then you come on the internet and you do silly ass doggo things, and people can forget about exactly how fucked the world is right now, right? So that's kind of invaluable.
Okay, well, the good news is the reminder of the unholy night has made me stop crying, and I'm just questioning my life choices.
Mods, can we make a command about that? So anytime she feels sad, we put up the, you know, like
Please
exclamation
don't
unholy.
Exclamation unholy sounds amazing. We'll get to work on that.
That sounds terrible. That sounds like an absolutely
We're
terrible
gonna
idea.
use. We're gonna.
You're
Yeah, but
gonna
what we
play
need-
unholy
what I
every
need
time I'm
you to
gonna
do-
cry. I'm such a crybaby.
What I need you to
My ears
do
are no.
Is
No,
I need
there's
you
no such thing.
to make a new alert from
That's
unholy
terrible.
nya for
No,
me.
that's
All right,
that's absolutely
and
terrible.
we'll get that set up
Why the Nya version specifically? That's absolutely terrible.
because
Out of all the
that
versions, that's the one that kind of
get the
stunlocks
most.
people.
The fucking only Kana can turn yes into. I'm now questioning what I consider. Wait,
Yeah, oh yeah,
I
damn,
can upload the
Nyas
clip.
them Nyas be hitting different. What the fuck?
Okay, I've gathered
Oh my God.
myself together. Thank you guys. Thank you, Pharaoh.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone who's supporting me. I really appreciate it. I'll keep doing my best and doing even better.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Next time we do like a new model for Kana, though, I'm already saying we just go ahead and turn her into a cat girl because she meows, she meows, she there's very little barking going on.
There's been a lot of discussions. I'm actually like, after Saturday, was it Saturday, Ray? I'm losing track of days. Did we
Yes,
hang out on Saturday?
Yes. It was
Yeah, I
Saturday.
got a lot to thinking about. Doing the re-debut and everything. And I'm actually like
Mhm.
excited about planning things and everything. That's why I wanted to make a list so that I can save up for the things that I
Mhm.
think I want to do. So
Mhm.
it's been a while since I've been super excited for it, you know?
Good
I
stuff.
hope
Can't wait
I
to
hope-
see your PowerPoint presentations of
Aw,
my
man,
Here's the
again?
Plan.
do
Let's
I
go,
need to make
PowerPoint
another
presentations.
PowerPoint presentation? The last one was
I mean,
terrible.
it would be fun, you know. You can always take your own little spin about it.
Did you make a PowerPoint presentation?
I'm literally making my first one like for my read
Can't wait for
because
your
I've never
PowerPoint
made-
presentation.
Do you want to see what I wrote so far?
Send me it later. You have a bunch of people around you with lots of debut experience. That's true. Not
Mhm.
that I would have any debut experience either. Thoughts?
What do you mean? You've always done this is my 15th debut.
It's okay. It'll
Debut
be the.
experience? What's that? I have no idea what you mean.
I know. What
I've
if
never
we have,
held a
what if we actually
VTuber's
have
hand
lore?
during debut or anything. I don't know how that works at all.
You're even thinking, oh, Jet. Oh, I bet my eyes are puffy right now, and I'm snotty. So now you get me even more nasally, and that's gonna be terrible. Okay.
Amazing.
And then maybe. God. What was
Would
I
that
gonna
be?
say?
You know, I know how to make her feel less emotional. Chat. You want to see something funny? So
No.
so Yamu was kind enough to provide me with like a highlight reel from the Unholy Night, and I went ahead and
A
sent
what
it on
now?
over to
A what now?
the Sage so
A
that
what
he can
now?
react to it.
A what now? A what now? You did a what now? There's a what now? And who now? What now? There's a highlight of what now?
Don't worry about it. You'll find out.
There's a highlight of what now? Chat?
Hey, look!
Chat?
Look hey, good
Chat?
shit, Yamu.
Sarah?
Unholy night.
What the heck is that? That
Amazing,
exclamation
Yamu, thank you.
unholy. Oh, kill me. No, actually, just kill me. What the? Oh, do I want to click that? Oh, do I want to click that? Oh, do I?
You should
Nobody
definitely
click
click
that.
it. So
Actually,
that way,
nobody click
you
that.
should
Nobody-
definitely click it so that you can see what Lesage is going to be
I
reacting
gave
to.
a like and comment, guys. You guys could do
You
that
gave
too,
a.
even if it's
Why are you
unlisted.
like this? Why are you like this? Is this why you couldn't
supportive
sleep
of
at night,
whatever
Pharaoh? From the
choices
guilt.
you
Oh man.
Oh, you think this is guilt?
It's not guilt.
Both of you that think this is guilt.
Guilt? Guilt?
Oh my god, both of you that think
Wow.
this is guilt.
Wow.
Guilt? I'm
Oh,
excited.
brother.
I'm thrilled.
Asheron is
Oh,
like, I can
brother.
relive the cinema.
Wow. You know, they
This is
say
called
Mhm.
This is called Pharaoh is systematically
listen to it
building
for
a
a bit and
foundation
have
for
some
your fucking return to full-time streaming brick by goddamn brick, and
That's
Unholy
true,
is
that's
the
true.
My
best
foundation
brick I've
is
got so far.
unholy.
You're just silly. That's the
One
entire
of them.
foundation.
Me.
Any silly
Me.
thing you do, you make
Yes.
it into a brick, and then we start building the bricks.
Oh,
Anything
Yes.
silly you do,
bro.
which honestly, in a span of one stream, could be like 10 bricks. You're doing great. Chasing
Dude,
your-
I do you think I'm impaling
the unholy
myself?
stream is like half
Is
the
it
fucking
actually-
floor at this point.
Oh, that's the
Oh,
half the fucking
brother.
battle.
It's actually the... On my channel? You uploaded it on my own channel. Oh, unlisted. Thank God. No one has to know.
For now.
Actually,
Look at
chat,
that.
no one...
In a span of several minutes, it has 10 views. You're doing great. Imagine if it was
Once
public.
once Lesage reacts to
Oh,
it, we're gonna
brother.
list it. It will be listed.
Why would it be listed?
Because
Wow.
once Lesage reacts to it, it's gonna drive traffic to your YouTube channel, which will
No,
drive
it's okay.
traffic
They
to
don't have to.
your
They
Twitch.
actually... No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
No, it's already in motion. You can't stop what's
the
already
more you
been done.
deny, the more we're gonna do it. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder what inner peace feels like.
I know what inner peace feels like. It's amazing. Ah, so good.
Oh,
It's okay. You know, this happening makes me feel
Oh,
like inner peace. Like the games are
brother.
not calling me anymore.
and I still don't know the middle. No, it is actually the thing. You actually. Was this Yamu? Oh, brother. Yeah, then that's where I stop, right, chat? I will. Why would I play this? Thoughts? Why
Yeah,
would
guys,
I?
it's okay. She's not gonna play it right now on stream, but you get to watch it with exclamation mark unholy all by yourself.
No, but wow. What if we just forget that this exists? Thumbs down.
don't
I
think so.
dislike
I don't
this.
think so.
Can I dislike
It's
my
not
own
gonna
video?
You guys get to add
No.
to the views yourself. Oh my
Show
god, look at that 24
transcript.
views.
Why does it have transcript? Okay. And
Oh
then
my
it's just 99 Afghan and what the heck is this? sorry, I got distracted by whatever that
You're
was.
fine.
You're
You're fine. You're so funny.
I'm
This is
so sorry.
amazing. This is so good.
No, she's just
You know?
a walking content. It's amazing.
It is. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it really easy to help. Like, you know, she's just an overflowing reservoir of content that we can use to build the foundation.
Right?
It's glorious. I
People
love it
have
to
that.
death.
The fact that anything you do and yap
I don't know how I
about
feel about
literally is
that.
content is amazing. Wow.
Okay, but like this.
Yes. But what about this? This was
Yeah, no. Goodbye. Adios,
this was
goodbye.
this was
doesn't
like
need it.
this is like peak content right here.
No, how
Yeah,
can
it's
this
peak
be peak
content.
This
content?
is absolutely peak content. It's amazing.
I'm so proud of you.
So
you really
good.
were born to be a streamer, you know?
Are they just gaslighting me?
No, this is like
if
dead
she thinks
ass.
I'm gaslighting when I literally can't lie, it's so Jover, guys. Our friendship is so sad right now.
Okay. Well, yeah, unholy does dry your tears, apparently. I'm good.
I have been in this business for as long as you have been, kind of a little bit before, and
Business.
Unholy Night was probably has got to be in like the top 3 streams I've ever seen for just pure entertainment value. Like easily top 3 for just pure entertainment value. So
I don't know how I feel about
good.
that. No,
So good.
I think that's an exaggeration, right, Cal?
No.
You say that, but laughter cannot be fake. Fake laughter feels
No.
really horrible in your body.
Yes.
So if we laugh until we die, that means, wow, that was a good
Oh,
laugh.
and I died and resurrected at least half a dozen times that stream. It
Felt
was so
that,
good.
felt that. This girl pulls a lot of funny things.
Am I just dumb? Actually, am I just dumb? Actually. Truly.
Born and dumb.
I like how you
Raised
said
and
that to
dumb.
me, but you're literally my sister in this podcast.
Haven't been having that much fun since a long time. I'm happy that you guys have fun and you guys laugh, but I don't know how to feel. I'm happy, but at the same time.
Oh, that's okay. You can feel
This is my
confliction and
legacy.
happiness at the same time. That's okay.
True. It's exactly yeah.
I love how in the highlight there's Ray in the background just faded away, and then Ferris just sitting on the bench. It's so funny.
Exactly.
No, because like chat, can you
That
see?
caters to your grand
Look at
masterpieces,
them.
you know?
It's literally them, chat.
That means Ferris gonna sing next. Holy shit!
You're so funny.
No, of course
But
I'm
looks and
funny.
smell
I
aren't
would love to hear
everything.
that. That should be. That's
No,
great. That's a
no.
great idea. That's a wonderful
Why
idea.
do why listen. I am trying to save all of you from the fact that I can't carry a tune with both hands in a wheelbarrow. I do not understand what this absolute fixation some of you have with listening to me butcher music with my fucked up voice. How can you listen to me talk? How can you listen to me talk and think that me trying to sing would be good?
See, you're just biased, but
Thoughts?
okay, I have a really good idea. If you do a kanathon and you don't know what to put on your kanathon like milestones, you can just be like, you know, if Farrah really cares about me, he would do a cover at this number. So you get the support, but everyone also gets Farrah singing in return. See, I'm
Right,
so
I will
smart.
fly to fucking Indonesia just to
try me,
fucking
bitch.
throw you in
Try
the
me.
water.
Try
I will
me.
fly to
watch.
fucking Indonesia just to throw you in the fucking water. What water? I don't know. The nearest body of
Yeah.
water.
Joke's on you, I can swim.
I don't
You can
care.
swim?
You'll just stay in the water.
Duh, I can swim. I was in swim club.
Swim club. There is a swimming
Yeah.
club.
I was in a swimming club and I
Oh.
joined competitions back then.
Competition. Wow, we have led different lives. We have
Bro,
led
I'm
different
literally
lives.
the
I
embodiment
see.
of a tomboy. I literally do all the sports growing up. That was my shit.
I did
love
sports.
Uh-huh.
I did basketball before.
Better sub during the Canathon goal for Pharaoh cover.
We could make list. Wait, Pharaoh
Okay.
to do
okay.
cover. I love how it's on my
Hold on.
Kanathon and not a
how did this-
Pharaoh-thon.
Wait.
I mean,
How did this
it's okay.
happen?
It
Hold
could
on.
be on your kanathon. It could be on my subathon one
Wait.
day. wherever we do it, you know?
Whatever happened to like, no means no and consent is king and all of that shit? Wait, how am I getting
Consent
Oh.
is
Oh, no,
optional.
this
We've
is
been
fully
through
consented.
this.
The fact that you know both of us means you're fully consented. You know, both.
Also,
Wait,
consent
what
is
in the
optional.
fuck? What kind of jank hold what? How do where's
Consent
Michi?
is optional. Consent is optional.
This is not the first time
Consent.
Kana has said this to me. Where is
Consent is optional. Consent is optional. Okay.
It's
So,
okay.
I think
You
we'll
can trust
summarize
us.
this to like re-debut budget.
I'll make
This
you sound
is
so
the
good.
big.
I'll find the people. I'll even convince Jay Lama. Oh, you're so screwed, Pharaoh. We love to see that.
That's okay.
Mm.
Understand that. All right. You're gonna. Okay. You know what? That's totally fine.
Cover.
Put me down on the Canathon as a sub goal to do a cover. I already know exactly what song I'm going to cover, and when it drops and you guys have to listen to it, I want you to remember that you did this, that you were responsible for it. Because you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead.
What,
and
are you gonna
cover
see
it.
Barbie Girl?
No.
Gonna
What, are
sing
you gonna
Barbie
be Justin
Girl?
Bieber?
Hold on.
Oh, you're gonna be Justin Bieber? What's the worst
Hold
you can
on.
Why don't you do the Taylor Swift? Look what you made me do.
No. I'm gonna just drop it in
do? Oh, I know what
here.
you're gonna say. Wait, Sen, you know?
No. Sin knows. Sin already knows.
Knows?
Sin knows. We've talked about this. Sin. Yep.
I think that GPU.
I'm gonna channel my inner Rachel.
Hold on. I'm just gonna send this to the group chat right now.
Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. What is that? I've never seen that song.
Me being big
Honestly,
screen.
if you can pull it off, that's crazy. Because that's really deep. You got nothing on me, Pharaoh. Fuck you.
Mhm.
Can you
This is
reach
something.
that far?
This is something. It hurts, but yes. This
Oh,
is something
okay.
that Jay and I talked about doing like a while ago, and we never got around to it because like life just got busy. But like I will reach out to. They don't think it's that bad. It's so good though. It's gonna be so much fun. The AOE damage is just gonna be crisp.
I'm gonna be more impressed that if you could really reach that low without hurting
I
yourself,
mean,
you know, because that's
I
really
can't get to the exact level that he does because I'm not like, I don't have the same like physical damage that he has going on, but I can get pretty goddamn low.
Ooh.
It's just I have to practice at it. I have to work at it. But yeah, it's doable. I can get pretty close to it. And
Yippee! It's a cover!
Yippee!
If you don't realize, I'm channeling my inner Rachel right now, so whatever you say is not valid.
I feel like
What?
I'll just reach out to Jay because Mono's gonna be busy. I don't know if Mono's gonna have time to
Jay.
get involved in something like this. It'll probably be Jay.
Is this necessary again? Do I have to upgrade RAM? I forgot.
You have,
Yes.
so you can't
Yes.
use your RAM right now because it's low-key kind of like incompatible with the
can't?
motherboard / GPU. Yeah.
Oh.
Like
The DDR thingy really.
you can use the DDR4 with it, but it's gonna run like shit. Like, can you put DDR4 RAM in a DDR5 motherboard? Like, yes, technically you can, but it. Oh, that's right. I forgot. AM5. No, you're right. I forgot. Yeah, AM5 is not going to support the DDR4. Yeah, so
So they're just incompatible in a sense.
Yeah, no, that's right. I forgot it's not gonna. Yeah, because AM4 does not support DDR5 or DDR4.
That's why generally if you have to like get a new motherboard altogether, you generally kind of have to like upgrade everything around it. If it's kind of like, oh, your GPU needs a bit of upgrade, then you can. But if your motherboard is also in need of an upgrade, you kind of have to do everything around it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that the GPU got fucking covered immediately
crazy, you guys.
because that's
You guys are
one of the most
crazy.
expensive parts. That's absolutely insane. So
Yeah,
You
should
guys are
probably,
absolutely crazy.
Look if it's still in stock or not, and see what's around.
yeah,
That's true. Especially with the I don't even know the currency rate. You know what I mean? I haven't checked the price of the thing.
Wait.
You know
how
what I
much was
mean?
the- No, it should be fine. Wait, I'll double check.
Is it? I'll check. I'll double check.
well, just based off of what everybody donated on Unholy Night, like that's not even counting. That's not even counting what you got the rest of the month. Like your payout for next month from Twitch should be more than enough for you to be
I
able.
can't believe that we're calling it the Unholy Night.
Well, I mean that's what it is.
Why
Right?
is
Wait,
that?
how long
Why
has
is
she
there a
been
name
streaming
for
on
it?
Twitch? Is it a month or 2 months? Has it
I've
been
been streaming on Twitch for almost 2 months, maybe, and I got sick for 2 to 3 weeks, so a month-ish. I think.
How do you feel so far on Twitch? It's your second month in.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I mean, I'm gonna be embarrassed, but it's been really super fun. It's always wonderful. Like I don't feel pressure to stream. I always look forward to streaming. Does that make sense? I always look forward to chatting with everyone. Makes me happy. Thank you for coming by. I don't like being embarrassed. I'm gonna change the topic. And it's been great.
Okay, I just checked. The GPU that you wanted specifically is out of stock, but you can always ask the store if there's anything similar to the build, and then you can get the price similarly.
And
Yeah,
always looks
please.
forward to rage baiting. I've never done such a thing, so probably not.
And that's rage bait right there.
I'm immune to Kana's rage baiting at this point. I've
I look
adapted.
forward to seeing your. Oh my God, Sarah's the one who said I'm a dose of. Sam.
Yeah.
Even though you're always angry at me.
No. It's not anger. Don't. No.
It is anger,
not
but the
angry.
Sin's always angry though. That's the thing though. That's like Sin's kind of
That's
like I am. Like
true.
Sin just is always angry. So like don't like the fact that he spends the amount of effort that it takes to deeple like badly translated Indonesian at you. You know?
What the heck?
Whoa!
What the-
Holy cow!
Holy shit, cow!
Holy cow!
What the heck?
Cow! You are literally a
Cow?
madman. You truly are a madman of madmen.
Dios mío, cow. Dios mío.
What
That's
the heck? Thank you so much.
crazy.
That's crazy.
I feel like Cow has been very supportive or all around.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. It's like it's to the
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
you want to go speechless. I'm like, oh my god! I hope you have the best days, best sleep, best food, a lot of things.
Oh.
my god!
Thank you so much. Wait, does that mean I can use it for one of the things on the list?
Yes,
You got
exactly what
I-
it means.
so
Yeah,
I
that's
have
exactly what
to-
it means. That actually, in theory,
RAM?
that should be enough for RAM.
That should be enough for Ram.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Funding?
Yeah. Either
Yeah, in
enough for
theory, that
RAM
should be
or
enough for RAM.
your processor. Yeah, one of those.
Oh my god.
well, the processor is going to be like the least expensive, one of the least expensive parts of the whole process. Processors aren't a problem. It's RAM and graphics cards that are the problem.
Yeah. We're just missing
It's
the
like even if
CPU.
even if the CPU that's on Throne doesn't get funded, it's not the end of the world because again, like yeah. And if that 5070 isn't available, if you can find an inexpensive 4070 or 4080,
That could
that's
work as well,
fine. I do everything that I do.
Oh, right. The
And
power
I do it all
supply.
off of yes, you're gonna need a power supply, but again, power supplies aren't expensive. You got it, but we'll
That's not
go
expensive.
we'll sit down and we will go over. But there's a website. It's called here. I'm gonna drop it in the group chat.
We can just fund the PSU. Oh, do I need to upgrade my PSU?
Yes,
What's your
you
current
have to upgrade
PSU
your
right
PSU.
now?
I
It's
No,
probably
I can
fine.
already tell you right now. We're upgrading the PSU because it's old. It's old, and
Yeah.
I think
we're
I
getting
think my
ready to load up a
PC
whole bunch of
build
really
is
hot.
on my Twitch page. I think. Let
Mm.
me just open it and scroll down on the about panel thingamajig. You know the Twitch has question mark. Let me open my own stream and wait.
No, the power one is not there.
Yeah.
Really? It's not there.
No.
Yeah, 40
40
series and 50 series have huge power draw. So I can already tell you we're
Yeah.
going to have to replace the power supply. That's not even a question. We can sit down and we can go over what she needs. So now how does Throne work? So like you put those two things up there. Now do they actually like buy those things and ship them to you, or they just give you the money
No.
needed for
For
them?
Indonesia, you get like you basically get the payout, and then we have to buy it on our own.
And then we have to
Okay,
buy on our
perfect.
own.
That's actually
Yeah, so just
better
in case
that
the
way.
item does
Yeah.
not exist, we can still
Yeah.
attach to it.
Yeah, well, like I say, we can go through on that website I linked in the group chat, and we can
Oh, I
build
didn't-
the computer.
Wow.
Yeah, we can build the computer, and then it'll help us figure out how much money she's gonna need. So yeah, since they're gonna pay her out for the motherboard instead of sending her the motherboard, we'll get her on a better motherboard. It'll be fine because we can do.
The motherboard was really bugging you, huh?
It's not like the worst thing in the world, but considering what you're trying to do, there are better options available that are not that much of a difference in price. So, yeah, I have like, for example, I run a 850 watt PSU just to make sure that I have consistent power for everything that I'm doing in my computer. So. Yeah, I will. Well, trust me, guys. Listen, I've been building computers since before many of you were born. So trust, I will make sure we get a proper computer put together for her.
Yeah. The thing is that motherboard is great on a budget. You don't need to think as though you're on a budget.
Yeah.
I don't need to think as if I'm on a budget. Well, no, let me internalize that. That I've never told myself that ever.
Okay. You're on a budget, but the budget is different now.
Oh.
There's the difference. Yes, you are still on a budget, but
Different
like
budget.
the budget is going to be slightly different than what you were initially thinking, because you've got, everybody just contributed towards the 5070 and
So like dream big type shit. Question mark?
dream big-ish.
This is already big for me, mind you. I honestly didn't even think the upgrade would ever get funded ever. Genuinely.
Well, one of the biggest components has already been fully funded. So like,
yeah, which is crazy. I'm still in disbelief.
We can go through and we'll put you together a system that we'll put you together a system that will take care of what you need it to take care of. Between what you're getting off of Throne and the donos you've gotten, just like I say, next month's payout, you should have
I'll work it out.
plenty of money. So no, we're not doing dual PC. Get out of here with that nonsense, NFS. Why are you trying to make this more complicated? I will actually
Brain cells.
Yeah, okay, listen, dual PC setups are like old as fuck, and they're they're designed for people who aren't able to build like a proper system. Like the computer that I have built right now, spec wise, I could run VTube Studio any game I want to, no questions asked. I don't have to think about it. I've got 3 monitors. I've got, you know what I mean? Like everything running off of one system. And that's the goal, is to get you on a single system that just has the beef necessary to do what you need it to do, so that you're not having to dick around with, because like, yeah, you can do dual PC builds, but they're annoying.
Giving double PC to someone who isn't tech savvy is just an impending disaster.
Exactly.
I'll have you know, you think I'm not tech savvy. I'm not.
Connor, you are good with some things. Hardware is not your forte. All right, let's be honest. You are very good at other things, but hardware is not. Listen, there's a huge there is a gulf of difference between being IT savvy and being a hardware nerd. Like,
that's true. That's actually true.
They're complementary skill sets, but like, I can't do IT to save my life, but I can put a computer together without even thinking about it. Like, it doesn't even it's not even a thought process.
But to be fair, I managed to somehow build my PC by myself,
which is good.
It took me 2 days.
I'm glad.
But I
That's
did
fine.
it.
Yes.
I did it. It was terrifying, mind you. It was terrifying.
It's really hard to fuck up putting hardware together nowadays. Everything pretty much just fits one way. Like, you have to try. You have to try to screw up.
It's adult Legos.
Putting a computer together. Adult Legos. Yeah. I can usually get a build done in like half a day if I'm feeling motivated.
Oh, that's so cool.
If it's like all the way from scratch, I can do it about half a day.
Couple of months ago, I think, was it? Well, technically, I guess last year. This is gonna sound terrible. Don't kill me. But I just cleaned my PC. And I just replaced the thermal paste thing. Farrell, will you be angry at me if I told you that it may or may not have been permanently
pressed it on?
Well, it's not pressed it on. It's more like it's become part of the chip thing.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't think that's supposed to do that.
Crow, trust me, cooling for the CPU, because I do understand that she lives in Indonesia. Cooling will be something that we will be going over, because like we're definitely going to get her at least a minimum of CPU, like a CPU cooler. so that it's
Do they sell
yeah.
Noctua here? I need to check. That's pretty good.
Noctua, the fan.
Mm.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
using right now.
Yeah,
I think.
Noctua is not bad. Corsair is not
Hmm.
bad. There's a few different
Hmm.
brands. We can go, like I say, we can go over all that on
Mm.
that website because you can go through and you can look and see what's pick and choose what you want to put on there. Yeah, Noctua isn't
Ah.
terrible. Corsair is pretty good. I don't fuck with Cooler Master anymore. Thermal
wait,
Take is
why?
thermal because my fucking Cooler Master. I bought a AIO CPU cooler for Cooler Master, and
Oh.
I was still getting like pretty significant amounts of heat off of it. So I turned around and I got one from Thermal Take, and the Thermal Take one is I'm really sad. Cooler Master used to be so good. I loved Cooler Master. I used it for everything. Their fans are shit. the AIO that I bought for them turned out to be shit because, like I said, I got a Thermal Take AIO now, and it's keeping my CPU way cooler on like a consistent basis than the Cooler Master was. So we'll be looking at Thermal Take probably for all the fans and the stuff. I mean, I guess we could get Kana a Michi case.
Michi's PC is like a tank.
The CP the what you call it, Stoneforged PC case, like the one I have. Have you ever seen a picture of mine, Kana? Have I ever shown you what my? Let me look
Michi
and
uses
see.
Whimsy power.
Yes, Michi is powered by Whimsy.
Now, Chad, if you could just
Michi was,
see her webcam setup. I don't understand why the camera hasn't fallen yet, but it is what it is.
Michi just said something the other day on stream that apparently she showed my setup to who was it? I think it was I think she said she showed it to Numi or whatever, and they were all like sitting there like, Jesus, Pharaoh, your system is set up better than either of ours. And I'm like, well,
yeah, that's probably the case.
Man's is a nerd. Okay, so this isn't like how it's set up anymore right now because I've got a different desk, whatever. But that's you can see my hardware anyway. Was it Ollie? It might have been Ollie. But yeah, so that's Michi's Stoneforge case, and then like I've got the triple monitors and the mic set up. Whatever. I'm on a different desk now. I don't have the multi-tier desk anymore. I just have the
that looks
single
so
stage
cool
desk.
though. Well, you've seen my desk. We don't.
Well, we can work on that. We can work on that. That's
We can work on that.
It's okay. One by one. Probably after Ray Lens / I guess she's planning to give it to me if that's okay. Her headphones, then I won't have the black flecks everywhere anymore. That's a plus, and I can wash
But I do
mouse
think
pad.
you should get a better headphone because I do think the leather on the AT headphones suck.
Yeah.
I don't even use
do you
this
not
out.
just live with the pain? Just fight through the pain.
Not just
Also, you can-
live through the pain, Kana, please. I beg.
And also, it's not really the best headphones for you to monitor your singing as well.
It's not?
So
Yeah.
I think you can.
Isn't it
We'll
a
get you some.
monitor
We'll get you.
headphones?
We'll work on getting you
It's
some
budget.
Sennheisers. We'll work on getting you some Sennheisers and a decent audio. It's not just the headphones, but she's also gonna need like a good DAC or something like that. She needs a not onboard audio. She needs like I have a Sound Blaster. What is it? The AEX5 that I use for my DAC for my headphones.
What's a DAC?
So we'll get you. Yeah, onboard audio is actually tragic, especially for when you're trying to monitor your.
Audio?
What the heck is a
Yeah,
DAC?
like the
No,
how
we both
using.
don't know.
Okay, so on your computer, you know how when you plug your headphones directly into like your motherboard, like the jack in the back, that's onboard audio. So that's the audio built into your motherboard, right? So we don't do.
It's like your amplifier.
that. We don't do that. Yeah. So a DAC. Yeah. So a DAC is digital. Yeah, audio. Yeah, digital audio analog converter. And well, I mean that. Yeah, we get her. Well, that's what I've got is a Volt. I've got the Volt 1. What is it now? It's the Volt 170. What is it? 176 or whatever. and that's what I use for my microphone. But you could use that for your headphones as well. Yeah, I've got the Volt 176 now, and then we can start getting into getting you an XLR microphone. There's all kinds of stuff that we can do so that like when you want to sing, you'll
you
get
mean-
better.
Oh. No, I
Because
think
you can
Volt
use
kinda has
you
an
can
audio
use
interface, so we should be
I have
fine.
an interface thingamajig.
what interface thingy do you have? I'm curious.
Audient
kinda has
ID4. Audient. I'm typing it in chat because that's the only place I can chat.
Mine's
I
Minifuse
think it's
Arturia
this
1.
one. I think it's this
because
one.
my Yamaha
I think.
died.
Audient
Question mark?
ID4. Okay. let
I
me look
think?
that up real quick. I'm
I mean, I
curious
can't see. It's
what
covered
that
in
I've
cookies.
never- Audient ID4. I've never heard of that.
I think. I think too. First of all, I should wear my glasses.
ID4.
Second of
Oh.
all, wait, let me see.
Okay. All right. I've never heard of Audient
I-
either. I'm looking at it now. Audient.
Covered in
ID4.
cookies. We don't talk about it. We don't need to talk
What's
about
that?
the
So
cookie
you've
part.
already got an audio. You've already got an audio interface then.
Yeah, she needs
Okay.
to for her
Yeah.
microphone. It's like the
Yeah,
one
because
thing-
Yeah.
my mic a thing. I think.
Okay, so you've already got the Fifine or whatever.
The what?
what kind of microphone are you using? Question
Rode
mark?
NT1.
Rode NT1.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
What is
on
it?
your description is Rode NT1. It's pretty
Yeah.
good. It's not a recording mic. No,
I think
Okay.
it's a recording mic.
Okay.
Mhm.
So microphone then is already covered. And if you've already got that
Yeah.
audio interface, like you should. So you
Yeah.
plug your headphones into your audio interface, right?
Yes.
Okay, then you're all right. Then you're good to go.
Hmm.
I have two different devices that I use. So I have the one interface for my microphone, and then I have the other interface for my headphones. Because I could probably use both. I wonder if I could just use the Volt now for both,
could.
and it would be okay. I'm not sure. I'd have to try.
My heart's been beating
Yes.
so fast.
Wait,
I think it's
why?
finally slightly coming because of all the excitement, maybe, and nerves and everything. And I'm not used to
Ah, it's time to get
getting
used to
loved.
It, bit by bit.
That sounds like I have a problem,
Oh.
doesn't it?
I mean,
Mhm.
with that really weird, former friend, I think you're not used to it because that bitch is weird. I'ma still say that bitch is weird.
It's okay. It is what it is. It's okay. My heart. Okay, I'm fine.
It's okay, guys.
Maybe the love
girly-
has broken the.
The girly pops help a lot with her trying to like figure out what's normal in a friendship and a healthy environment. It's still a learning process for her to unlearn all the
Mm.
weird things
Mhm.
that one bitch taught her. Yeah.
Gee, Ray, tell me how you really feel. I'm feeling a
No,
little
yeah,
confused.
no,
Like I'm not really
exactly.
understanding how you feel about the other person. Like, did you think she was something of a bitch? Because I feel like that's the energy that you're kind of giving
No,
right
I'm
now.
trying to be like,
Like-
this is not my
Trying to be
stream, so
nice.
I shouldn't cuss too much, but like, there's so many things.
Right, because I never
literally
cuss.
do to that.
Exactly.
No, it's more like I don't think you go like
Be-
angry towards
Because Kana doesn't
something.
drag me on stream fairly often, or I have to come on fairly often. I don't swear like a drunken sailor, right? Like, there's clearly Kana and her chat just can't
We
stand cussing,
behave. Exactly.
right?
I am a
Like,
female dog,
know.
indeed, yes. For now.
What the fuck does that?
What?
Does that
Huh?
mean?
Angie, what? Huh?
Did
Kana
you
doesn't
just?
really swear that much. Like she
Mhm.
does, but not that much. And it's never to the
Mhm.
point of like she says it because she hates you, or it's kind of like in a negative connotation. It's more of like if she's shocked about something.
That's
Wow,
okay.
you
I'll
re-
cuss
you
at
pay
people
attention to
angrily
me.
for Kana. That's fine. That can be my job. Can that be my job? Can I cuss at people angrily for you? Because I like
Hey,
doing
shut the
that.
fuck
I
up,
enjoy
man.
that.
Don't
It.
say it's
Mhm.
healthier for me to be angry right now and be truthful, man.
Is
I don't wanna
anger
go on a rant.
healthy?
Um, yes,
Yes.
and no. To let out anger is healthy. To always be angry is not healthy.
Ah, okay.
What are you saying, Ray?
No,
Why you
it's
gotta
okay, take it-
question my life choices?
No.
The anger's the only thing that keeps me going. If I don't have the anger, I have nothing.
You have us.
Yeah.
See, now you're less angry, and you're tuning all that anger into little whimsy.
No. We don't. No.
Oh my god! Wait, I should draw Pharaoh with a little flower crown on his head.
Oh my god, you're gonna be
Okay,
perfect.
I'm
Can I
gonna
just-
draw Pharaoh as
Can
a
I just
baby
keep
with
the
a flower
anger
crown, and
instead?
then you
I'm
can
way more
change
comfortable
his
with the anger,
head
guys.
into a flower crown Pharaoh smiley.
Thoughts?
Would
Can
that
I
be
just
Oh,
can you stick with the
yay.
anger?
Okay, I'll do that soon.
That sounds
Oh.
fantastic.
And we
Can I
just have
just-
a
can I
happy
just-
little guy.
Oh god, why you gotta be gross? I'm sitting here being supportive and you guys are being nasty. I don't understand that. That's so unnecessary.
You sound exactly like Michi. You just can't be nice to her because then she'll die inside.
That's exactly right. There's a
And
reason why
here's the
Michi and I
thing,
get along so
Pharaoh.
well.
All you have to do is just hang out with Kano just a little bit more, and then you'll start being converted like me. Even though I
Yeah.
still can
Yeah.
be disgusted, I am literally getting used to it because I hang out with her so
Yeah.
often.
Midnight,
It's your
midnight,
turn
midnight.
now.
I have whimsy. Mine is just grayscale and tastes vaguely of ashes. All right,
Oh,
my
but that's
whimsy
okay.
is.
Hang out with us, or at least specifically.
Oh, wait,
Kano, and she'll add
midnight.
colors.
Midnight. You know what? You're lucky we're on Kenna's stream, buddy. You and I have a conversation to have at some point, you little shit. Anyway, sorry.
Pharaoh's whimsy is malicious.
Yes.
Right, like all the unholy things. Like okay, all the conversation has steered me away from the fact that why is there a highlight of the unholy night? Hello? Why did we just
That's
move
not
on from
working.
that? Why is that there?
No,
Hello?
it's just that
Take it
whenever
down.
you feel sad and you feel like you're not entertaining enough and you don't give back enough, we can always look at the
Nobody
unholy
opened
night.
that
This will
link.
be-
Why is there a command for it?
Oh, because I asked you to click command.
Yes.
Why? Why
Because
would
the
you do
moderators
that?
don't.
Nobody
See,
opened that.
see, here's the thing, Connor.
It's
Here's something you need to
pinned.
understand is that your mods don't really work for you. I mean, they kind of work for you, but they don't really work. They work for me. And I kind of just tell them what to do, and I just do it, in your own best interest. Because if they listen to you all the time, we would have not half the fun that we do.
Wow, this is how I realized that maybe I just fucked myself over. Thoughts?
No.
What do you mean?
No. That's too
Hmm.
negative. More positive. You have set yourself up for greatness, you know?
That's right. That's right. You've put yourself in a place where you are surrounded by people who are maybe even more enthusiastic than you are to see you succeed as a streamer.
I thought you were gonna say to see you in pain. Makasih. Makasih ya, Beb.
I mean,
No,
I
we
wasn't
should-
gonna say
we
the
should-
quiet
we should-
part
we
out
should
loud,
just-
but
no.
Ah.
Negative thoughts should go away. You're not in pain. You're just
Ah.
in denial. But sooner or later, you'll get used to it. Just like Pharaoh will get used to the fact that I'll put a flower crown on his head, you know?
You do whatever
Oh,
you
both
want,
need to do
buddy.
it.
It's not going to change the fact that my primary emotion felt is anger.
Oh, we can change that.
You guys can't soften me, buddy. I am
Oh, we
made
can
out
change
of
that.
metal and
Oh, we can change
fury.
that.
And an overwhelming desire to subjugate the world. I mean, to elevate all of my
Did you
anime
chat?
people to higher
Oh.
levels.
We can change that.
Did Bender
Hmm.
send a link on the Discord? Wait. Well,
Did Bender send
me
a link
noticing.
on the Discord?
What the heck is that? Wait a minute. Well, not now. It's apparently been there since.
Oh
while
yeah,
ago.
that's the
What the heck
that's
is that?
when Lesage reacted to your envy baby.
They did a what now?
They
But
reacted to your
why?
envy baby. Oh my god, professional
Yeah.
singer is reacting to your envy baby.
What if they just listen and they're like, "Oh, my ears."
No,
Well, she
that's not what
has.
happened.
That's not what happened.
That's
they
not what
even dropped
happened.
by your stream to say that your tone was good. What do you think that
Yes.
happened?
They're
Girl?
being
Why
Why are you
nice.
in denial?
See, this is
No,
what
no,
happens,
that's
chat,
literally
because
my face.
see, this is what happens, chat, because Kana like absolutely refuses to like regularly communicate. So I just started doing shit. Like I'm not asking anymore for permission. I'm just
Yeah,
fucking
that's
doing
true.
shit at this stage of the
That's
game. Like
true.
she gets to find out later.
I mean, that's
What
true. It's kind of like
the-
do it and then ask for forgiveness later if she doesn't
Mm-mm.
like it. Is the vibe. That is
I'm not
true.
even asking for forgiveness anymore. I'm doing what's
I mean,
best
that's
for her,
you.
whether she likes it or not.
What the heck?
I'm doing what's
Do
best
I
for her,
want-
whether she likes it
oh,
or not.
no. I have to listen to
What's
a
stopping her
person.
from releasing more music?
What does that even mean? Wait,
Wait a
what?
person. It's you.
Wait. Timestamp. Oh, I accidentally deleted the timestamp. Wait, my brain is loading in 2:36:49. I know. People tell me I have a high IQ. Or something.
Anyway,
There. 42. 40 something. 40? Do I really have to look at this? Wait, what was the number again? I already forgot. Oh, it is there. Got it. Guys. Oh, well, you guys can't hear it, so it's okay. Aw, brother.
Every time Pana talks for any length of time now, I keep hearing the issue more and more.
well, the audio production was just dope.
The what? Oh. I should. What the heck? I have to sit here listening to myself. Thoughts?
What an interesting tone.
Interesting tone. Is that a...
Hey, it's amazing.
It's just like really high larynx,
Can't believe my
What the heck is a
besties giving
larynx?
very
react
small
content.
breath,
What the heck is
and
a
it
larynx?
allows her to get. She does sound like almost digital.
I'm AI. Thoughts? What if I'm just AI?
Part of it is the rhythmic, very rhythmic enunciation. Probably thyroid muscle contraction. High larynx on top of that, and a very
somewhat.
tiny breath. Dot dot dee dot dot dot. Right?
What is that? Their voice box? What's a hyoid thingamathing? What? Sorry, I laugh when I listen to myself.
It's
If
the
I s-
combination because like I've heard this tone quality
Tone quality.
before in
What
terms of the
is?
technique and the technical approach, but the rhythmic emphasis. Nice
The
triplets.
what now? What's a triplet? Oh, this is my face.
Also, really sensitive delivery.
Layman's terms, he finds the way you sing to be incredibly intriguing because of the way that you do it is very.
Yeah, it's actually that is appropriate. There's a lack of overtones, more like flute-like. It's a flute
What the
with
heck is
very
an
almost like a
overtone?
sine wave.
Wow, me realizing I don't know anything. Sorry, my face.
I like how it takes
And I love
two
like
professionals
there's
to
a
cover
use of
proficiency for you to
I want a
realize,
people save.
do I really sing intriguingly?
Yeah.
Right.
No, my
Is this
face
all
is
she
like,
has?
I know. Is this? Yes, that's all I have, sir. I'm so sorry. Yes, that's all I have.
Wait, this is it? This is all she has? Is this
Yes.
the only thing she has?
That is the
That's
only
it?
thing I have. That's it.
This is all she has. What's stopping her from releasing more music? Like
What's
Mono
stop-
does.
See? See, even Lasar says that. And oh, I'm so done. I'm so tired, man. I'm so fucking tired. Like,
No,
literally,
no,
this is the second
isn't
part-
it? No, wait, no, isn't it more of like, well, I can't analyze this without more things to analyze it from thoughts?
No,
Girl,
it's
stop
literally
make- Shut the fuck up. Stop
No.
making scenarios in your head. That
What?
diminish
no,
your-
it's
your own
it's
talents and
literally
skills.
when hold on. I can say I can speak on this because I was the one who showed him the fucking video. And when I showed him the fucking video, he was like, "Wait, is this all she's done?" I'm like, "Yes, this is all she's done, and it's gonna piss you off." And he's like, literally, this is all she's done. I'm like, "Yes, it's all she's done." And he's like, why? This is wrong. There should be more. And I'm like, yes, Lesage, I know there should be more. So yeah, that's why he's asking if there's any more. Okay. All right. In Kana's defense, all right, when Kana and I we talked about
Defend
this before,
me.
in Kana's defense, making song covers costs this little thing we like to call money. And since she made Envy Baby, the cost of making covers has skyrocketed. It is
true.
outrageously
Pharaoh,
expensive.
It's real sweet for you to cover for
To-
Kana, but I literally gave her options on like, here's how much I spent, and it's not as much as all the other girlies, but it's still decent enough for her to practice things.
I feel like making covers to practice. Like
No, here's the thing. The thing is like she's worried about that it's not gonna sound good the next time. But I literally have people that
I don't even know if this sounds good. What do you mean sound good the next time?
this
hello?
sounds great.
Yeah,
Shut up.
that's the
Shut-
thing.
shut-
So that's
shut-
the thing.
shut-
So
sit.
she found me a vocal teacher.
If you just told me to
that
sit.
initially that she wanted
did.
to like try. Eventually she did go to this vocal teacher and
Ugh.
she just doesn't
I got
believe when the
bumped.
vocal teacher actually said like, so what do you want to improve from the singing? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, what do I need to improve? And he's like, there's nothing
Yeah.
to improve
Oh.
unless you want to
Yeah.
make it better, but that's all up on you. She has a nice tone, she's not off pitch, her breathing
Right.
is not bad at all. So
Yeah.
literally a professional coach, now twice, kind of in a sense,
Yeah.
just said like, hey, you really have a good way of singing. And then she's like,
I found a
Yeah.
I can't trust
nose.
this person. And I'm like,
I feel like
I
if
found a
you
nose.
if you get the chance to do the lessons with Lesage, which we can talk about that like the logistics of that later, but the way Lesage breaks down the way people sing, I think will make a lot more sense to you because like he'll be able to explain it to you like Lesage can tell if you're sitting or you're standing when you sing just by listening to you sing.
Wow,
So-
that's crazy.
Yeah, like, I think you would benefit from somebody that will. He's very good at like breaking down how things work.
also.
So,
I still don't know
but
what
it-
the
but-
hyoid.
It's
Larynx.
parts of your it's parts of your
It's
throat
parts of
and,
you-
like your mouth,
yeah.
so it's kind of like stuff you have to learn.
He'll show you.
anatomically.
He literally
But-
has a thing that he uses that will show you what he's talking about.
Mhm. But to be honest, kinda, if you are worried about budgets right now, if you do want to like, like I know making a full cover is a lot of money. Unless you're doing it for the love of it, then don't. But you could always do short covers. That does not cost. You can always just use your model to sing. That's one thing.
That's true.
If you do one. And the thing
Aw.
is, right now, I really genuinely feel like it's not that you need the production cost. You just need the practice time, the active hours of releasing something. Then you'll figure out what you like to do, how you like to sing. But if you stay in your room, contemplating if this is good enough, this is good enough, this is good enough,
Also,
you're
weekly
not gonna know if
karaoke's
you're
are
good
free.
enough or improve at all. You're just gonna stay the same.
Okay, yeah, well, the last time I did karaoke, it became an unholy night. So really, are karaoke streams
Okay,
even a good idea? Thoughts?
And it was
Karaoke
beautiful and
streams
it was
are a good
marvelous.
idea.
And even when you were memeing, you were singing well. What the fuck do you mean? Oh my God, Kana, I'm going to actually put my hands on you in an ungentle way. Listen, even when you were memeing that during the unholy night, it was good. Like, what do you fucking mean? What do you fucking
Yeah,
was
mean?
you
memeing.
see why I'm getting tired? I'm tired. I'm like, I don't
Kana,
know what,
it was
what
good.
in this universe.
You
You can't make-
nod in
Yeah.
a suggestive tone, and it worked.
Can we not talk about the
Girl.
nyas in the suggestive tone? It
No,
doesn't exist.
no, we're gonna
No,
talk
no,
about it
because-
because
like,
it
listen,
takes a certain
because-
skill and tone to do that. Because
Exactly,
if someone tries to do that
exactly.
and they can't sing, all you're gonna feel is like, I
Larynx.
can't hear this because it's burning my ears. But we listen to it because
Yeah,
it's kind of like,
people
how is
enjoyed
this
it.
working? You know?
Thank you for this help.
That's that means that like the fact that you were able to do that means that you were like that's skill, that's talent, being able to make nya into
For
something
the
that
love of-
everybody going like Jesus, like hello, like.
Just testing stuff. What are you testing? The erotic nyas. We don't talk erotic.
That's amazing.
I don't want to talk about it. Was it erotic? What the heck is erotic? What does erotic mean? Sexy? Equal.
Yes.
It equals
Yes.
sexy.
Yes. Yes. That's what
The
it means.
unholy night is real to me. I would love to hear Ray sing unholy thoughts, so that the heat can be off me and on Ray.
So fucking funny.
I'm directly throwing my
So
friend under the unholy bus.
That is so
Ray?
fucking funny.
Ray, thoughts? Ray?
What?
Ray? What if you hello?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Set title Getting Lectured by Farah and Ray. Oh, it works? Does it work? Can
Yes,
you
it
finally
works.
change the stream time?
Yep, it works. Beautiful.
Wow.
Kinda would it
Awesome.
get you to release more music? Alright. Okay, no, actually, I feel like... I do want to sing more. Of course, I want to sing more. You guys, well, Ray knows. I really love singing, actually. And confidence issues aside, but I do like it. I guess it's trying to get out of the mindset of I don't know what I can sing and not sound like I'm burning someone's ears.
Okay,
It's
well, so
getting out
far,
of that.
everything
Yes.
that... Okay, hold on. Chat.
Yes.
So far, everything I've heard Kana sing, everything... Guys, can I get some backup on this? Everything that I've heard Kana sing, none of it has burned my ears.
You sure? You sure, bro?
Some of it's made me need to stand in a corner for a minute while I, uncleave my brain, but none of it has burned my ears.
Yeah.
Like, wait,
Mm.
yeah.
It's
right?
more of the surprising point of like this silly dog pulled out like a minute plus of sexiness, and it's kind of like, how did that happen? That's literally the mindset of everyone. Like, it's sounding good, but I don't know how to feel because I did not know she
What?
was gonna lock in
What?
that hard at that moment. And then you just kind of like, okay, let me listen to it a little bit more. Huh? She's really doing good. How is this working? Is she just hiding it from us? Is the dumb just a phase? Is she always been like this?
What,
It's kinda like
did you
existential crisis.
you had an existential crisis because I sang Unholy?
I
And-
had never put like Kana and sexy together in my brain, like ever. Like that had never been like a thought process for me. And then she breaks out Unholy, and my brain had like a sudden like there was like a gravitational shift in my brain. And that's why I had to go sit into a corner and reformat myself a little bit. It was like my brain wasn't ready for it.
It's kind of like
Well,
those.
you
I don't know if
weren't-
you've ever seen videos of like.
Well, no. So you weren't standing in the corner because I was burning your ears?
No,
No,
Kana.
we were
I was
just
sitting in
trying
the
to
corner because I was.
recontemplate of our judgment of it,
I had
because
to
we were like,
recalibrate. I had to
Yeah, that's what
recalibrate my
girls-
perception of you a little bit.
Because here's the thing, you shocked not just me, but also her, because I thought I knew how you sing, usually, and then suddenly you pull out this, I'm like, hold on. I did not see the signs for the last several years we've been friends. Hello?
I heard the music start playing, and I was like, wait just a goddamn minute. And then it went from that to
Eh?
please hold.
Yeah.
Please hold. As I like tried to like adjust to my new worldview.
Yeah, you know?
Go ahead and click it, Ren. Click it.
No, really,
Click it.
no, don't actually.
Ren,
No.
click it.
Ren, click it.
Don't.
Click it.
Are you feeling
Don't do
it.
unholy?
Hello,
Click
no.
that link right now to relive your unholy nights with Kana Tamachi.
Just click it, Ren.
If I close my
beautiful.
eyes really hard,
Marvelous.
maybe this is all just a dream.
Yeah, but you can still hear us, so it's not a dream.
Maybe you're just the voices in my head.
Mm.
The voices in her head is saying that she will be released.
I'm awake.
You need headphones. Headphones.
Actually, I
Ren
got the
headphones.
spray
No, don't.
the
Do
water
not
spray
listen
that
to NFS.
Michi got.
Put the headphones on, buddy.
Headphones? Meow, 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 meow. Tada. Wow, wow, the
Oh, there you go.
dedication.
Okay.
Actually, I just sprayed my own face with water.
Hilarious. We love it.
You wanted to wake up from the dream, but it was not.
Yeah,
is that what it was?
no. The nightmare. Actually, it's a mare.
Nightmare? No, it's a festival.
Please don't introduce.
Do
Please
it.
don't introduce me to the neighborhood. Thank you.
I think that is a very wise choice, Ren. Good job, good job.
Akana, do you want me to take a little heat off you for a second? I have
Yes,
something funny
please.
to convey to you.
Oh my
So-
god, what?
So, the TLDR is due to some shenanigans coming from mine, Michi, Mono, and Yusan's conversation earlier today. For me, it would have been, I guess, yesterday for you. Yusan is going to be giving me their female model, and we are going to do a stream where I'm going to pilot Yusan's
my
female model
God.
in a call with Michi, because
Oh my
Michi has
God.
Michi's got a thing for Yusan's female model, and we're going for maximum psychic damage. I'm going to be
my
practicing my
God.
Ara before.
Oh, I thought you were gonna be practicing Unholy. Sorry, wrong idea.
No.
Wait, what's
Although
the
that
what's
could also
the most
work.
girliest tone you can pull off, Aro? Like not the.
Are we ready for
just
this?
one, the one that would fit.
I don't think I don't have that tonal
Do
range
Unholy.
for like a girly voice.
Just do Unholy.
I was just gonna use my
Just do
normal
a
voice
girly
'cause I feel like
Unholy.
that's gonna be more traumatic.
Just do Unholy.
No, but if you
I
put a
don't
little bit of
think-
like
Just do-
pizzazz in it. Holy
What the heck?
shit.
Hell yeah, cow.
Holy cow!
What the heck?
Hell yeah, cow. You fucking go, buddy. We love you for that.
Let's fucking
Good job.
go, Cal. Thank you so much for
That's-
supporting this little doggo right here. She's probably
Thank
gonna
you
go
so
cry
much,
in the corner. right now.
You know what we should do? We should make an
amazing.
alert for the gifted sub thing.
Oh,
Question.
yeah, you could.
Yeah,
So, what do you wanna
we're so.
say?
I thought we. Oh, that's right. We didn't have. Oh, Yamu. You know what I need, buddy. You know what I need.
Oh,
You
I
already
don't
know
know if I like
exactly
the
what I
sound of
need,
that.
right? For the gifted sub. Okay, you're already. It's on the to-do list. All right, cool. It's already on the to-do list. All right, yeah. Yamu's working on it. You got to give Yamu some time because it's a lot to.
you don't.
It's a lot to do. Thank you, Yamu. We're
Holy
gonna have
has
a.
been
We're gonna
added to
have.
chat. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Cal, for the gifted subs. That's crazy. Am I dreaming? I
Okay.
think I'm still dreaming.
You know
Let me
what
close my eyes again.
Fucking NFS just sent me midstream. I felt so attacked, man. I'm sitting in this.
What?
What
So
is
attacked.
Pan, kita jarang-jarang nih ngadain bareng.
So fucking
Mumpung
funny.
kita berdua libur, mau ngedate nggak? Aku kangen.
Oh, my
Bentar
ears.
aja ya.
Oh my ears.
Oh my
Oh my god, we need to get you.
Did I
a
say
new
oh my
headset.
hole? Ear holes. Kill me.
Oh my
Just kill
ear
me.
holes.
Ray, can you just bring the headphones to her like now? Can you just drive over
I mean,
and
I can. I can.
would you?
Do you
That'd
have
be great.
to?
I'd
Wait,
appreciate
what if I
it.
just keep using this? Maybe it's helping to block. Maybe the bits are helping
No.
to block the bits. Thoughts? Maybe.
No, no,
Thank
no,
you.
that's not how that works. Ray, if you don't mind, that'd be great. If you could just
Okay.
grab those headphones and take them over to her before her ears like develop
Hi,
some kind of weird
Timmy.
jungle rut.
Anna, thank you so much for the bits. Also, what was I wanting to say before? Oh, makasih Habib is in my head. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, let me double
What did I say? Wow. Wow. Did you know that just a few minutes of audio can, be a permanent trauma on a person?
This like I need NFS. I need you to. We need a suffering from success, but it needs to be Kana. Can one of you guys? I know I have artists here. We need the suffering from success meme,
success.
but Kana.
Suffering from success. You can't. Unholy Night is a success. You say.
I am. Oh no, I'm not singing Unholy. If I'm singing Unholy, there's got to be a lot of fucking money involved. I don't know what that. How? Please don't take that as a fucking challenge.
Stop using
I
the
don't.
command.
I mean, real quick. Let me just. It's just. I'm not issuing this as a challenge. I'd have to. I don't even know how much money it would be because that's. That's a lot.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord.
I'm not sure that I'm ready to do that to myself or anybody else.
Unholy.
Sorry, Kana.
Timmy, don't do it. Why did you put the command?
It's a brilliant command. It's an amazing command. It's a marvelous command.
How did you even make a new command? Did I give you access to that? I gave you access to that, didn't I?
Yeah.
I allowed this.
Yes, you did. Remember when I was like, Kana, just give Yamu this. Just give Yamu that. Remember when I did
Wait,
when I told
Kana,
you that?
did you lock your door? If you lock your door manually, I won't be able to go in.
Lock my door manually. No, I didn't. I'm
Okay,
alone.
at least I can get in. Okay.
I'm alone all by my lonesome. How do
Okay.
I want to
I'll go
sneeze.
prep. I'll bring your headphone.
I'm really
Thank
worried
you,
about those
Ray. I appreciate
microplastics.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ray. Oh my god!
I trade. Okay, I'll
Did,
see
did
you
you
in a bit
eat?
then.
Oh, okay. Bye
At
bye.
me? Wait, have
Yeah.
you?
There might be food downstairs because I think my family sent me food out of concern.
I'll
you
grab it
also-
for you then.
I
I'll
love
grab it
you
for
so much. You do
Okay.
keep me alive. Thank you, my lifeline. Goodbye,
Okay,
Ryla
I'll go get
Fairy.
it. Bye. Oh,
Thank you. Safe
dumb,
trip.
You this. I
Does she hate me, you think? Do you think she hates me?
If she wasn't straight Lavier, I'd say you guys should just go ahead and get married. I mean, it would work out pretty well, I think.
Man, she likes male Michi too much. It's not
And it's
gonna
gonna
work.
be Con, it's gonna be so bad for her because Ray already has the model, or not Ray, but Ren. Ren already has the model now.
It's so funny
So
watching.
we've already. Oh my God, Ren! I have to ask you, son, to make sure it's okay. We could potentially have male Michi and female Yusan on Modcast if Yusan says it's okay.
Makasih, Beb. Thank you for the love, Sasa.
We could trigger so much by panic, bro. Like, think about it. I might have to try to like practice like some kind of a female voice. I don't know. I'll have to work on that. That's I don't know. I can.
Try. Wait, let me
I've
just
tried
throw away
before and
some
it
of the
hurts
black
my-
bits. Okay.
Okay, good. Oh, Kana, I'm so glad Ray's
Yes.
coming over.
Yeah.
Joel's gonna come for me stealing his bit. like that's gonna be so funny. I'll have to ask Yusan to make sure that they're okay with me doing that. But if Yusan says it's fine, which I would imagine they probably will say it's fine. I know Yusan. You like just think Modcast with Ren piloting male Michi and me piloting
Oh.
female Yusan. That's gonna be
It's gonna be so
entertaining
much.
as hell.
It's gonna be so
That
much
would be
fun.
funny as hell.
It really would.
A PNG of Kana. Kana, I need you to do me a favor right now. I just need you to face your model to the left as it appears on screen. Just looking left.
Me trying to. What is left? This left. Correct.
Yeah, I just need you. Yeah. Just look left for me, and just kind of like look.
Why? Just should I look
Perfect.
concerned?
All right, there we go. You know what? If you could look left and look like kind of look down, like you're contemplating, like you're thinking really hard.
I'm trying not to look dumb doing it. Wait. This is disgust, isn't it? This is why I'm not meant to be a model, chat.
Perfect. I think that should do it. I think that'll. Is that good, NFS? Is that everything you need?
Contemplating all the life choices that led to. I think the problem is that I don't think. Thoughts?
You do. You just. I think sometimes you don't look forward far enough when you're thinking. You're thinking 10 seconds into the future when you should be thinking 10 days into the future.
Okay, so after 10 days, then this unholy night will be gone forever.
No, it's here now. Sorry, Kana.
Oh.
That's just how it is.
In
I'm just gonna need you
10
to.
days,
I'm gonna just need you to like. I just need you to dig deep and become comfortable with the unholy, because that's platinum. That's
Brother, you're
pure.
assuming. You're
That
right.
is pure
Pharaoh, I
unobtainium.
lost my notebook. I need to find it somewhere. First, I lost my pencil. Then I found a pen, but now I lost the notebook. But now I have Notepad on my PC. We shall see how it goes.
Amazing. How did you lose your notebook? I'm just really curious. Where did that, like,
I know, right? Okay. I am looking around, keeping my eyes open. I found a doorbell. There's a doorbell. That's a trash can. That's a lighter that lights things on fire.
please don't play with
There's
fire.
cookies.
The sharks got it. The sharks
right,
finally
Hannah.
came for the
In 10 days, you will be 10 days older,
Sharks got
and
the
nothing
book.
happens.
We got a hype chest. That and I will be 10 days older and nothing happens. Yes, correct. Raccoon pop emote. I swear, is Twitch listening to me? I feel like the emotes they give are always somewhat relevant. Is it because we were talking about Raccoon?
My
Were we talking about
last
Raccoon?
emote that I got from a hype chain was something doing the bottom, the bottom emote, like the fingers together making the bottom face, and I'm like, I will never use this emote.
All I
This is
heard
an emotion
was
I have
a
never
bottom and
experienced.
fingers, and those two words should not be next to each other? Question mark.
Girl, calm your cha-chas. Hold on, let me see here. Where do I
Bottom
find-
fingers doing the what?
Hold on, where is there like someplace you can actually just find like the emotes you get from hype trains?
Bottom fingers.
I don't remember what it was
The-
called.
No, what? No, Pharaoh was saying what? Bottom fingers? Question mark? What? Can you repeat your words? It's at the bottom for. Wait.
At the
Emote?
bottom.
Click. Oh, wait, I don't have it. You have it. There. Even if I look through mine, I won't have it. Tweet. I'm even gonna drink. I remember to hydrate 3 times during this stream. In 10 days, I will be 10 days older. And nothing happens. That's true. That's true. That's so true. Stretch. You're so right. I'm stretching my legs. Oh my god, chat.
Oh, there
chat,
it is. It's literally called Down Bad. That is the last like hype train emote that I got. And I will never use it.
You got down bad and you described it with bottom fingers and I am confused.
Well, it's what when somebody's being a fucking bottom and they sit there and do the whole like eye emoji with the fingers pointing at each other thing.
Oh.
Yes, Twitch released that. Yeah.
Oh.
I literally got that from a hype train.
Because you're down bad?
Sasa, I don't know if Kana understands what a bottom is, and I'm not sure if I'm emotionally
Bikini
equipped
bottom?
to explain it to her. No. It's not bikini bottom.
Pants. Pants?
Listen, I've already scarred Ray once. Like, do I scar Kana too? I mean,
still no. How many things can one word mean? Really?
chat, do I like absolutely take a shot across the bow at Kana's like innocent outlook on life? Do I do this thing? I don't really wanna. I don't really wanna. It's gonna be
Kana, you
somebody
don't
else's
know how
job.
bad English can be.
It's true.
Balls.
No
What? Oh, no balls.
See, Sasa's saying no. Zane's saying no.
Tell Ray to.
Dude,
Ray
how
knows.
how can Ray explain something that she doesn't understand? Like let's be realistic here.
Hmm.
That's so fucking. That's great. NFS, I love it. Hold on, let me send it to the group chat. Here,
Kinda so.
Kana, this is for you.
Yeah.
DJ Khalid, suffering from success, Kana edition.
What the? Wow. Well, why does the face fit so well?
It's.
Wait, I'll show chat.
I'm not.
That hand though. Okay.
That's
wait.
true. You could just Google it, honestly. Like look it up in Urban
Ignore my
Dictionary.
thing. Browse.
Or Crow could just throw it out there. That's beautiful. Good job, Crow. Thank you. At least it
Wow,
wasn't me who
why
said
is
it.
File so big. A bottom is a person who wants to be dominated in a suggestive way. As in they suggest it. They suggest being dominated. Question mark?
I'm not sure. I think
Ta-da.
she might be rage baiting chat. I'm not 100%. I think she might be rage baiting you guys. It's
Okay, I think I sized it well. She's rage baiting. Ye of such little trust. Wait, what am I supposed to Google? DJ Khaled bottom? What? DJ Khaled.
no, it's not DJ Khaled bottom. What do you mean?
Oh,
You're
DJ
such a fucking-
Khaled suffering from success. That's what Google
Yeah.
said.
It's like an album that this guy released at one point, and it turned into a meme.
He suffered. Wow. 7th studio album by American disc jockey, record producer, DJ Khaled. Did I say right?
I think so.
Kana, I trust you as far as I can throw you. Why would you want to throw me? Which is surprisingly far. Okay, but not far enough. Oh, brother. What kind of fanfics are you searching for? Nothing, apparently. Well, okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm not explaining it to her, chat. I'm sorry. I got to draw the line somewhere in being people's education on these kinds of things. I'm not doing it. I'm not. No.
it's okay. I'll chat GPT it. Don't worry. Knowledge will come to me one day.
There you go. Chat GPT it. Perfect. That's awesome. I cannot.
We could chat GPT it together, Pharaoh. Then you'll learn as well.
I don't need to chat GPT it. Con, I know very, very well what all of these things mean. Well, too much. No,
Oh, because you like
I know way too many
bottom?
things. I know too much.
Does she know what the body shop? I've been wondering about that. Is that like a tattoo shop?
No, Ren. She doesn't really understand what the body shop is.
In Indonesia, the body shop is the name of a store that sells like soap and shampoo.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Bath
it
and
that
Body
one?
Works. No, it's not that
No, it's
one.
literally called the body shop. It's literally
Yeah,
called
the body shop. Yeah. I'm not explaining to you what the body shop
The
is.
body
I'm
shop.
not explaining that either. I am not universal VTuber sex ed guy. Okay, that is not my job. I am drawing the
image.
line. I am drawing the line. I am not.
Ta-da! This is what the store looks like. The body shop.
Yes, the body shop. Yeah, I'm familiar with the body shop. We have them here too.
Yeah. See?
I am. It is not. That is no. See.
This is not what they
Mothers
meant.
explain these things to the daughters. Okay, dads explain them to the sons.
Am I missing something? Thoughts? Does Kana
Don't
even
worry
know
about
melody?
it, Kana.
Like melody,
think-
harmony, song thing? No.
I don't think. Actually, I don't think you don't know Project Melody, do you? Are you familiar with Project Melody? She's a VTuber.
Purple hair.
She was in VShojo with Michi.
I think. Do I follow her? Let me search. I did follow her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sex ed, LewTuber, OTY, VTuber, hentai cam girl. That's what her profile says. What am I supposed to look for here?
Hearing all of those words come out of your mouth at one time is just Anyway.
Are you dying?
I'm not explaining it to her. Chat, I'm not doing it. I don't care. I'm listening to Zane and I'm listening to Sasa. I think Zane and Sasa have my best interests at heart, not to be the one to explain these things to Kana.
It's so... Is it knowledge that I will require in my life?
Maybe?
Ray says no. Yes?
Possibly?
No. Depends?
Depends?
Maybe?
It's very situational.
Please never read those words out loud again.
It's very situational. I don't know if she needs this knowledge, chat. I mean, it could be, could not be. It depends on a lot of things. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility that someday Kana will meet somebody that she wants to be in a long-term relationship with, and you know, things happen when you're in long-term relationships. How do you think you guys like how do you think I learned all of these things? I didn't
what
just...
does that have to do with the CamTuber thingamajig?
I didn't just trip over a rock one day and fall down and bang my head and suddenly I know all this stuff.
Oh. In a long-term relationship, I will need to know what LewTuber means. Okay. Huh?
Well, not that precisely. No.
Ray?
Yeah, I'll explain it to you when you're older, Kana.
When I'm older, I will learn more things.
I'll explain it to you when you're older.
How did we get here? I don't know. It's because of stupid unholy night. Thoughts. Maybe I should have sung it the Gremlin way. Internal.
I don't think it would have helped. I don't think it would have
not?
helped. Genuinely, I don't think it would have helped.
It wouldn't have helped?
You sang it in the Nya way and it didn't help. So
No, you dead ass. You're telling me singing it in the Nya way did not help. Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
It didn't?
It made it worse. Genuinely, actually, like it was distressing how well you sang it in the Nya way. Honestly, it was distressing that you managed to do that with Nyang. Only that is put on the cat ears, anime girl.
It was your tone. You hit it way too well. Is my problem? Is my problem? What was my problem? Wait, what if I'm a cat? Thoughts?
It doesn't make it any better. It's all just
What
terrible.
if I have a...
It's all just terrible.
Wait. What if I can do... No, wait, that's not gonna help me. Like, I could do it, I think. But I don't think. Would it help me in the long run? Maybe not. What if I'm just cat dog? Also, I'm hungry. Me.
But you have food downstairs, right? Ray's gonna bring you your...
She is?
Yeah.
Ray, are you coming? Oh, what if I turn into a cat? Wait, let's see. Look how jarring it is.
Oh my god. Undogs your dog girl. That is so weird.
Right? Wait, do I have any?
Undogs your dog girl is...
Can't.
distressing.
Wow, but I only have it in black. I think. Wow. Oh, no, wait.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay, wait. No, that's pink. Did you know I'm colorblind? I'm not.
now she's just a girl.
No, I'm just a girl. Wait. What color is I'm white-ish? close enough, chat. Close enough. Okay, we got this. We'll slowly get there. Yeah, okay la. White la, okay la. Boop. That's too small and it's not attached to my head. Wow, maybe I can't be a cat. Thoughts?
Well, now it's attached, but now it's just entirely too small.
That's so
But
funny.
I think it's like attached to your hair, though. I don't think it's attached to your head.
Do I even have a head? Maybe I don't have
That's
a
a very
head.
good question.
What if I put it
no
behind my
head,
head?
no brain, no thoughts. Only unholy.
Hey, you know, one day people will forget about that, and I'm waiting for that day.
It's never gonna happen. Not
It's
so long
gonna
as I'm above
happen.
ground.
It's
So
gonna
long as I
happen.
live, it will never be forgotten.
One
So
day.
there you go. See, do you still want me to live for 3,000 years or whatever it was? Because
I'll take
as
the
long as I'm
pain if it
alive,
keeps you alive, Pharaoh.
that is a tragic statement.
What do you mean? Wow, do you know that being a cat is really hard? Chat, what if I'm
Yes.
just human? Would you still love me?
Yes.
Wow, it's so jarring even to me. And I can't even bark. Thoughts? Wow.
You make way more sense as a cat girl, honestly. That's
do
the
you-
funny part.
What do you
That's
mean?
You make way more sense as a cat.
After all this time, are you telling me that
I
I was
mean-
born in the wrong body?
No, I'm just saying that you're
it's so
at
bizarre.
heart a cat girl.
I'm genuinely,
You are-
I'm so disconcerted right now.
Oh, that's so weird.
It's so weird, right? Like, actually,
It is. It's like genuinely so weird.
it's so weird. It's actually so weird. Wait, what if I... Nope, still weird. Wow.
Yeah, even with the extra hair, still, it's just so. But you do meow way more than you ever barked.
No, I don't know how to bark. Barking is hard, chat. I can't believe my doggo. Yeah, this unholy.
Yeah, all of the rage baiting is a very cat-like activity. That's true.
You think I'm a
That's-
cat?
That is like I feel like a dog.
Oh my
would
god, I
not-
turned human.
Oh no. Human Kana isn't real. Human Kana can't hurt you. Human Kana existing.
So weird that I don't have ears. Hello? Hello? Well, I do have ears. Human ears. Ta-da! Can you see them? They're like.
Do you
way
have
back.
do you have human ears?
Of course I do.
Your hair like covers the side of your head really
Yeah.
hard, so it's hard to see
Yeah.
them if they're. Oh yeah, no, I can see. Yeah, I saw a brief flash of lobe. So yeah, there are human ears
see,
under there.
See.
Gyaru, you're right, Sin. This is very Gyaru. This is very yeah.
Meow.
Now the question is can Kana talk like a Gyaru?
What's a Gyaru?
I hear you do a really good Valley Girl though.
No, Ray just says that I talk like a valley girl, and I don't know how to stop it. Question mark?
Jaxel accent. Is that a thing
Jaxel.
in Indo?
Yeah. It is a thing. It is indeed a
Can you
thing.
do
It's
it?
like
Let's hear it.
me trying
Do
to
it.
think of how to. What do you want me to say?
I don't know, just say something.
Wait, you have 4. Yes, I do have 4 ears.
Mhm.
To be fair, I haven't heard Jaxalian in a very long time. Oh, I hear Ray coming in. See? No, I don't think that's not Jaxel. Is that? Let me think.
I mean, is
This
it
is my
anything
thinking
like
phase.
the tone of voice you used for the Kana GFE?
You gotta beat
script
Ray before.
reading?
It's more like Jaxalian would be talking like, "Hi,
You wanna
Ray."
reheat it? I don't know which one you want to reheat.
Okay. Can you give me a Jaxal sentence? Oh my god! She brought me headphones! Me.
Cool. Before you do anything else, Vic, swap out your headphones. Do it now.
Exactly. What the heck is a Jaxal sentence?
What the hell is a Jaxal sentence?
It's like mixing English with Indonesian. It's like kemarin kan kita lunch over at di sana itu loh.
Okay, that's too far.
It's basically just a hodgepodge of English and Indonesian.
I see. Swap out your headphones. Do it now. Do it right now.
Wait, does it actually just plug in and out like that? Oh my god, no, it's the same
Yes.
type. Exactly.
Yeah, it's the exact same type.
Why does yours look immensely better?
Because I only use it for I only use it when I need to record something and I hated it.
Oh. I think my ears aren't black anymore though, because don't look for it.
Just double checking.
Yes, Ray.
Whoa.
Make sure she doesn't
It
have any
sounds
weird
different.
jungle rot
Oh
on her
my
ears.
god.
Sorry, I just put on her thing. It sounds different. It actually sounds different.
Okay, so what does Pharaoh sound like right now?
He sounds clearer, and it's a lot more
Amazing.
isolating. Like, that's crazy.
Gee, I wonder
that's
why.
actually.
I really
That's
wonder why.
amazing.
That
Amazing.
Makasih ya, Beb. Well, Ray is here. This is my water spray. No, me
So
Chico.
your food's there, but
Okay,
I know
I'll
it's the type of
heat-
food that you want to reheat.
Oh my god, chat, I'm gonna reheat my food and Ray is gonna be me
Oh god.
with her headphones. That's
Yeah.
gonna kill her ears.
Okay.
I'll be right back,
I
chat.
was about to reheat her food, but she's very specific about how she reheats her
No,
food.
you suck at reheating food.
No, I don't reheat food. That's the thing. That's the secret.
Thus, you suck at it.
No, I don't know if you want to reheat everything. This has
Oh
right.
my god, you're talking and my face is moving. It's so funny.
Oh, I hate these headphones so much. I hate
Hindi
it.
ka din ako.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate you driving over and bringing her the headphones.
No, I just don't like the feel of it in my ear. That's the issue about this headphone. How does this work?
Everybody say thank you to Ray for bringing kind of headphones that aren't going to tear up her ears anymore.
Sonia, where do you want to talk?
Down here, down here.
Down here?
Yes.
Okay, so
Oh.
like, kayak di sini. Nyerang di sini nih. This would...
That is a weird way. Okay.
Miori set that up. I don't know.
Ah, okay. She's going to reheat her food. I don't generally. Okay, like recently, I've been I've been meal prepping, so I've just made tacos for the entire week. But I like to eat my tacos cold.
Reina is such a weird experience.
It is
So-
because she
Like
like
this.
her like piloting her. She's too happy for me. Like I feel like, how does your mouth not move? Because I don't open my mouth that much. I don't open my mouth.
Wait,
that
did you
much.
just say you're eating the tacos cold?
Yeah. So like cold
Depressed
ground
la.
meat. No,
Depressed la.
I just like how
100%.
it.
You don't eat tacos cold unless
No,
you're
I eat
going through
tacos.
it.
I
Sweetie,
eat tacos
do you need a
cold.
hug? Are you good?
No,
Like-
it's more like I like how the ground chicken that I use is more like combined into like one mass with the sour cream if it's cold instead of it being hot. So I just meal
No.
prep and just eat as is. What?
Oh.
It's really nice.
Oh,
Also, yeah,
Ray.
I don't open my mouth that much.
Ray, sweetie, listen.
What?
I know life can be hard sometimes, and that it's hard to have hope in these trying times. But you don't have to. You don't have to eat the tacos cold. It's okay. We're here for you. I'm here for you.
I'd rather build the taco, eat it cold as is, instead of waiting to reheat everything. That takes too much time. Also, it stinks. I'd rather
Oof.
have it not stink.
Ooh.
Also, cold sour
Mm.
cream and cold chicken is really nice. I don't know what you're on about. I really like it cold.
Like I can get behind like cold chicken, but I just
What?
mm.
Chicken tacos stink? I have very sensitive smell. So reheated food for me always smells stinkier than it is when it's kind of like just done.
That's
I
I'm soft shell.
Concerning.
I don't like doing hard shell. It's too messy for me. I like soft shell more. It holds. What?
I mean, I guess if it's soft shell, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
as bad.
Yeah. No. I don't do hard shell. I tried hard shell tacos once, and I'm like, I don't think it's for me. I'd rather have cold shell, soft shell. My brain.
Yamu.
We can say new money for token list. Like, no, it's not about the money. I just don't like the effort to go reheating food. It's too long. Like, it's something my family does.
It's just too much effort to reheat the food.
Yeah, it's kind of like the entire thing with my family does. Like, if I ask my entire family, would you spend 5 minutes trying to reheat your food, or will you use that 5 minutes to start eating your food? And they're like, I'd rather just start eating my food. And I'm like, yep. That's exactly how it is.
I guess that's fair. Question mark. I guess that's fair.
Listen, it's not that I'm eating like I'm struggling. I just enjoy the struggle. Does that make sense? It sounds crazy, but I feel like the struggle food tastes better than not struggling.
Remember what we talked about earlier, buddy? I'm still right there. Sorry, man.
Wait,
eating the struggle food just to feel like you're struggling is a concept.
But like, the thing is, people think of it as struggle food, but for me, it's not struggle foods. It's my happy place.
She is happiest when she's...
Wait, sweet martabak or like the savory one? I would still eat them both cold regardless. I like it cold. Like, if it's cold from like room temperature, I would just eat it cold. Fridge cold? Yeah, I've eaten it fridge cold. I like it. It has a different texture. I don't really put it in the microwave. I'm too lazy for that. And it gets all greasy and it kind of like hurts my throat. So like, when I don't feel like there's a lot of grease, then I feel nicer about things. So did you reheat everything?
Yeah.
Oh.
It depends on the type of food.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know what it was. It's like,
it's Indonesian food.
I wouldn't know.
Yes. Foreigners like you would never know.
How would I know how to reheat Are you just...
Huh? Aren't you streaming right now? I'm gonna sit on the floor and you stream.
Wait, hold on. You need this.
Oh my
Did
God.
she just say she is going to sit her silly ass on the floor and eat?
She has.
Does she not?
No. She has a little corner where there's like a little mini. I don't know if that's mine or yours. Is that yours?
Which one?
This.
Table? Oh, this one is mine.
Oh, you also have one. Where was that?
The bedroom. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm on the floor with my plushie.
Sudden Kana tummy jump
First of
scare.
all, I only have floor.
No, it's okay. So yeah, I tilted my head and it kind of did that. She's sitting on the floor because she's eating on the floor. She has a carpet.
That's fair.
It's okay.
It is, okay, it's
Yes,
Indo.
I
That's
have a
right. I'm sorry.
carpet.
It's an Indo thing. It's an Indo thing. We like to sit on the floors and eat sometimes, okay?
That, and I don't have another table.
Yeah, she doesn't, but she wants me to sit here. I'm kind of like, you're kind of stupid for that, but okay.
No.
I just hope you guys know when I
Oh.
come to visit. If I end up on the floor, I'm gonna be there for a while.
As long as you're not in the workroom, then you're not gonna be on the floor. But there's a carpet and a lot of plushies. You might look cute sitting in the corner. Imagine if you just imagine like Farrah just there. Would
he even fit?
I think he would, and then he just has to carry all like the 6 fried egg dolls that you have. You know, the vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be really cute.
Oh my God, food.
Yeah.
Reconsidering whether I'm even going to tell you guys when I come to visit. I might just come and see Michi and then run away.
Run away? Why would you run away?
Tell Michi that when I come to visit, it is going to be like a SEAL Team 6 operation.
That's so silly. Imagine being as tall as he is. We'll run into a lot of architecture, literally. Oh, no. Don't worry. Architecture in Indonesia, we have a lot of high ceilings. Unlike Japan. Japan has low ceilings, but Indonesia has high ceilings. So, Pharaoh is fine. I mean, my brother is really tall as well, so it'll be fine. Y'all don't have to worry about his height. Yeah. Indonesia has high ceilings. It's either high ceilings or just open space, you know. And then the only ceiling Farrah has to deal with is just the sky.
It's so funny seeing you pilot.
Why? Because I look like slightly more depressed?
You don't look depressed, but you lost a little bit of shine in your eyes.
Oh,
This is
I
what
don't
sad
know how
Kana
to
looks like,
describe it.
guys.
I don't know how to say it. I'm looking at
This
it and
is-
I'm like, are you sad today? Legit.
No, and then like the chat, like your chat is literally asking me like, why do you not open your mouth that much? And I'm like, I don't. I generally don't open my mouth that much. That's why I have to set everything to be very sensitive.
Human
me to
Kana is
look.
Reina.
Yeah, I could set it to be more sensitive for you if you want.
I know, but then you have to reset it back to you then. That's too much. Oh. Oh, Tree Dog.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us up to Dark Nova. Yay.
Maybe
First-
open your mouth and say
Ah.
that was worth it. That was worth it.
Scooter
That's
Kana.
worth it. Actually, that's worth it. That's great. Do that again.
So glad you're not looking at my face. Me, I have the most disgusted looking face when I was doing that.
That's so funny.
Kinda odd to see Ray without her elf ears. Very unnatural. That
I
is.
have your model. The old one.
No, but that's not fun. That was not fun.
I don't really have much anyway. I can stick out my tongue.
Oh. You know I turn off the tongue stuff, right? Because I'm like, I don't want anyone to ever see my tongue out.
I can also bisa monyong.
What's my how do you monyong?
Literally just monyong.
Oh. I don't know how to set that. That's so funny.
I coded it in.
Of course you did. Of course you coded it in. You know what I would do? I would just draw it and then slap it as a VTube asset.
No, I actually went and coded that in. Wanna see?
You think I'll understand, girl? Unless you want to give me a headache, I don't think you should show me.
No, I think.
No. What? No. Guys, she's showing me numbers that are flickering and moving ever so slightly.
Wait.
I don't know what I'm looking at. I really don't know what I'm looking at.
That's one of these, basically. So basically, I just take these variables and then I check what each of my parameter does, and then you know what, chat? Just trust. Just trust. Monyong lagi. Beautiful. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
You know, it requires so much effort to do that. Like, I actually have to pucker up so hard for it to even register that I puckered up. It's so bad!
Hey, I'm not touching that
You
one
didn't
with a
recalibrate.
30-foot pole. I am
Right?
not even. Nope,
Hmm?
I'm not here right now.
You didn't
I am.
recalibrate here.
I am
Look
scrolling.
forward.
I'm
Mhm.
scrolling
Five.
X is what I'm doing.
And then
Yep,
I'll
that's
calibrate.
what I'm doing.
Say, okay. Wait, well, try it now. How is that not registering?
Because I don't have beautiful lips like you do! Come on, la! She literally tried to look at me, pucker my lips, and nothing came out! I have the smallest lips in the world! It's
That's hilarious.
I'm so sorry.
Guys, I have a small mouth.
I'm so sorry. Well, let's
She
go
had
to
full.
commercial break.
Oh, she had full faith that I could do it, and I was just like, I can't.
No, Shirley, no. The angle is just wrong. The camera is at fault. It's my bad iPad's fault.
No, I think she just has bigger lips than I do. Write that down, guys. Write that down.
Brother.
Blaming the tools, SMH. Oh, that got me tear-eyed. I did not expect it to be so bad.
It's not that bad. Maybe you just let your lips bloom just slightly more.
You saw how hard I tried, right?
Oh, that was hard.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, maybe like how did you get into trigger before?
What is
I don't
this
know.
conversation?
I have to really, like-
What
Okay,
is
what if
this
I don't look and you
conversation?
try it again? Does it work?
I think after you recalibrate it, they realize how small my lips are.
Well then. Well then. Oh.
Oh yeah, she's eating beside me. I see why you had a picture of Pejoy.
Oh my god. I've eaten 3 boxes. Well, they're not here. I threw some out.
Pejoy, 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 Pejoy.
Seaweed
Hmm.
and biscuits.
So you haven't found your notes?
No.
You don't take your notes on this one, right?
No.
Did you take it outside of the
I
room?
think I did. That's
Okay.
my first mistake.
Oh. Huh? Is it me or is Ray controlling Kana's earless body becoming more normal? Why? Why is that normal?
You need ears.
Wouldn't that
Is
be
the
weird?
is the conversation
I gave
over?
you ears. It would be
What
weird.
conversation?
Like, there.
Okay, good.
What
Ren,
conversation?
your daughter's having a
Wait, what
sleepover.
conversation
Ren,
were you dodging?
don't worry about it. It's fine. That's what it. Yeah, Ren, fair.
What? What conversation is this? The Monyong one? Oh, yeah. Unfortunate news, guys. You had to see that side of me. But now we know another side of Kana.
Okay.
Oh my god. I should draw you with that. What was that meme with that guy with close up with the really big ass lips? What's that guy? There was this one guy meme that everyone kind of like drew their faces at. I probably should draw Kana on that. I think I know that. Yeah, but now at least now you know. I don't know if that's good information to
How
have.
humongous do you think my lips are? Actually, it's not.
I feel like you just open your lips more than I do. The duck lips thingy? Yeah.
Okay, no. First of all, do you think I'd not put effort into Monyong?
No, I think you do effort. But the fact that my hard effort did not even...
No, your hard effort resulted in something. Chat, you saw it, right? You saw it, right, chat? You saw it, right, chat? Chat. It was there, right, chat? Chat.
Hint, hint. Hint.
Why are you looking at my VOD?
My mom says that lying is being unkind. Oh.
I saw your lips pucker in real life, and that's all that matters, really.
I don't know if that's supposed to make me feel
It
better.
does. I saw it. It was there. The hardware is the problem. It's always the problem. Clearly, my iPad is bent. Like, it's doing its best. It's, you're not the problem.
You know, I'm just a actual representation of an anime girl where their lips is just one straight line.
Pharaoh, can you please tell Ray her lips are beautiful?
Don't say that. You need to drag poor Pharaoh on this. He's already speechless. He hasn't talked at all.
Yeah, because I can't hear him.
So.
Father,
All right.
are you
All right,
there?
everybody. I need everybody to take a deep breath. All right, take a deep breath. I'm
He
taking
says
one
to
as
take a
well.
deep breath.
Take a deep breath. Let it out. So I have, in fact, perceived the IRL Ray, and she does have a lovely face.
You know what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Because he kind of knows what I look like. It's like, all he says is, you have a lovely face. Nothing about... Because I cover it all the time.
I mean, like, do you really want me to get I could get weird, but I was trying to be.
Someone is gonna steal her lips away.
What?
It's okay. She's
I
just,
was-
it's okay.
What? No, it's more like, I know my lips are not that big. So it's just funny that... Because I know VTube Studio does take a more... I guess the more, like, Caucasian you are, the easier it tracks you. You know, like, initially?
Monchao, you don't understand what it takes to recalibrate everything to be Asian. That's so funny.
So what you're saying is that Kana is inherently more Caucasian than you are, Ray? Is that what I'm hearing? Because that's kind of what I'm processing right now.
Yeah. I mean, look at her. Her hair is white.
That is.
And she has really big eyes. And she looks really tall. Caucasian. I said looks really tall.
The caucasity.
The caucasity.
The caucasity.
That's a real thing. See, it is. Like, they did not like cater it to Asian. And the thing is, the fact that I wear like glasses 24/7
Also doesn't help.
doesn't help it. And then how do you say it? I have like probably one of the most Indonesian looking ass face.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do lah.
Go out there and actually look at Indonesians.
Have you seen my father?
Actually, go out there and actually look at Indonesians, girl. What the fuck are you on about?
I've definitely seen more Indonesian looking faces. That's for sure.
You can thank my mom for the not so Indonesian genes.
For the not so Indonesian gene.
Yeah, but my dad's just Indo.
Where in the fuck did this conversation go? How did we end up here?
That's what happens though. You have like different kinds of conversations with Kana, and then with me, it's probably the most like, what the fuck are you on about? With Kana, it's like, why do you think that way? How do you think that way? But with my conversation, it's like, what the fuck are we on about?
You make me sound like a scientific discovery where they're like trying to figure out what this creature is like.
Yeah.
Oh.
You are literally like the best material for like a thesis statement or like a thesis research kind of thing.
Boy,
How's your food?
I'm so full.
Did you pace yourself?
No.
Go back, sit on your chair. Come out.
Did you eat? Did you eat?
No.
You haven't eaten?
No.
Should eat. No, I did. Why you bring me food and you don't?
Because I
bring me
ate brunch.
a brunch.
I ate at like, what, 9, 10?
The Jacksalian lady went to brunch. This
No, I
no
just-
party.
No, I just finished up my tacos.
Oh.
Oh yeah, they were confused about why I eat cold tacos.
What, your taxos? Wow, sorry. The headphones are so different when I put them on. What the heck? Pharaoh, speak to me.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Your voice?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Is this how you've been sounding like the whole time?
Yes. Yes. I don't want to. Yes. Yeah, I guess. I
Oh
suppose.
my god.
Unfortunately,
What
now
have
she
I
has to
been
hear my
listening
voice
to?
more clearly, chat. That's so bad for her. It's tragic.
That is R.I.P. Rip Goneth.
I mean, to be fair, you can just change the ear. This part still has black on it. No? Okay, no. No, what's funny is Ray brought me her pair and it's the exact same pair that I have.
Yeah, because when I started out, literally everyone just went, go get Audio Technica, blah, 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 everything.
Yeah.
So that's what we got.
Apparently, yes. This is the first time Kana is hearing me clearly. Chat.
Yeah. Holy crap. Wait, does that mean if I listen to you going yeah, it's gonna sound different? Thoughts?
Probably. Again, I don't know why you keep doing that to yourself, but yeah, probably.
I feel like I'm meeting someone new. Oh my god, Pharaoh. Hi.
Jesus. Hi, nice to meet you, Kana. My name is Pharaoh. I do mod things.
You sound less... Kaya nga, sa pecah ito. I don't know how to describe it. You sound...
Distorted,
Yes? Yes.
much more fuller.
Yes! That's the word.
Well, yeah, probably because you were using
You
those
low-key just
shit
gave
ass.
yourself like a hearing disability with that thing.
That's so fucking
It's
funny.
technically the
And the
same
fact that
thing.
it's literally like you just put it there and it's still like
That explains it, chat. That's why the Pharaoh Nya thing didn't cause the psychic damage to her that it causes to everybody else because she wasn't hearing it clearly. That's what it was. See, now when she listens to it, she's gonna develop a brain bleed. It's gonna be amazing.
This is gonna apply to everything, isn't it?
Yes.
All my alerts.
Yes.
All right, chat. Put up the sprays, the unholy, all the alerts.
Okay, we don't need to rediscover my stream. We don't need to rediscover.
Maximum audio.
We don't need to. It's okay. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I insist.
Ayo.
There we go. Here we go.
How does it feel to be watered?
You can actually water me. Ray
And
contemplating.
You
Not that
you
evil.
get to hear the lovely audio that goes along with the water.
My tummy turned, Pharaoh. My tummy turned. Why is there? Why is the command still there?
The command will always be there.
Does the water sound more realistic now?
A little bit. A little bit.
Okay.
No, it sounds exactly the same. Wait, here. Spray me. Well, gently. Spray me gently.
Not gently. Give her the drown her. Get her,
she
Ray, get
legitimately
her.
sprayed me.
I thought I had to spray it 3 times, exactly the way the spray
You
thing.
didn't have to. She went through the bit.
That's
She could have sprayed me once. She
absolutely
sprayed me 3
hilarious.
times.
The fact that you have a spray bottle just there, oh, if I come to Indonesia, you're cooked. Every time you do something, you're gonna get sprayed.
Are you expecting Ray to spray every time you guys cheer?
It would be funny if she did.
Maybe so.
Get her, Ray. Get her. Get her, Ray.
No, maybe Ray should feel it just once. She took off her glasses. She's so ready. Ready? Really? Nothing?
No,
Nothing?
yeah.
Doesn't make you feel like a bad dog?
Because you're a dog and I'm an elf.
Oh, thoughts, chat. That's 9 sprays now.
Oh, you really are gonna go spray yourself 9 times?
Well, you're gonna spray me, so technically. Okay, well, pace yourself! Makasih ya, Beb. Do it.
You could just close your eyes.
Oh, that's
You
an
just-
option!
Guys, she literally got sprayed with her eyes low-key
Babe.
open. And I'm like, what? Why? You know shit against your eyes!
We're gonna ruin the new. We are going to ruin the new headphones immediately
Okay, here.
by
I
spraying
put the
them down
headphones
with water.
off.
Mm-hmm.
Ray should be able to hear Pharaoh just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, I'm just listening to like a delayed version of your stream or my earphones, right?
You're such a
This is-
dodo head.
This is amazing.
Okay, what was it? 15. I almost said 18 for no reason. And you sprayed me 3 times, so 12. Go.
Wait, so I need to spray you 8 more times? This is
12. It was 15. You sprayed me 3 times.
Do you want continuously or do you want breaks?
Breaks. Ugh, sorry.
Did you close your eyes?
Yeah, it's still.
Bad dog.
I feel like I'm taking a shower. Actually, she sprayed me mid talking. Okay, how many was that? Did you count?
Yeah, it's 4 or 5.
Let's call it 5.
Okay.
Actually, it's kind of refreshing.
It's supposed to be refreshing.
Oh, it's supposed to be refreshing. Beautiful, beautiful. You're starting. Oh.
I'm supposed to get the entirety of your face,
Yeah,
you know?
because like I was about to say she's going 360, and like
You have a beautiful face. Hydration.
Yeah.
How many was that? Plus
did
3.
you count?
Plus 3 from
I
the
don't.
show. Come
I
on,
do
can
not
only
know.
count up to 5.
I do not know what this
Were you
stream is turned
counting?
into. Chat, I really don't know what this stream is turned into. I'm just sitting here
Makasih ya, Beb.
eating popcorn at this point.
Someone just added 3 more.
Kan tadi 3.
Yes.
5.
Yes.
Well, looks like we're gonna
Yes.
waterboard the streamer.
What, Pharaoh?
Waterboard the streamer.
For the new chatters, this is normal kind of stream. I swear to you. No, you know what? Maybe just 3 more.
This is about an average Kana experience, honestly, at this point.
Meh.
That's 3 more, right?
Yes. Did we do it all?
Just
Did we actually do it all?
What do you mean this is not TOS friendly? We are just spraying water. Beautiful facial
It's
hair.
Yeah, from the mountains of Just Spray Me, 8, 11. How can there still be 11? There's no way. Can you count to 11?
I'll hold my fingers up.
Okay. But my eyes will be closed. So,
It's okay. I'll hold my fingers up.
check. Count properly. Go.
I don't even know. I don't know how we got here, chat, but this is where we are now.
I'm taking a shower. This is just a shower. That one in my mouth that time. So yeah. How can it be 26? What number are we on?
That should be 11.
I've never been this hydrated in my life. Makasih ya, Beb. Someone just 3 more. Just 3 more. That's it. Someone just oh. Yeah. I'm really wet.
You really are wet. Like her face is drenching wet. It's so
Oh,
funny.
oh,
It's so fucking funny.
no.
Like you guys are not giving her enough time for her face to actually fully hydrate.
Oh.
Brother. Okay. 3 more
Oh.
apparently.
What do you mean? I thought that was.
Oh, God.
I guess your face is gonna be really hydrated now.
Your face?
Yeah,
Your
maybe.
face maybe like just Makasih ya, Beb. I heard Makasih ya, Beb.
That's another one.
Hello.
We
What
still
were we
wanna-
on?
I already did 3 of the previous one. You want
Okay.
3 of another
Go.
one?
Oh.
Until we just need to just close the cap so that it will be over forever.
It's closed.
I actually took a shower.
Cap is closed. I did not
Holy
think I was gonna
crap.
come here to deliver headphones and then spray you.
Beb. Oh, brother. Jarang nih, nggak jangan bareng.
You're not hearing it. I still hear the whole bit.
Mau ngedate nggak?
My God.
You're listening
See,
to me,
that-
aren't you?
See, Crow, it doesn't count because
Yeah,
the
Crow-
spray bottle only activates on the
Makasih,
100-bit
Beb.
dono. Ha ha ha.
Kill me.
A
Just kill me.
technicality. We have to stop this.
That doesn't count.
Thank you for
Hi.
the bits.
Oddly, is this how it feels like to actually have hydrated skin? Thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay, can I just say, you know you're doing it standing up, and I'm sitting down, right?
Mhm.
My forehead is like jelly.
Mm-hmm.
My cheeks are dry as fuck, girl. Oh, you wanna get my other side? Okay.
Underneath, right?
Underneath? Okay. Okay. That's...
Is it softer now? Just weed it.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm back.
You know what,
Bossy.
Ren? I don't
Bossy,
know,
babe.
buddy. You might be right. We'll see how this works out for them.
Hi, Farrell. We're back.
Hi, welcome back.
Half my face is really wet. The other half is not very wet.
It's unfortunate. It's really that's so sad for you.
He sounds really dejected.
Are you
sad.
okay? Are you proud of me?
Oh God.
I gotta go to bed. It is 2:30 in the morning. I gotta go to bed. I can't. I took the Advil, and man, my headache is gone. Man, I actually feel really good. I feel like I can go back to. I feel like I can go back to sleep now, and I'll just be.
Yes?
I'll be fine. I feel like I'll be okay. Just need to go back to bed and stay there this time. I'm gonna leave my phone. I'm gonna leave my phone in the computer room. See, smart.
What if you wake up in the middle of the night and be like this? What's Kana doing?
I feel like I feel like it's all good now. I think we've seen our way through the crisis. I think Kana should be okay. Kana should be just fine.
I'm
I mean, Ray's
hydrated.
there.
Ray's gonna leave for Pilates. Aren't you?
I was about to go work for a bit because my
Ah.
brother is at
Okay. Wait. Work.
Yeah, I have work.
Oh, she has a job, chat. She has a job.
I mean,
Is
that's
it-
why I
is her
packed all my
job to-
stuff to go here.
Is her job to be a pain in the
Oh.
ass?
So I'm just gonna,
Because I
like,
mean, she's
find
really
out
good at that.
or something.
Pharaoh says your job is to be a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Also, I almost said your job is to pain in the butt, and I'm pretty sure that's not the correct English term. She's giving me a face.
Are you
I'll-
so silly?
Me? Okay. If you have to go work, thank you for dropping by and giving me food. And your headphones! Holy crap! This is amazing!
It's gonna die eventually too, so you probably have to get.
It'll last another 6 years, right, chat? Please don't give me that face. The previous one lasted 6 years.
I am giving you a fucking look right now. I want you to know that.
5 years.
you were being given a look.
You are really silly.
What did I do? Thank you so much for dropping by. If you have to work, you can work. Did you bring your stuff? Are you going home first?
No, I'm going nearby.
Oh.
So if you need anything, because I need to shop.
Oh. Thank you for your company. Chat, say bye-bye to Ray. Ray has successfully waterboarded me. Finally, huh?
You want me to put that outside?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll put it in a combined bowl and close it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I love you, girly. Bye-bye. Aw. Chat, she watered me like a plant and left.
Probably
Pharaoh,
needed it. Probably necessary.
are you disappointed in me? I
I
don't
am
know
not.
what I
I am-
did.
I am not disappointed in you. I am not disappointed in you. It's fine. Everything is okay.
What did I miss?
Nothing. You missed absolutely nothing.
And I drank. I'm the most watered blah blah blah. You know what I mean, chat.
Yes, you were thoroughly hydrated.
Yippee!
Can't believe you have to be watered like a plant. That tracks.
It's the bottle is 300 milliliters, and we got like 30% through. So
Now, have you been drinking water?
the thing,
Have you
yeah. Huh?
You have been drinking. You have been drinking water as well, right? Not just getting sprayed with it.
Yes, I drank approximately 1 liter of water.
Okay.
You wanna sleep, Pharaoh? You sound sleepy. Are you okay? Do you need me to
I am-
lullaby you?
No, I think I'm all right. I'm just I am existing. I am existing. I am here. I am vibrating with the universe.
Why do you have a spray bottle? Because Michi bought it. She got it for me and she said I needed it. Do you think she thinks I
That
needed to be
tracks.
watered?
Probably she thinks that she need to be spritzed every now and again because you're like the group fuckboy or something along those lines.
Oh, go. And by the way, the unholy is apparently not helping me. When I went for the collab, Michi was
Yeah.
giggling with Reichi, like, that's what she was doing the whole time. She's like,
you are not beating the fuckboy allegations.
because of the water? Or because
no,
of unholy?
because of unholy.
Oh, brother.
not beating the fuckboy allegations at all, which is hilarious.
But I didn't even sing it first. Muna
Doesn't
did.
matter. Yeah, but like everybody expects that kind of behavior from Muna. Let's be real. Like, and it's not like a dig against Muna. That's just Muna's energy. Like,
That's true.
genuinely, you know.
That do be true. That
You
do
know.
be true.
I don't even watch a lot of Muna's stuff, but I am aware that Muna has the big sexy toggle switch. So
She has a what?
she can be an absolute gremlin, because I have seen Muna be an absolute gremlin, but then she has the switch she can flip that goes from gremlin to big sexy. So yeah.
Okay, wait. Ray is here because she doesn't know how to go down without me. Okay, wait. Let me give. Oh right, because I took back your key. I'm such an idiot. Oh wait, Ray. Okay, I'm gonna give you very specific instructions.
You're trying to run, are you?
No. There's a bag outside that looks like an egg.
No, I mean I saw a key.
No,
but
no.
I don't know how to time.
There's a bag
Uh-huh.
outside that looks like an egg.
Uh-huh.
Unzip the bag. You will locate the key you returned to me. Okay? And you take it, return it to me next time. Thoughts?
Are you gonna be sure that the key that you have
Kana,
left?
Yes.
Kana, is
Not
this not
disappear.
doxing your location to some extent?
How? How is this doxing my location when I said there's a bag? Look at. Okay. I'm gonna get her downstairs. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, go do that. Go do that. Thank you.
How is that doxing?
I don't know. They're weird.
Yamu, you know what I'm gonna need you to do with this VOD, right, buddy? Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I got it. Yamu's like just my favoriteest person. Like all I ever do anymore is Yamu this, Yamu this, Yamu. the VOD will survive on her. The VOD will end up surviving on the YouTube channel after Yamu has scrubbed it. Yeah, it'll be there. So just don't clip it, chat, please. Don't be weird. Don't be the reason I have to fly to Indonesia to fucking enact violence on somebody. Like I want my first trip to Indonesia because I'm going to have a good time, not because I'm going to fucking bury somebody in Ray's forest. It's all right. I'm pretty used to it at this point. You know, there are people that would actually do that shit, right? There are people that actually do that shit. So
I smell food. I'm back.
welcome back. So now when you get a chance, Kata, I'm gonna need you to change where you hide your key, okay? No more egg-shaped bag. The egg-shaped bag is getting retired, and you're gonna have to figure out someplace else to hide your key.
No, I meant outside in my living room. It's not outside my house.
Okay. You said outside. I think everybody just kind of assumed you were talking about.
No, because I'm in my work room.
Okay.
My PC room. And I meant outside in my living room.
Just making sure, because you said outside and everybody's like, okay, well now you're describing where you hide your spare key.
Yeah, like randomly on the outside there's a random egg bag. Yeah, right. No, that tracks. I might do that.
Honestly,
I understand that.
honestly, Kana, like I'm not trying to be mean, sweetie, but like, you know, it's not. I wouldn't put it past you. Crisis averted. Yeah, I mean, crisis averted. It's just.
I do have a brain cell. No, Deadass, me and Ray were looking at each other. We're like, did we dox ourselves? I don't think so.
Yeah. the assumption everybody was making is that you were saying outside, like outside your apartment, not outside of the work room. So that's why
Outside
everybody
of
was
the
freaking the
PC
hell out
room.
and yelling at
It's
me to yell at
okay,
you.
chat. It's okay. I was about to say I'm smarter than that, but you know, we never know, right?
Again, I'm not trying to be mean, but every now and again, sweetie, I wonder.
Alright. What are we talking about?
Every now and again, I'm like, she wouldn't. Wait, she wouldn't do. You know, let me just make sure. Let me just make sure. It's fine. Let's just clarify real quick. I just want to make
You had
sure.
context, we didn't. That's true. Because like I feel like me and Ray, we were like making eye contact the whole time, and she was like trying to big brain of like, okay, egg bag. She's like trying to remember, and you're screaming at me. You're fucked. Yeah. Actually, you're fucked. But I mean, to be fair, if I think about it without knowing the context,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Thank
It's
you
the-
guys
it's the-
for trying to protect me. And Ray, I
without
guess.
I guess without the con. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is so gross.
Ow.
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 My roommate got this stuff, and it's like slime that you use to clean your keyboard.
I probably need that, don't I? Oh, I should do that.
You need.
Oh, thank you,
there's a lot
Connor,
of-
for giving us a heart attack. For like a second, were you gonna zap the VOD?
I don't know that you. I don't know that you necessarily need slime, but you need something. Help. That's what you need. Lots and lots of help.
That's why I have you.
Yeah, but then you are incommunicado for a week or more at a time, so it's kind of hard for me to understand what the help I need to be providing you.
You're so smart, yeah. We'll have a chat, Pharaoh. That's off stream.
Yes, that'd be great. That'd be outstanding.
Just
It's
FYI, chat.
I-
When we've been talking is when you've been here.
Yes. Trying to get her to like have a conversation off stream is like, yeah, it's tough.
Let me try
About to just start hitting her with the jingle fucking gif every day until she responds.
You've been jingling me a lot.
It's like Kana, hello Kana, do you exist, Kana, hello Kana, and nothing, and then like one day she'll be like, hi, and I'm like,
I'm alive.
where have you been?
What's that song again? Where have you been all my life?
Oh
Ow.
God. just like I think she tries to do it to rage bait.
Do what to rage bait? I don't! I swear I don't purposely try to rage bait. It just happens. Is that better or worse?
I don't know. See, at least with Michi, if I absolutely need her attention on something, I can government name her, and then she knows. Like she has to pay attention when I break out the government name, right?
Do you need a code word?
That I need something. I don't know what. I'll just get Ray to give me like at least your first government name, and then you'll know when it's serious.
Oh.
Ray, I need just the first government name so that I know, so that I have the Kana activation switch so she knows when I'm being serious.
I love how you think my name will activate me. I mean,
I'm
trying
hoping for
to
the
think
shock.
what will.
I'm hoping that there's a shock value in it when all of a sudden Pharaoh DMs you
With like a real government name.
with like a real government name, and you're like, hello.
You can't bring life to a dead horse. Wait, am I the dead horse?
If the horseshoe fits.
What would shock me? Let me think. I was gonna say durian, but that doesn't sound so terrifying when you randomly text me durian.
Yeah, durian doesn't really. That doesn't like. What?
Bold of you to assume it will work on me. Thoughts? I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time Michi says that now, I'm like, Michi, you're triggering my PTSD.
Just show up at her door. Yeah, actually, the raise way is the best way, which is just to have a key to my place and just barge in. But I assume.
Okay, that's a really long way. Like, it's not like I can just go. You know, there's.
That's
like,
very
it's
true.
not like I could just. See, the thing is, I wouldn't even try to barge in. I just get downstairs, like where I'm assuming downstairs or outside of her apartment, and at the top maximum volume, I just bellow her name, Kana, come here.
Doxing me to the whole building.
That's right.
Beautiful. How about just type anjing?
Anjing. Okay.
Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, you will only.
So hold on. So what you're telling me? Hold on. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So what you're saying is, when I need to get your attention, I need to start the conversation by calling you a bitch. That's a fucking. That's. Bitch, come here. That's I mean.
Yeah. I mean, on a scale of 1 to anjing, how desperately do you need me?
That's the scale from 1 to anjing. I know, but so Crow, the way, so I know anjing is literally just Indonesian for dog. But here's the funny thing is that the word bitch is literally meant to describe a female dog. That's like the actual like the origin of the word in English. So Kana being female and a dog, if you're telling me to call her Anjing,
like actually,
translated into English.
No, say this right. I'm gonna forget and wonder why are you calling me? I'm gonna have amnesia and have no context, and I'll be like,
yeah, no, you're gonna get, yeah, that's gonna, yeah.
That might, that might work. That might actually catch my attention. Thoughts?
The confusion of why are you calling me Anjing? Maybe if I guess if I really need to get her attention, it would be go block Anjing at that point, right? Then that really gets her attention.
I keep wondering if there's something in the air in Indonesia. Yes, there is pollution.
Pollution.
Actually, hello, the air quality. Again, I've said this before. I recently got an air purifier. It's so weird that I can breathe and nothing is blocking it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, holy shit, I'm discovering air. I'm discovering air, chat. Holy crap, that's so weird.
Air that isn't full of crap. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, usually I get the sniffles when I wake up. Now I don't. It's so crazy. I never knew. Holy shit. Air is not crunchy.
That's why I've been telling Michi for years. I tell like Kana now and all the other like Indonesians, like if any of you ever get around to coming to visit me here, you're gonna be floored by the air quality. Because the air quality is so good in Alabama.
To wear glasses? Yes. Although I cannot say that I know where they are right now. But yes. Why?
Crunchy air is just yikes.
Why are they not on your face? Because just like my pants, I just lose track of them.
I'm not even gonna ask the question. I'm not even gonna ask the question. Nope. I see the bait. I'm not doing it.
What?
I'm not
bait?
doing it.
No,
Nope.
okay, you're telling me. Wait, I don't know how many of you are wearing glasses, but like you're telling me you never lose track of your glasses? So you've discovered air and sound. If you actually get the right prescription updated, you'll discover sight as well.
Did you ever get your doctor's appointment scheduled for the eye doctor?
Did I write it down in my notes?
You did.
That I did?
Twice.
Oh, I lost
Yeah.
my notes.
You know what? I don't care if I become
Mm.
annoying. I'm going to DM you every single fucking day to remind you to schedule your fucking eye doctor. I am legitimately upset.
Okay, but
This
like
is-
actually,
this was like almost a month ago now. Yes, because if your prescription,
yes.
if your eye prescription is no longer current, you'll be making your vision worse wearing the wrong prescription.
Oh.
Like I am dead ass, like no chat, like she doesn't understand now. She just actually triggered aggravated Supervisor Pharaoh.
Okay.
She's going to get DM'd every single fucking day now about the goddamn eye doctor until she goes to get
8
her eye
a.m.
doctor
sharp every
exam.
day. Pharaoh's chat is just anjing.
Anjing. It's just
Dr.
anjing
Mata.
eyes. Anjing eyes. Anjing glasses. Anjing.
You know when you said that you'll use it for like the times that you really desperately need, it seems like you're
It's
just
pretty
gonna
much
use
every-
it
it's
for
just,
like
it's just gonna like all
it's
the
gonna
time
be
because
every
it has to
chat.
be used all the time, because if I don't use it, it's just not gonna register at all. Like translate it to just translate it to English. Bitch, get your eyes checked.
Okay.
Every day.
It's cause mine isn't as bad as Ray's. I can still see.
Yeah, do you like? Would you like to
Without-
keep it that way? Would you like to keep it that way?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well,
Mm.
then go see the eye doctor. If it hadn't been like when you the first time we talked about this, you said it'd been like 6 fucking years since the last time you went to.
Yeah,
the
it
eye
was like
doctor.
pre-COVID.
Okay, so yeah, pre-COVID. So yes, so you okay? So it's more than 6 years. Oh my fucking.
That's over 6 years ago. Oh, it is. Wait, what?
Anjing, you go to eye doctor, or I swear to God, I will. I don't know what. Something desperate at this point. Something drastic. Something that'll actually upset you. I will block you everywhere.
Okay.
I will
use your DMs
no,
as a note.
yes.
Kana,
So hold on.
Eye
we're-
doctor. Between this week and next week, thoughts? Koi, okay, silly question. Is going to the eye doctor different from getting your eyes checked out at the optician?
No, you can just go to the optometrist.
Ah, okay. Kana, go to up the what?
Just the optometrist. Yeah, optometrist. There you go. Sin typed it out for you.
Optometrist is the eye doctor? The people who sell glasses are eye doctors?
Mm-hmm.
No? Is it not the same?
No, it's not the same. The people that sell the glasses, no. But usually places that, at least here, usually places where they like sell glasses will have an optometrist.
Oh,
Like-
yeah. Waka. Okay, so
Yeah.
usually at the glasses place, they will have an eye doctor there to help check your sight. Correct?
Yeah, at least here anyway. I don't know about there, but like here, you can go to Walmart and they have like an optometrist in the Walmart. You can go in there and they'll check your eyes, and then you can buy your glasses there. So
Wait. Eye doctor does tests on your eye. The one that blows wind into your eyes. They what?
yeah, they can sometimes
Why? Isn't it just the one where
to make
they
your
do-
eyes dilate and stuff. Yeah, sensitivity test. Yeah.
Huh? Oh.
Hmm.
I wonder if I can pin a message. There.
You can.
I've been getting my glasses from some dude in a van. Aha! We don't have Jollibee. We have McDonald's.
It's just this is great. Yeah, Chad, I literally typed to Kana in all caps, Anjing eye doctor, I swear to God you get blocked.
That is indeed what he typed to me in all caps.
So yeah. Yeah, that's it. From now on, it's gonna be daily DMs. I don't care if it's annoying. Maybe if I annoy her, she'll actually do things.
Meow meow.
This whole time, like I don't want to annoy her, you know. Nope. I guess I'm gonna have to annoy her.
Staying alive is so difficult, chat. Difficult.
I'll just get Ray to start putting things in the girlies server. Be like, Ray, I need you to do me a favor. Put this in the girlies server for me, so all the girlies start railing on Kana till she gets shit done.
I get shit done.
Almost a month ago, La, I told you about eye doctor, and you still have not done it.
My vitamins, my vitamin D. Wait a minute.
Well, see that now she's panicking, chat. She's thinking about all the things that she knows she's supposed to do that she hasn't done yet. See that? See that? She's starting. See, exactly. It's working. So I just have to start threatening her. That's all. That's great. That's great. I just have to threaten her more. That's all. No, endless. The threats will continue until routine improves. Yes, exactly.
I'm alive. I swear. I.
That is actually hilarious that like I start threatening you and all of a sudden your brain starts reminding you the things that you're supposed to do. That is really fucking sad, Kana. See, chat, I tried to do like positive reinforcement and support, but apparently that doesn't work with Kana. I'm just gonna have to be like I'm just have to be an asshole about it. Apparently that's what triggers her brain to function correctly.
No, I forgot what triggered my memory, but I remembered it. When I heard Michi talking about Kana, we all have different strengths, chat. We all have different strengths.
I think Baka's right, because it was right around the time that I broke up my bad Asian parent. Like, you know, why have you not done this law? And all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, my vitamin D. Oh, chat, I'm gonna have to just practice being an Asian parent.
That's a coincidence. That's a coincidence. Yeah,
triggering ancient Asian trauma by.
I would remember other things about other people. I just don't remember my own.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to to do that. I guess that's fine. How am I supposed to stick around for 1,000 years if you don't, buddy?
No wonder you and me are friends.
About that. I mean, if you're the one that is pinning the curse of 1,000 years on me, if you perish first, then that goes away. See? Mm-hmm.
Okay. Vitamin D. Vitamin D. Wow.
Start hitting.
Wonder how long I
start
have to
hitting
take it.
Kana. I have to hit Kana with the "I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed."
Oh my god. You're so right.
just hit her with the "I'm not even mad at this point. I'm just disappointed," and watch her have like a panic attack.
I don't know if that's gonna make me have a panic attack. When you whip out the metal stick, that's when I get a panic attack.
Okay. I understand that when I come to visit, I have a very long memory, right? So you could, that could be arranged.
Wow. That's me and my entire friendship with her. What are you talking about?
Pharaoh, get the shankla. Don't make
You
me
need
take my
one.
slipper off.
You need one of those parental apps. I already have that on my phone. It already does lock it.
Hey, no, you know what, chat? We'll get a shot caller on the throne. There we go.
Hey.
One of those like remote activated shot callers. So then when Kana's
That
not
doesn't
like
sound
paying
very
it-
dog friendly.
whenever Kana doesn't do what she's supposed to do.
I usually do the things I'm supposed to do except go to the eye doctor.
And for a month. It's not like we just talked about it yesterday.
Ow.
Just a little motivation chat. I don't know what I fucking tell you.
I'm still trying to drink all the vitamins.
Take the vitamins. Good girl. I didn't even have to yell at you this time.
I'm so bad at swallowing pills. I hate it.
That's fair. Do it anyway.
Meh. Meh, 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 meh. Okay. Last one. Vitamin C, vitamin... Okay, D. Ow. Okay. I'm done.
Good job.
No, you good? Are you sleepy? How's your headache?
It's gone. I took my Advil. 1,000 milligrams of ibuprofen mixed with acetaminophen will get the job done every time.
Doesn't it make you sleepy though?
I'm used to it. I take about 1,000 milligrams of that every day for the most part to keep the joints working correctly.
Wait a minute. Taking pills dry? That's a thing? How?
Some people can. I don't know. Some people can do it. I can't.
What the heck? Don't you just choke? What? What? How? What the? Huh?
That's Hamex. That's so fucking every day. Kana, did you make Pharaoh proud today?
I did. I'm gonna say I did no matter what, chat.
That's true.
Because in my
That's true.
head, I did what I'm supposed to do. Okay, fair. Well, since you had a headache, isn't that just a painkiller though?
Yeah. What do you think a headache is? Kana, it's pain in the head. So you take a painkiller and the pain goes away.
But doesn't that just numb you from the pain? But your body still experiencing it. You just don't feel it? Question mark.
I mean, even when I take the Advil, I'm still in pain. It just makes the pain less. That's all.
Welcome to being old.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've blown out cartilage in both of my knees. I've done all kinds of joint damage to my right arm, like my shoulder and my elbow are fucking cooked. Done all kinds of nerve and tendon damage in various places in my body. Just from like jobs that I've done. Like when I worked in construction, my forearm muscle in my right arm bulged, and when it did, it rolled over a nerve. in my right arm, and my right arm was paralyzed from the elbow down for about a month, and then eventually it came back, but like it hurts every now and again, and every now and again it'll go like semi-numb, and then it just stops. It's fine.
Wow, the way I just lowered my legs from being crossed.
Where is your fucking footstool?
I just checked. I checked this morning. They canceled it. The sellers. They didn't send it. They canceled the thing.
Okay,
For
we'll
once,
try
it
again.
is not my fault.
It is not
Chat.
your fault. You're right. It's not your fault, but it is your fault that you didn't reorder a new one.
Because I just saw it this morning. Thoughts?
Okay, reorder a new one now, please. Thank you. Get chop.
Kursi. Being being slightly below average height is annoying.
Slightly below average height.
Just slightly, like 1 centimeter. No, actually, what if I'm actually just average height? Thoughts?
For what, like munchkins? I mean, that tracks. Average height for a gremlin. Yeah, that tracks too. Yes, Ray, Sin is old. Not as old as me, but he is old.
I'm pretty sure I'm taller than a hobbit.
Maybe.
Huh. Ergonomic footrest. Okay, it's called the pedestal. Okay. The pedestal something.
We're putting Kana on a pedestal, guys.
It's literally called the pedestal V1 ergonomic footrest.
She belongs on a pedestal, Lamau.
And I'm just watching a video of a person using it. Oh! The left side and the right side can go forward and back separately.
Beautiful. Order it.
Is that really necessary?
You know, options. It's better to have more options than fewer options. Just order it.
Okay. 650 sold. Surely. It must be decent? Oh, but it doesn't wiggle back and forth. But the one that wiggles canceled on me.
It's true. I don't feel like you need one that wiggles anyway. You're not wiggling when you're keeping your legs crossed in the seat, so...
Oh, you're so smart. I often think to myself how smart you are, Pharaoh. Okay. Surely this height is enough for me. Yes. Regular shipping. Me trying to be like, when do I need this by? Whatever has free shipping. Exactly. Okay. I have purchased the replacement thingamaboob.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Few extra inches to be safe. You know, I have friends who are shorter than me. So really, I'm not that short.
Isn't Michi shorter than you? No, it's the other way around. You're shorter than Michi. That's right. I forgot.
No,
which is a
I think
fucking
we're the
statement.
same height.
Ray, isn't Michi taller than Kana by like 1 centimeter?
Without her shoes, Ray. I'm taller by 1 centimeter.
Wait, is it okay? Hold on, Ray. Who's taller though? I need you to specify. Is Michi taller or is Kana taller? Michi is taller without the shoes.
1 centimeter does not count, chat.
my sister in Christ, the fact that Michi is taller than you is
What? What?
wild. You
What?
are tiny.
It's just 1
That's
centimeter.
okay, chat. It just means
It's just
that
10
Kana
millimeters.
is travel
It's just
size.
10
She's
milli-
convenient to take places with you.
It's
Right?
just
You
1 millimeter.
You can take
Hello?
her. You can take her on an airplane as a carry-on.
The 1 centimeter is 10 millimeters, so therefore it doesn't matter. Did you know that? Did you know that my height in the driver's license is a lie? It's so funny.
Is it?
Yeah,
Did,
because
did you lie to them
because
about
my
your height, Kana?
no, because they gave it to me because that's the minimum height I need to drive a car. So if they put my actual height, I wouldn't be allowed to drive. Thoughts?
That's
What? What?
I'm gonna go to visit Indonesia, and I am just going to carry
yeah.
Kana everywhere
Wow.
we go.
No, Sun is actually laughing way too hard.
I am going to just we're gonna go to do stuff. I'm just gonna pick her up
Hello.
and throw her on my shoulder and carry her, because if I have to wait for her, because I'm a land striding giant, Kana is gonna have to jog to keep up with me if I'm walking normally. So I'm just going to she's just gonna get piggyback rides everywhere, chat.
But I'm
That's too
legally
funny.
allowed to drive now, so you know.
That's terrifying. That,
Can you
that she
reach the
isn't. She
pedals?
isn't.
Oh, so yeah, I just sit at the very front end of the seat. I just push it. You know, you can pull your what is
Guys,
it called when you
she has the seat pushed
You know
all
when
the
you-
way forward, and then she's sitting on the front edge of the seat
It's
too.
not that bad. It's not
She's
that
got-
bad.
She's got blocks that she ties onto
It's
her
not that
shoes,
bad.
so that she has enough reach to get to the pedals.
If you lay back, no, I can see half the window if I lean back.
You are not driving me. I will walk. You are not driving me anywhere. There is no way. There's no
Like-
fucking way.
Hey, at least sometimes I remember to wear my glasses when I drive. Thoughts?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, you're terrifying. Yes. So anyway, I will just pick Kana up and carry her whenever we need to go anywhere.
They're 6-year-old prescriptions. You can't see shit. What if my eyes didn't go bad? In 6 years,
That's why you need
right?
to go. That's why you need to go. That's why you need to go to the doctor. Yeah, guys, it's gonna be just like when I play Pragmata. I'm gonna have to get like a harness so like Kana can like stand like and see over my shoulder. Kana, have you seen Pragmata?
No.
Oh, I have to hold on.
No, to be fair, I've driven Ray before. I drive very safely, right, Ray? Ray, where are you? Where are you? I need a live witness who is uncompromised, unblackmailed, who can't lie. Most importantly, who can't lie. Most important, Ray cannot lie. Ray, she's
Let's see
very
here.
safe driver. Did you see that? Did you see
Hold
that? And
on,
Ray
here we
actually
go.
has trauma with like car accidents. So like if she says I'm safe, thoughts?
Here, I'm just gonna put this in the group chat. Here. This is gonna be me and you when I come to visit Indonesia.
That might be an accurate depiction, not gonna lie. I'm just hanging off.
This is
Hey! Wait a minute. Not honking is
Show-
a problem.
show chat.
Okay, wait, let me save. Oh man.
Show chat. This is gonna be us when I go to visit.
That's probably accurate. Hey, I'm not that tiny. Are you that tall?
I mean, yeah, probably in comparison. Remember, we did the height comparison.
Yeah, okay. Again, you're acting like I'm so much shorter than Michi. It's 10 millimeters. Does it matter? Does it actually matter?
Hey, NFS, can you center the thing again, buddy? Because I know you've got it.
You're gonna pull out the height chart, aren't you?
Thank you, NFS.
You have things on standby. I don't know how I feel about that. Send me your PH.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not the shortest person out there. And Ray,
True.
you're not even
And-
that much taller than me. Hello? Like our height difference is not that much, really. You were born in the short. Oh, really? I was born in the short. You're 165. No, you're not.
Born in the
What?
short.
Stop lying. No, you're not.
That is so funny. Where are you?
You're
son?
not. That you cannot be 165. Wait, who did I send that? What did you send it to? Ray, you cannot be 165. There ain't no way. We're not counting the hair that sticks out from your head.
Send it to Kana.
We had a
so she
chart.
can send it to Kana so she can put it up on stream.
Just give it to
Please,
me.
NFS.
Whatever it is, I guess. Ray is 165. There ain't no way. Oh my god, thoughts re-debut. I could just make myself tall. I feel my brain power. Holy shit, guys!
You could make
What?
your VTube model tall.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be 180.
All right, there you go, Kana.
I'm
It's in
gonna
the group chat.
Sure, gonna lie. I call it decorating. Okay. What should I name it? Pharaoh tall.png. I'm gonna be 180. Actually, chat, I'm gonna be 180. No, I'm gonna be 196 exactly. This is gonna be my height on the right. I'm the one on the right. Chat, I'm gonna be the one on the right. You don't get. Why do I have to give if I just am?
You serve exactly what you are, Kana. You serve Gremlin.
Tallness. I give a tall vibe, you know, chat. Surely. Surely.
Not even kind of.
Maybe like a little bit.
You give Munchkin. That's what you give. You give
No,
Gremlin.
no. It's okay. Just open your mind's eye, Pharaoh.
You give scurrying. Kana doesn't walk. Kana scurries, chat. He's like a creature scuttling about. Yeah, that's fine. You can put that there. But nobody believes you. Everybody knows
Believe
what's
me.
actually happening there.
Just believe me. There. Aren't I a genius? Oops. Okay, we do not have to discuss the fact that they think I'm a chihuahua. I don't like it.
That's funny as hell. The girlies think she's a chihuahua. Amazing.
No, this is who I really
Chat.
am.
Chat, I will literally have to look down to make sure that I'm not running into Kana. Like I will have to
That
check
is
my
not
immediate.
true.
I will have to check my immediate
That
surroundings
is
because
not true.
Kana
That's all a lie.
Kana is going to be entirely outside of my default line of sight.
I'd say she's more orange cat. Didn't we say that about Michi though, Ray? Everyone is like, well, Kana's a chihuahua, and then Michi's just an orange cat. And I'm like, okay. In a way, that's a compliment. Chihuahuas are mean. You think I'm mean, Ray? Do you think I'm mean?
I'm going to have to take like quarter steps so Kana doesn't have to jog to keep up
Wait,
with me.
Approximation. How much is like one of your step in centimeters?
So in my so my legs are, hold on. So I have a 32 inch inseam. I think it is.
Inches.
Hold on. So
Chihuahuas are just yappers. I'm so quiet
so
though.
my legs are roughly 82 centimeters long.
Your legs are.
Yeah. Most of the majority of my height is in my legs. So when I walk, I take very long strides.
Okay, let me approximate. I have a ruler. Chat, I have a ruler. I'm so smart. One step. Did I just smack into something? Yes. Okay.
I think
Okay.
Kana just nuked her stream, chat.
I did, probably.
Kana, I think you just nuked your stream. Oh wait, there it's back. It's back.
Wow, so you don't believe in me. Okay.
Good job. Oh,
Okay. Wait. So the distance is the between the feet, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay. 15 centimeters.
I'm assuming that's for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One step is 15 centimeters. How many steps would it
So-
take for me? 1-5, chat. 1-5.
So you're gonna have to take like basically 4 steps to equal one of mine.
How can one step be 50? Thoughts? Wait, yours is 80? You sure?
Yeah, my legs are approximately 82 cm.
Yeah, but like, I thought we were measuring the distance between the feet. No? How did you get 15? I measured the tip of the distance between the tip of my left foot to the heel of my right foot. Is that not how you're supposed to count it?
I have no idea. I just know how long my legs are.
Then maybe... Okay, wait. Getting
Somebody would
picture
have to
of
do
foot.
math. Somebody would have to do math on that one.
You count the
That
length
is-
of your
that is-
stride by
that
the
is-
length of your leg?
That is absolutely cursed. I'm gonna send it to the group chat.
What did you...
That
That's
is so
absolutely
fucking
cursed. That is
cursed.
so cursed. That is
That
so
is so
cursed.
fucking cursed.
Humanity should
That
not
is-
be subjected to
That
that.
is so fucking cursed. Put it up on
Like,
stream.
actually, that is so cursed. Holy crap.
That is
Oh,
absolutely
my
fucking
eyes.
cursed. If I had to see it, so do you. And if we have to see it, so does chat.
That's true. Welcome. Feast your eyes on whatever ruined our eyes.
Somebody
Oh, man.
that's
That's so cursed. That is so
That's
cursed.
so
I have no
fucking
words. I
cursed.
actually have no words.
This is so
My
fucking cursed.
eyes. Oh, my eyes. Was it worth it? Was
So that's
it
what I'll do
worth
next time I play Pragmata. We'll have to schedule it and at a time when you're going to be like awake and available, and you can like we'll stream together while I play Pragmata, and that'll be the thumbnail we use.
This- my face. My face is the one. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm the problem. I'm actually the problem there. Holy shit. Oh, Pharaoh. Oh no. Oh.
That's absolutely
Oh my.
cursed. God, that is so cursed.
Okay. See, I finished my water bottle. Are you
Good
not proud
job.
of me? I'll even
I'm
refill
very proud
it.
of you. Awesome, do that.
And I even brought a jug this time.
Look at that.
I'm learning.
Very proud of you.
It's gonna take a while. Ay. I'm tired of holding up the jug. That's a lot of water. It's a lot of water. I have refilled it. But I'm genuinely.
Good job.
What is it when you're full of water? Like when you're full of, like when you're full of food, you go like, oh, I'm full. What if you're full of water?
I don't know.
There's no word for it. Waterlogged.
Waterlogged.
Because like in Indonesian, there's separate words for it when you're like full of food versus full of like liquids. I think bloated, I guess.
Fair.
Bloated.
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 I mean, you don't have to drink until you're bloated, just as long as you're not dehydrated.
How do you know if you're not bloated? Isn't it just like you're either thirsty or bloated?
I don't know.
How do you know you drank enough if you're not, if like you know, like until max line type shit?
Yeah, fair. I get what you're saying.
You don't have to drink until you're bloated to cure thirst. But if it's more like I don't realize that I should stop until I'm bloated, and then I'm like, oh okay, I'm bloated.
It seems like a very Kana approach to the situation.
What, either A or B? Drink 1 cup of water per hour and you should be good. What if I'm using a water bottle though? Drink 1 bottle per hour? But 1 bottle is 1 liter. I can't tell if this is ESL debuff. I wonder if it's just a brain debuff, honestly. What if I'm just dumb?
What if she's just dumb, chat? Okay, Ray, that's much better.
Wow.
Ray fixed it. Amazing.
She went through the. Okay, I'm sorry. Feast your eyes on this.
That's amazing.
And then this is what Ray drew. Did you have to write real height?
That's so funny.
I don't know
Sin,
if I like it.
you gave Ray motivation.
Aren't you? Okay.
Wait, you need to resize the image. Kinda, it's like.
I know. I was trying to find my mouse. I can't see without my glasses.
No, jeez.
There you go. Did you have to? That's not my real height. Come on. I cannot be the size of Pharaoh's head. Like, think about it for like 1 second. You would think I'm the size of just your head.
It is so funny. That is the energy you serve.
I cannot be. Hey, no. I actually give off a very calm and mature aura. You just don't know it yet.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah. Totes. Don't lie. I'm not lying. I'm just slightly exaggerating. Just slightly. Just ever so slightly. It's called hyperbole. La thing.
Hyperbole.
What, yeah.
It's called hyperbole. It's not
Okay.
hyperbole.
Hey, to
Hyperbole,
be
guys.
fair, in Indonesian, it's that. We don't, okay, no Indonesian correct me. Just shut up. Anyway,
It's hyperbole.
shut up.
Is that like an Indonesian sport?
No,
that
I
isn't
swear
real?
to God,
Kinda
that's what it is in
hyperbole.
Indonesian. I'm not a liar.
Girl, it's an English word, La. What do you mean?
No.
Hyperbole.
I swear. No.
I want to go to the hyperbole. So when the Super Bowl
I was
is
trying to
too
think of what the
boring.
back part would be. And in Indonesian, I swear to God, Ray doesn't know what it is in Indonesian. Ray, my friend, my compadre. Hello?
Anna
man.
sure is excited about the hyperbole, guys.
Nah, see? I tell you. Hyperbola in Indonesian. I was like, my brain was loading what the back part of the word is. Oh, come on. Indonesians, hello. I need you.
NFS just cooked your ass on it. What do you mean?
It's not pronounced like that. What do you mean? You know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You know what it is. You know what it is? No, it's okay. I was just saying, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We don't need to talk about it.
That is so fucking funny. It is now the hyperbole.
Bro,
I gotta tell
you just won the
you just won
hyperbole without the.
She's going to Disney World. Oh God. Kana, can I go to the hyperbole with you? It sounds really cool, whatever it is. Okay, please.
I don't like you. I don't like you.
Do you not?
I don't like you. Did you all see the hyperbole halftime show? Yeah. Who needs fucking Super Bowl when you have hyperbole? Yeah. No.
Exactly.
Double down. I call ESL debuff. I call ESL debuff. I call it right
the
now.
The hyperbole is so good.
How is it supposed to be said? No, I'm serious.
Hyperbole.
Why would the word be pronounced that way? It sucks.
Hyperbole. It's English. Sweetie, I don't know what to tell you. It's just words be wording in English. I don't know. Rules. Yeah, we've got rules for English. Are they arbitrary? Yes, they are all arbitrary, situational, and cannot be counted upon. Oh God, the dog girl hyperbole.
I was trying to think of like, cause I was trying to translate the word half and half. You know what I mean? Hyper bola, and I was like hyper, and then I don't know what the end would be, cause like bola means ball. In Indonesia, it just means ball. I could have said hyper
It really
ball,
is.
and then it wouldn't be.
It really is the hyperbole, guys. There's even a ball involved.
No.
There's even a ball involved. It is the hyperbole. How do you play? What game is played with the ball at the hyperbole, Kana? I need to know. Like, is it like football, but with like more abuse? Is it like full contact basketball? Like what is the hyperbole?
Oh, come on. Indonesians borrow English words that are pronounced. Yeah, but it's not even the same. They said bola, and this is like boli. What the fuck? Why would you be? I don't know which I hate more. English or Indonesian. No, I hate Indonesian more. No, that's the problem. Indonesian is worse.
Yeah. So it's like hyperball, like football, but played in mechs, because that would be really cool. Like I would play that. I would play that.
Yes, it is actually a team sport. Yeah, you're right. No, wait for the sports anime about like hyperball. You can't wait. So exciting.
I really hope somebody's taking notes on all this, because we need this to be kept. We need this to be kept so that we know how Kana's hyperbole works.
Nuke the VOD. Who has powers over my VOD?
Yamu. Guess who's not nuking the VOD?
Yamu. He's agay. Yamu.
Yep, he is agaying.
Let's talk about this.
He's not nuking
we can
shit.
talk about this. we can talk about this real nicely.
Oh God, it's so funny. All of your mods have sworn allegiance to me, dog. They do what I tell them
I'm surrounded.
to.
I'm actually surrounded. You know, like one of these days when I stream, it's just gonna be like a dark room with like one single light on top of me, and I'm like, guys, send help, 911, 911. That's not the code for Indonesia, is it? If I call 911, who's gonna come and save me? Honestly. Kana, think about it. Your legacy. That cannot be my legacy.
Yahooli and hyperbole. This
Can I nuke this part
awesome.
of my resume? No, it's not. It's really not.
No.
Thank you, friends, mods, and Pharaoh for coming to Kana's life. This has been nothing but pure entertainment. Finally brought to light in 4K resolution. Is my stream even in 4K? It's like in 1280p, bro.
Oh, and Yahooli is sung as the hyperbole anthem.
Oh, brother.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's making sense.
Idea. That's actually a terrible idea.
That's so amazing. So Yahooli is the official theme song of Hyperbole.
I don't know what universe we're creating right now. I don't know if I like it.
So does that mean like all of the mechs are like Catman mechs or Catgirl mechs or whatever?
They're all just Pharaoh saying nya nya.
I'm not the one that says nya nya. That'll be you saying nya nya.
No, brother.
Oh, that's even better. So at the Hyperbole, so when you're playing Hyperbole, everybody has their own customized Kana mech that they operate.
What universe are you building, good sir? Oh, man.
That's so fucking funny.
Gotta upgrade.
Yeah, there you go. One team has Pharaoh mechs, the other team has Kana mechs. There you go. That's how. There we go.
Wow, I hope this doesn't follow the height chart that Ray gave.
So the trick is that Pharaoh mechs aren't super quick, but they're really strong. But Kana mechs are really fast, but if they get tagged by a Pharaoh mech, it's all over.
So I just gotta run.
The Kana-sized players are the ball.
Hey! I'm gonna be 180 centimeters. I swear to God. Did someone use the command again?
Kana is the ball at the Hyperbole.
Hey! You would really... Wait. Are we throwing? Are we kicking? What are we doing? Why am I playing into this? We're doing nothing to me. I'm not the ball. I will be 165. I'll just be 165. That's your height, right, Ray? I'll be 165. Wait for it.
You're always gonna be 145. In our hearts, we know the truth.
I'm not what. I'm
Cool, John.
What
Thanks for the
the heck?
24 gifted, buddy.
Thank you, Uncle John. It's because you think I'm tall too, right? 180 at least. Thank you for the gifted subbies. Beep, beep, beep.
No, I think Uncle John was just watching you get roasted alive and felt pity for you.
Was that a pity? It's probably not. I think he's saying you're 20. You think I'm 24 centimeters. That's actually the size of a ball, no?
Pocket Kana.
That's. Do you think in this doodle? Do you think that's the size Ray has drawn me in?
Yeah, basically.
Oh,
Fleshy
brother.
Kana. Just carry her around for moral support.
Oh, wait a minute. I can make it better. I have idea. Wait for it.
Whenever my day is getting me down, chat, I just pull out my pocket Kana and she makes me feel better about everything.
Tada! This is totally part of the picture. Wait, let me just make it. It's totally blending in.
If you're 180 cm in that picture, that makes me what, like 400 cm?
We don't talk about you. It's okay. Not everything has to be about you, Farah. It's okay. Tada! Wait a minute. It's blending in perfectly. You can't even tell. You can't even tell. I used Comic Sans. Look at it. Wait. That's perfect.
Not the Comic Sans.
So Pharaoh's probably what? You're 450? You're 450. That's okay. I'll give that to you, Pharaoh.
There we go.
I'll give that to you.
I swear to God, the first round of merch you ever do, a plushie better be involved in it because I need that in my life.
I'm so smart.
She is just living her best life, chat. Let her have
The
this.
Comic Sans is very obvious. No, you can't tell. Nobody can tell. Who would know, really? I don't think anyone knows. Okay, what about this? Oh, yeah, no, this font, the what? Why is only the 0? Okay, actually, wait. This font is stupid. Hold. Ray, can you add that officially to the picture? So then I don't have to pretend, you know? Actually, hello. Where's my bestie when I need her? She's working. She's actually working. Is this? Why is only the CM part? I'm off work. Wait a minute, guys. What's a font? What's a good font? What will blend in? Yeah, that totally blends in. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah. Exactly.
This is so funny. Papyrus.
Papyrus. Wait. Papyrus. What does papyrus mean?
Papyrus is a
Wingdings.
font. Papyrus is a font.
Oh, what about this though? Close. Wait. If I just like, not bad? Question mark? It's blending in. It's doing it. It's doing a thing. I forgot the name of it already. What's the other one called? This one? Pharaoh.
Yes. Yes.
I made you 450 centimeters. You're welcome.
Amazing. You're still short comparatively.
It's okay. Like you said, we shouldn't compare ourselves to other people.
You're absolutely right. I am so
Exactly.
proud of you for remembering that lesson.
Yes, when it benefits me, I do.
Yes, exactly. Only when it benefits you. I expect nothing less. It's
Okay,
fine.
so we're all in agreement that my next re-debut, I'll be 180. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is all I needed.
So whenever I get the next version of Pharaoh, guys, I guess he's gonna have to be 450 centimeters, so I can make sure this works.
Get a really big resolution, Pharaoh. It better
Just
be damn big.
Enormous Pharaoh carrying normal size Kana around, and she still
Or-
looks small.
Or we can be like Pharaoh has a shrinking feature. So that you're not full size all the time. See, aren't I smart? I use my brain.
Is that what it is?
Yes, you have a shrinking feature. You're practically Ant-Man.
I
You're
am
actually
the Mecha.
Ant-Man. Yeah, exactly.
I
exactly.
gotcha.
Take notes, chat. Take notes. We gotta remember this for the lore.
The lore is going into strange places now.
I feel accomplished.
I'm glad. I feel like I'm gonna go pass out now. I think I've finally run to the end of my day. It is 4 o'clock in the morning now, so that's
Holy shit.
about normal.
4?
So
I thought it
is.
was 2. Huh.
it was 2 when we first started talking.
Aw, okay, Pharaoh. Thank you for your company. You should go sleep. I hope your
Yep.
headache is gone by tomorrow. Like gone,
It's
not
already gone. Yeah,
numbed.
it'll be gone. It'll be fine.
Okie dokie, chat. Tell Pharaoh sweet dreams. Hopefully he doesn't
Good
wake up in the middle
night,
of the night
chat.
thinking of unholy. Good night, Pharaoh.
I'll just wake up in the morning thinking about Unholy. It's just how that goes. Thank you for that. You know,
I'm
of all the
sorry.
songs to have stuck in my head on repeat. I mean, I
I
guess
mean,
it
mine
could be
too.
worse.
Mine too. I actually woke up and was like,
It's the nyang for me. It's funny because I have like the individual clips from the different versions of
You
Unholy
have the
that you're
individual-
saying. Yeah, I have the individual like
why?
I have a moo, I have
Why?
wolf,
Why?
and I have nya.
Why? Maybe that's why you have a headache.
This is-
Thoughts?
No.
I'm pretty sure that's why you have your headache.
No, hold on, I'm listening to it right now. Hold on, here we go.
Why would you?
I don't know. Why do you listen to my nya thing on repeat, buddy?
Because I missed you, Pharaoh.
You should have just fucking DM'd me.
I missed you. Wow, I can now hear it again, and it'll sound different because I have new headphones, courtesy of Ray. Oh, does that mean if I... No, I don't want to hear Unholy again.
How you manage that with just saying nya is confusing.
What? Just replace all words with nya.
Yeah, but how you make it sound like that just saying nya is confusing.
Make it sound like what? It sounds ridiculous. Probably.
Sure. You know what, chat? We'll just agree and let her live with her delusion. It sounded
What if-
ridiculous. Sure, we'll go with that. The copium.
No, I
The
feel like I have a
copium.
perception of myself, and the perception that I have of myself, and your perception of me is different.
Yeah,
I
the
hear it
difference
and I'm
between
just,
my
like,
perception
dumb.
of you and your
Uh-huh.
perception of you is that your perception of you is wrong.
Uh-huh.
Objectively, it's wrong. So,
You're just like, you're
And I-
wrong and I'm right. End of story.
it's not just I'm not the only one that's it's not just my perception. It's chat's perception. It's the girlie's
Chat.
perception. You permanently altered Muna's perception of you. That's so funny.
All Muna said was, my Kana! Like, my Kana! Wait a minute. Oh, brother. I don't even remember. You put it in general, didn't you? How could you? Oh no,
That's so
my
fucking
Kana is
funny.
not pure anymore. That's just Muna.
Was she ever pure to begin with? That's the real question.
Hey.
The way you came out swinging with Unholy makes me question if the purity ever existed in the first place.
I still feel like that was just like me following the lyrics. I'm just singing it I'm just singing the lyrics. I don't understand. My nose. Kana and her potty mouth pure. It was talent. That is.
She definitely had something in her, that's for sure. Don't know what, but something.
I feel like I will never truly understand the perception of me before and after Unholy. But well, maybe one day I'll understand. I think. I still don't get it.
Possibly. I'll explain it to you later when you're older.
The closest thing to the Nyahuli brain altering chemistry. It was okay. It's not brain altering. You saw his prank re-debut with the female. Okay, it's not the same. That is not the same. Okay, you should sleep, or or you're never gonna sleep, and I'm gonna kidnap you, and then you're gonna die, and you're not gonna live until 3000.
Oh, it's the sweet release of death.
Go sleep so you wake up tomorrow.
In Minecraft. Okay. Good night, chat. Good night, Kana.
Good night.
Have a fun rest of your stream.
Yeah.
Don't do anything too crazy, chat. Keep an eye on her.
I never do. What is he implying? I never do. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
You think I'm crazy? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You are. I've always thought I was the most normal one out of everyone. Well, except Muna. Did you laugh? Did you actually just laugh? You didn't have to laugh that hard. Actually, why is everyone typing at this exact moment? Hello? You're quickly approaching half a Michi stream, so at least half crazy. I am? No, I'm not. Define normal. Okay. You may be crazy. Okay, you're just pushing my buttons, aren't you? Yeah, I'm not crazy. Yeah, I'm normal, I feel. Thoughts? I feel like I'm the most boring one out of the girlies, at least. Because I feel like, wow. You know what I mean? Crazy? No. Unholy? Wow. Do you all know about Unholy? Actually, everyone watching, you all know this thing called Unholy, don't you? If you would stop doing the commands for like 1 second. Ray is also not normal, chat. Is she rage rating? No, I'm not. I genuinely thought like I'm the most boring one, probably. Can we? Wow. Someone disabled that command. Isn't it Nyahuli? Thoughts? Okay, like... For example... Ray is... Yes. Yes. Why have you called me girl, Raya Lafeire? Yes. 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 Normal does not mean boring. You can't be a streamer and have normal sanity. But compared to everyone, I am probably the most boring is my usual thought process. Like for example, like no Ray, like yesterday, like during the collab, I'm sitting and like, wow, I'm just here eating. I'm such a boring person. But you know, thank you for carrying me through this collab. Thank you. Thoughts? I don't think any one of you can be described as boring or normal. Okay. What if I'm not boring, but I'm just normal? I'm cutely insane. Oh my god, we reached the sub goal. We reached the sub goal? Yay! Wow, chat. Yippee! Thank you so much for the support. There's so many things that... Man, today is crazy. I still kind of feel like we're dreaming. Actually, I kind of feel like we're dreaming. I still can't believe the amount of things that were funded on Throne today. And when we hit our sub goal too, that's crazy. Oh well, guys. Aren't you just getting scammed by me at this point? No, because I'm not the scam artist, Michi is. Oh man. You're never boring, and I'm sure chat knows. Chat, even if I'm boring and I'm normal, will you still watch me anyway? Will you still watch me anyway? On our toes every time. Not every time la. What if my streams are so relaxing? And nothing happens much really usually. We just sit and we yap. So really, nothing much. Thoughts? Even if you lose your ears and tail. Ito bilang gue normal. Tapi tiap hari isinya chaos. Bangun lupa minum. Debat sama diri sendiri hampir kena food poisoning. I did? Terus treat orang kayak side quest hidup. Itu bukan normal. Itu DLC kepribadian anjir. What the heck is that? Wow. Your voice is calming, but the things you say are not. Oh. Well, have you seen Michi? No, that's different. She's in a league of her own, chat. She's exactly the same if you meet her in real life. She still yaps at like 250 kilometers per hour. She's in a league of her own, I tell you. So why do you compare yourself to an outlier? Kana is 5. Anola. Also, my tummy. Chat, have I yapped so much I got hungry again? I miss my food corner at Michi's house. Michi literally, she got me food that I know she hates, so she can't have bought it for herself. She got it because she knows I like it. I have a food corner. I'm hungry. Huh. Wait, snackies. I do have food. Annyeong. Eh? Holy... Uncle John, did you... Thank you so much for the... What the heck? Wow. Am I dreaming? No, actually, I think I'm still dreaming. Wait, what? Seriously? What the heck? What the actual heck? Ugh. I'm very awake. Thank you so... Oh my... Chat! Man. Aww. Uncle John, thank you so much. Well, okay. That means... Does that mean I'm getting bonked? Aw, thank you so... That's a lot though. God love nerd. Aw, this is what getting love feels like. Oh, it's weird. Aw. Seriously. Thank you so much. It's almost like people value and want nice things for you. And you ask me why I think you're all so nice. What kind of... Wow, what... How can you guys be so supportive? Actually, hello? Thank you so much. I think I'm dreaming. I swear to God, I'm gonna... Like, later, after stream, I'm gonna sit there and be like... I don't know what happened today. Did today even happen? What if I'm just dreaming? And then I wake up and I'll be like... Wow, that was a wonderful dream. Except for the part where I got sprayed by Ray? That wouldn't be a good dream. Try pinching yourself. It hurts. Oh. Hey, oh man. Is this even okay? Hello? Because you want this game. You guys already make me so happy. Thank you so much. I'm actually... I genuinely... I meant it earlier when I said I genuinely already gave up hope on upgrading my PC. I was like, okay, you know, it's okay. It's probably not gonna happen. And I was telling myself it's okay because, like, I'll save up for the re-debut instead of the PC. Because, like, at least it's something that I can, like... It's not that it's cheaper than a PC, but it'll be something that you guys can, like, directly see. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Versus something like a PC. If it's laggy or slow, I'll bear with it somehow. You know? But you guys had to go and be supportive. and be amazing. And I don't know how weird it is being loved, actually. She didn't advertise. What? Sorry for being supportive. Let me correct streamer to VTuber. Oh. My heart is beating out of my chest. I'm actually genuinely super excited. I hope that I can keep seeing you guys and making you guys happy as well. It really does make my day just chatting with you guys, chat. Just chatting with you guys. Comma chat. Wow, did you see my vocabulary? I wish I had my heart monitor thing on. Because my heart is beating so fast and I feel like I don't know what I'm saying because my mouth is moving but my brain isn't. That means that I can save up the other things for the re-debut and stuff. I'm genuinely so excited. I'm super excited at the thought of, like, being able to do more covers and things. Means I can budget things for doing the cover and the re-debut and not the PC, and I'm so excited and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, chat. Okay. Okay, I'm done. I'm spazzing. I'm sorry. I'm talking a lot because I'm so happy and I'm gonna shut up now. More covers. Yeah. And maybe one day, when, you know, if life allows me, maybe one day I'll even have my own original song and stuff. Right chat. Maybe one day. I've said this before, but actually, a couple of years ago, a producer heard my Envy Baby cover. I only have one cover. I'm not even gonna pretend like, oh, which cover is it? Envy Baby. Yeah, no. And they offered me to sing in their original song and stuff, but I couldn't do it at that time. And I still wish that I could have done it. But maybe one day, that means one day, now a different opportunity will come, right? Right. One day. Can do it. We start from a cover. 2 covers, 3, 5. Let's do 10. Slowly, one by one. If you know what, as long as I have you guys by my side, I can do anything, chat. I swear, we can do it. Whatever it is. One day. Actually, what if... Oh my god, you know what, Ray? One of my goals is I want to change my YouTube channel type to a music one. I hope I can do that. I hope I can do that. Yeah, that's my mini self goal. Because you need a release, right? Yeah. That's doable. Step 1. Minimum 3. Minimum 3. You wanna be... Yeah. I do, because I feel like actually from the very start, actually from my debut, I've always wanted to sing a lot. So yeah. I haven't been able to, so now I hope we can do that. We can start right now. Cause the last karaoke didn't scar anyone for life. Wait, Yamu, is that why I kept getting emails of you got a copyright, blah blah blah? Is it because of the Unholy Night highlight? Is that why I got... Yamu, did you... I got copyrighted because of Unholy. Good thing it's on a different channel, I guess. It was because you straight up watched a Hollywood movie. Yeah, you know, that might be a problem. Thoughts? That's the problem. Wait, let me check my let me check my email. What if it's actually... Which email did I use, I wonder? What is that? Huh. I really should have someone manage my emails. I've been getting emails and I didn't know. Okay, different email. I tried to remember which email was used for that one. Is it my other email? Oh, this one, yeah. Hi, Kanatamachi. Copyrighted content has been detected in your video. Content use. High School Musical 2. No, you're right. Actually, you're right. How did they know? How did they know, you think? Actually... But I did... Did I watch High School Musical 2? I did? I'm remembering the song again. Na 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 me. Na 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 na. That one, right? Oh, I know, like, I should be tired of it by now, but it's so funny. It's so funny. Did you ever blah 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 blah? I don't remember. Then you what? What? I did watch the original scene. You're so right. I popped in near the end and you played it again just to make sure you got struck. Wouldn't want you to miss out on the party. Man, time flies. I don't know where the time went today. I genuinely thought it was 2, and then Pharaoh popped in. Pharaoh, by the way, before I streamed, Pharaoh was like, "But I'm going to sleep. I'm. This headache is killing me. I'm gonna pass out." And I'm like, "Okay." And he showed up anyway. That's my apparent. Did he say he's my manager now? That's news to me. Every stream ends up flying by. Yeah. If I think about it, today I streamed. Ray dropped by, sprayed water in my face. Yeah, no, that's all I remember. I do not remember the other contents in this stream other than, well, hydration. And I got new headphones, you're right. Not just new headphones, hello. I got a lot of things funded. My heart is beating out of my chest. Is it safe for me to have my heart beat this fast for this long? Thoughts? I remember Unholy. Wow. 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 How do I disable a command, you think? Wow, really? At the one after the other? Revisit the Unholy. not teach you? Yamu? Yamu? If you turn it on, you can turn it off. My heart is beating out of my chest. Is this what it feels like? To have heart palpitation? I'm kidding. To fall in love? I'm kidding. If I breathe, will I calm down? How do I count how many heartbeats? Wow, yeah, I'm just sitting here putting my hand on my chest and trying to count my heartbeat because I still can't believe that I'm not dreaming. Now that the VOD is available, I'm gonna rewatch. Why? What do you mean the VOD is available? You mean the highlight? You mean the highlight? You mean the highlight? What do you mean the whole no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's... Deep breaths. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I would know, right? I would... I'm gonna click on that link. Why is that there? No, you know what, chat? Don't click on that, thank you. Don't click on that. That's fine. Just, well, how many versions? I didn't do any version. Chat? Chat? Yamu? Yamu? Didn't I take it off Twitch? Question mark? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Is it on Twitch? No, it's not. Why am I... Wow, look, I actually had notifications on... This is the one. Hearing her go seriously on Unholy was just godlike. Did you actually went and comment on the VOD? Wait a minute. This isn't real and I'm actually dreaming. Wait. If I scroll down... Oh, there is a comment. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. No one... Just unsubscribe to my bot channel. Actually, just unsubscribe. Just unsubscribe. Wow. I had the pleasure to listen to the massive... Subscribed. You hate me. You actually... You hate me. Just subbed. Please stop subscribing. Why do I have to... last time I checked, I had 8 subscribers. Can we not subscribe, please? Thank you. Please. Right, I forgot to... No, it's okay. Please don't. It's okay. It's okay. You don't need to. You don't really... You really don't have to. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm gonna... You know what? Inner peace. Let's find BGM that'll make me feel inner peace. Kinda. It's all a dream. Unholy never happened. Right? Done. Subscribe. Can't tell me what to do. I see. So if I tell you to subscribe, you will not subscribe. So... Subscribe. Subscribe and immediately forget... Wait, no. Reverse. Remember. Subscribe and remember. We will subscribe because reverse psychology... Okay, wait. Okay, boss. Hello. You all suck. You're all terrible. You suck. She said subscribe. Hold on. Please don't click on any links. Wow. It's almost like... Oh, I only heard unholy. I need to... You really don't need to. Honestly, that stream is cursed. Stop using the damn command. The VODs were on the top of my subscription vids. Oh, chat. Chat. I don't know what prompt or brainwash you. If Zaid would please stop using the command, thank you. Anyone, please. Apex, hello. Michi's VOD got unholy clip. Can someone wipe me off Michi's VOD? Can someone wipe me off the planet? Actually, I'm just gonna disappear. I'm turning invisible right now.
Remember chat, you can always watch the VOD at work. In fact, watch it with your headphones out so everyone in the office can hear.
Please
then
don't.
Remind them to watch Kanatar Machi here on Twitch.
Please don't. Zane? You wouldn't say that, would you? Fun fact, Yamu handles Michi... Yamu? Aga? Now you're a true streamer. You already have a big digital footprint. Yamu? Aga? You're on my side. Right? Aga? Hello? Can I... Hello? 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 Sure. You're not the employer. Pharaoh would be on my side. Right? Aga? Someone ban this banner. Wow, imagine. Wait, can I get banned from my own? Can I actually get banned from my own chat? Wait, thoughts? No, is that even possible? I cannot be timed out in my own chat, right? Chat? Mods? Chat? Yeah, we tried with Michi. The fact that you tried though. I tried. Wow. So wait, does that mean that I have power to continue saying Aga? Peachy mustard rice. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh, my heart is still beating out of my chest. Oh my lord. You cannot ban the broadcast. Today is so surreal. Today is actually so surreal. Today. Oh my god. My heart. Is it cheesy if I say it really feels so weird being so supported? This is gonna be very weird, but for me, I've always North of AC, thank you so much for the gifted sub. It's level 4 complete. Did we get a new thing? If I had a coin for every time I heard that from the girlies. I feel like I've always approached... This is me and it might... You call me weird, maybe I'm just weird. I've always approached it as something that I have to like... how do I explain it? I've always approached it as something... Maybe Sasa would know. I always feel like I have to do something to repay all the love and support that you guys give, and I feel like it's never enough, but I'm still gonna try anyway, I guess. You know what I mean? It's so... Being loved is weird. No, being loved is just weird. How can you guys be so supportive? It's so... I don't know if I deserve it, chat. I don't know if I deserve it, but if I try to think of it as a way, like if I don't deserve it, then I should at least do my best to be able to deserve it, question mark? Wow. My brain is something. You exist and that's good enough for... Yeah, I feel like that concept is so weird. I feel like it's so weird just existing and that makes people happy. You know? You know? Do I really make you happy? That's... I've said this before. Probably when I
if you
debuted.
want to return the love, you could always send us off with a karaoke song Arga.
So with ear damage, I see. If I really make you happy, then that's good enough for me, chat. First of all, you deserve it. Second, if it helps, just think about that we would have gotten your concert tickets anyway if that were the case. That's so sweet of you, though. So weird. It's so weird. Cause honestly, I became a streamer because I wanted to make people happy. So just hearing that you guys are happy really makes me happy. Nee. You want me to do a song? Let's see if my throat is... I don't even know what song to sing. And then what if I sing a random song again and it becomes a whole night again? I can try. I've been yapping non-stop, but I can try. Zero Raven 1264. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. There's no Pharaoh here to point it out. See, some people would usually think about what to sing, huh? I don't know what to sing. Okay, I'll do one. But if my voice is shot, I've been yapping non-stop. Bear with me. What song to do? Let me see. My YouTube recommendation is just Unholy. When is this going away? Thoughts? Please remember to rest. Okay. You're right. I'll do a song and I'll rest. How's that? Because if I don't, I will forget. Me scrolling. What's a chill song to sing? You can do easy songs. Do you ever have that moment where you're trying to think of a song and then you forget everything? That's me. There's a lot of... Is this Filipino? Okay. Let me search karaoke. Chill song. Cake by the Ocean. Cake by the Ocean is chill. Okay. I'm trying to listen to it to try to remember the song first. Wait. I'm still choosing. I'm trying to remember the song. It's a 5-minute song though. Okay. I'm drinking while thinking if I can sing this. My throat is shot, but you know. Stands up and like shrinks immediately. I'll at least not cross my legs. Yeah. Where am I? If you can't sing, please just rest. True. I'll try. I maybe won't sing the full song, but I'll try. My main problem is probably nerves because my heart is still beating like crazy. Okay, I'm stretching. Let's see if I can do half-ish of the song. Okay, let's see. I found a love. Is that how it is? Let me think. Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead. I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. We were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up. I forgot to turn on the heavenly voice thing, didn't I? Now I'm embarrassed. Wait. Because then you just hear me and then that's embarrassing. What if I sound terrible? At least the blah, 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 blah. Did we get a high chest? Sounds great, really. Okay. No, I swear. Bear with me. Is it on? I can't tell. Kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes, you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, you heard it. Darling, you look perfect tonight. Me. There you go, chat. My heart is still beating out of my chest. Ooh. You guys are always so sweet. I swear you guys are always so sweet. Yeah. This is what happens if you don't stretch. You crack everywhere. Unholy part 2. Mommy, Daddy. How did the song go again? Don't remember. My heart. Dying. Oh wait, what's this one? Well, you done me and you bet I felt it. Try to be chill, but you're so hot that I melted. Fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest. Nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. Reckon it's again my turn to win some, learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. I'm so nervous. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. One big family. It's our God-forsaken right to be loved, 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 loved. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. Do, 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 do. I don't remember this part actually. Oh, scooch on over closer, dear, and now I'll nibble her ear. Scoop-a-da-ba-da-da-da. Oh, I don't remember this. I don't know this part. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Is that what? I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. My breath fogged up the glass, so I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. Oh, my heart is beating so fast, Chad. I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Aw, Chad. The sky is yours, so please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. My heart, Chad, I'm gonna die. I'm yours. Okay. I did it. I got through most of it. Yippee! Me. It did amazing. You think? I was shaking the whole time, and I practically barely breathed. I know, because I was holding my breath. I know that, you know, I was like singing nervously, but I did my best anyway. Yippee! Thank you. Wow, you can see me when I jump. Ish. Thank you for the head pats. My heart is beating even harder than before. Wow, I actually haven't heard that song in forever. Can't believe I managed to get through that. Super lovely, you're lovely. Did you know that actually you're wonderful? Oh man. Singing always makes me wanna continue singing, but breathe, kinda. Oxygen in, oxygen out. No use. Oh, guys, I'm so lucky to have met you guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Make sure to rest. Apparently, I don't know self-restraint. Isn't that crazy? Who knew? Man. Oh, my heart. My heart. For real, you're the one who should be. Wow, for existing to be loved. You shouldn't thank me for that. I thank you guys. Almost 6 hours of yapping. It's been 6 hours? Wait, what time is it? What day is it? Checking my phone. I don't know where my phone is. It's... Man. It's 4:40. Why are you awake? Chat! Oh my god, are you guys okay? You guys should sleep. You guys should sleep. You guys... Oh my god, don't die. But it like 6 hours? Did I stream for 6 hours? Is this a slippery slope? Oh no! It is a slippery slope! Oh bruh. 6 minutes. Wait, drinking water. Kana, I'm a Michima. No, you're right. Actually, what am I talking about? Actually, yeah, you're right. Just wanna say I'm happy the Nyahuli is kind of doing some numbers in a few times. That's not true. Is it? It's not. There's no such thing. I don't know what numbers you're talking about. I'm turning a blind eye. I think that doesn't exist. And, you know. I now have a second Indo streamer to destroy my... Oh. Pharaoh just texted me the other day randomly. It was like, my sleep schedule is back on Indo time. I blame you. Pharaoh just blaming me for things that maybe aren't my fault. What if it's actually not my fault? Oh, that clip. Oh, that clip. You're right. 3 minutes. Wow. We could totally do half a song in 3 minutes. Thoughts? Me killing my own throat because why not? Let's see. I don't know what song though. Ugh, what song is that? I'm literally scrolling trying to find a song that I probably won't butcher. Probably? Do I know any? I know the song, but I don't know if I can sing it, is the question. We can try. We'll try half of it, see if we can do it. Am I still in echoing? I am. I think I know the song, bro. Let's see. We'll see if we can do it. Boop, 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 boop. Going back to the corner where I first saw you. Gonna camp in my sleeping bag, I'm not gonna move. Got some words on cardboard, got your picture in my hand, saying, if you see this girl, can you tell her where I am? Some try to hand you money, they don't understand. I'm not broke, I'm just a broken-hearted man. I know it makes no sense, what else can I do? How can I move on when I'm still in love with you? Cause if one day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that we'd meet, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. So I'm not moving, I'm not moving. Forgot about that part. Okay, let me take a deep breath. I wasn't breathing. Policeman says, son, you can't stay here. I said, there's someone I'm waiting for. If it's a day, a month, a year, gotta stand my ground, even if it rains or snows. She changes her mind, this is the first place she will go. Cause if one day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that we'd meet, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. So I'm not moving, I'm not moving, I'm not moving, I'm not moving. People talk about the guy who's waiting on a girl. Oh, there are no holes in his shoes, but a big hole in his world. Maybe I'll get famous as the man who can't be moved. Maybe you won't need to, but you'll see me on the news. You'll come right into the corner, cause you know it's just for you. I'm the man who can't be moved, I'm the man who can't be moved. One day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and your heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that we'd meet, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street. One day you wake up and find that you're missing me, and our heart starts to wonder where on this earth I could be, thinking maybe you'll come back here to the place that we'd meet, and you'll see me waiting for you on the corner of the street, going back to the corner where I first saw you. Gonna camp in my sleeping bag, I'm not gonna move. You can totally tell I was shaking the whole time. But I did my best anyway. I did my best anyway. I did my best anyway. And that's okay. Yay! I did my best. I did. I was shaking, and I could tell my heart is beating 10,000 miles an hour. But I did my best. Ish. I really like that song. I will learn to sing with less nerves. I did my best to have fun though. I was shaking, but I tried. Yeah. Thank you so much, chat, for a wonderful day. You really made my day so special. Every single time. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you. Thank you guys for existing and always dropping by. I'm just little old me. But I'm happy. Super happy. I'm so happy. Yee. Are you guys happy? If you guys are happy, then I'm happy and that's enough. I can't believe. Wow. I'm allowed to be happy. Wow. Can't believe this much happiness exists. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh. Then we can also raid if I know anyone. Dang. Okay, wait, let me. Man! How can this much happiness exist, chat? That's crazy. That's crazy. But should we raid today? Let's share the happiness. Beep, 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 beep. My heart. Oh, my heart. Woo! Wow, after this, I'm just gonna sit there. Well, first of all, Michi tells me that I need to learn to rest my voice. Second of all, I'm gonna sit there and be like, wow, did today happen? Did today happen? In a different way from the Unholy Night. Because after that stream, I was like, did that happen? What, did that really just happen? In a different way. But this time, it's different today. I got distracted from, aw, chat, it's so hard having to end stream. That's where the slippery slope starts. I should end stream. I should. Then don't end. Wow, I should not stream standing up. You just literally watch me jumping around the whole time. Thoughts? Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. You're so right. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. I don't know anyone. So let's just raid Geary. Thoughts? Yes. Oh my heart. Okay, restrained. You're right. Restrained. Did you have fun today, chat? Are you happy today, chat? Are you guys happy today? I'm still echoing, aren't I? I'm talking to you from the land beyond with reverb. Why do I have so much energy? Because I'm happy. Did you know that being happy gives you energy? That's crazy! Okay, I can do this. I hope you guys are happy. I hope you guys are always happy. I hope you guys have mountains and mountains of joy and happiness. Wow, I really should stop jumping. Happy Delgare! You guys! Thank you for being a part of my day. Thank you for being a part of every day. Do you think I'm hyper? I think I'm hyper. I don't know, I'm getting a boost of energy. Breathe. Because happiness. Yeah! See you next time, okay? My tentative stream schedule this week is I'll see you guys on my Friday and my Saturday. Thoughts? I have the stream schedule up on Twitch. You guys can check that out. I'll see you guys then. Yeah, I think it should be on the Twitch schedule thing that apparently no one uses ever. So that you guys can see it in your time zone. Sounds like a wonderful plan. Wee-wee! Have a wonderful rest of your day. If you're continuing on, then have fun. If you're resting, happy sleepy, sweet dreams. I'll see you next time. See you next time. Bye bye. I'm so happy. Happy, 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 happy. Yippee.